A little fairy, unfortunate enough to be transported to another world due to the quarrels of formidable beings, finds herself in a precarious situation. Just after her arrival, and before she could indulge in the delectable cuisine, the world is on the brink of apocalypse. As if that were not enough, the little fairy, who initially thought she would lead a solitary life in this unfamiliar realm, unexpectedly encounters her destined partner. What is there to wait for? She should simply bag him up and take him home. No. She merely desires to stockpile food in the apocalypse, enjoy some feasting, and perhaps engage in a little play. Why does this bipedal creature always seem intent on pocketing her? The Dark Emperor of the pre-apocalyptic era and the powerful being of the post-apocalyptic world lament. It is exceedingly difficult. It is exceedingly difficult. What should I do if my little flower bud keeps wanting to take care of me? It truly is a vexing yet sweet dilemma. The trio of bystanders exclaims, I never want to consume dog food again. Chapter 1. The Bewildered Little Fairy. In the warehouses on the outskirts of Kyoto, industrious dockworkers busily transport goods until the 3 large warehouses are filled to the brim. Shortly after the workers depart, a rugged vehicle arrives in swift succession. A figure clad in a mask and sunglasses, concealing their identity meticulously, emerges from the vehicle. She secures the car door and, with a heightened perception surpassing that of ordinary individuals, surveys her surroundings, ensuring no one is present before approaching the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, numerous rows of shelves are neatly arranged, laden with various supplies recently unloaded by the workers. Luo Qian closes the opened warehouse door, and with a delicate tap of her fingertip, a large box floats from the shelf to her front. She opens the box to inspect its contents, and after verifying everything is in order, she conducts a thorough check of several more boxes before feeling completely at ease. Subsequently, with a gentle wave of her hand, the entire stock of goods, along with the shelves that held them, vanishes, absorbed into Luo Qian's spatial realm. After gathering all the supplies from the 3 warehouses, she proceeds to several restaurants in the commercial district, retrieves the pre-order dishes, and then returns to her temporary hotel. It is currently summer, and the weather outside is sweltering. Luo Qian, bundled up tightly, has already broken into a sweat. Upon returning to the hotel, before even stepping into the bathroom, she swiftly sheds her constricting garments. A youthful visage, appearing around 17 or 18, with seaweed-like hair cascading down her neck and skin as smooth as jade. A delicately crafted face is adorned with large doe-like eyes, now glistening with moisture from the bathroom steam, enhanced by a hint of enchanting allure at the corners, presenting an image both innocent and alluring. Her fair, delicate feet gently touch the surface of the bathwater, and after confirming the temperature is suitable, she submerges herself entirely. Within the bathroom, steam swirls, the comforting warmth of the water alleviating the fatigue of the day's exertions. Luo Qian lets out a contented sigh as small bell-shaped white flower buds bloom amidst her long, dark, seaweed-like tresses. Shortly after, the buds burst forth, releasing a fragrant aroma that fills the entire bathroom, fresh and exquisite. Indeed, Luo Qian is not human. This tale begins 3 months prior. She was originally a valley lily flourishing in the mountains. That fateful day coincided with a fierce battle among the 3 factions of humans, demons, and monsters, a conflict that had little to do with her, a little fairy solely focused on her cultivation. However, the intensity of the powerful beings' combat unexpectedly tore open a rift in time. On her little hill, where she had transformed into her true form and basked comfortably in the sun, Luo Qian was unexpectedly uprooted by a sudden gale and drawn into the fissures of time. After a bout of dizziness, when she awoke, Luo Qian found herself in a completely unfamiliar world. She recognized that this place was no longer the original realm of cultivation, yet the specifics of her new surroundings eluded her. Gazing up at the clear, expansive sky, Luo Qian understood that the fissures of time had long since closed, sealing her fate of never returning. To reopen such fissures would require another cataclysmic battle between celestial beings and demons. However, through her perceptions of this world, Luo Qian discerned that it currently lacked any spiritual energy. This signified the absence of cultivators, as well as any demons or celestial practitioners, rendering the notion of a repeat of the celestial demon war utterly absurd. Furthermore, the nature of time fissures is capricious. Even if a celestial demon war were to occur, no one could predict which timeline the ensuing fissure would lead to. Thus, the little fairy, resigned to her fate, decided to remain. Initially, Luo Qian was unfamiliar with this world. With no money to her name, she wandered the streets in a state of dishevelment, scouring through trash bins for sustenance when hunger became unbearable. Fortunately, Luo Qian later discovered that the sparkling stones in her possession, which were referred to as diamonds in this world, could be exchanged for currency. These diamonds were painstakingly collected by her during her time in the realm of cultivation. Although she was reluctant to part with them, survival in this unfamiliar world necessitated the sale of her precious gems for the local currency. Once she acquired wealth, her first indulgence was a lavish feast. She found the cuisine of this world to be extraordinarily delectable, and just as she contemplated the prospect of residing here indefinitely, Luo Qian became aware of the markedly different celestial phenomena in this timeline. An unprecedented calamity loomed on the horizon, poised to upheave this world and potentially usher in famine. Consequently, Luo Qian hastily exchanged all the diamonds in her possession for the prevailing currency of this realm, using her newfound wealth to procure a substantial stockpile of supplies and food, which she stored in her spatial realm. This spatial realm had been embedded within her essence since her inception, a mystical jade formed by the nurturing of the heavens and earth. As she cultivated into a more refined being, the jade transformed into her personal space, linking with her consciousness, unseen by anyone but herself. Having cultivated for over 1,700 years, Luo Qian's spatial realm had reached its apex, no longer subject to any further alterations. Within this realm, time was suspended, preserving the food in its original state, free from decay. According to Luo Qian's calculations, the survival conditions in this world would deteriorate significantly following the impending disaster. While she could retreat into her spatial realm for refuge, it was a sanctuary accessible only to her. The vastness of the space extended infinitely, devoid of any life or companionship, leaving it eerily empty. Aside from one side where a vast array of supplies was meticulously organized, there was nothing else. Although Luo Qian cherished tranquility, she was, at heart, a creature deeply averse to solitude. After deep contemplation, Luo Qian swiftly dismissed the notion of remaining in isolation. She had no desire to linger alone in a lifeless void for eternity. After drying herself off and donning her nightclothes, little Luo Qian flopped onto the grand bed. With her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, her large eyes blinked sleepily, exuding a hint of languor after exhaustion. As she gazed at the full moon hanging high outside the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, a soft glow emanated from her, and before she knew it, she drifted into slumber. Luo Qian's true form was that of a plant. Beyond the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm, she could also absorb the celestial power of the night stars. While the starry energy lacked the potency of spiritual energy, it sufficed to sustain her natural form and existing magical prowess. However, further advancement in cultivation would be challenging, relying solely on the celestial energy. Having resided in this world for 3 months, Luo Qian had gleaned a wealth of knowledge about her surroundings. Though much of it remained somewhat unclear, she was gradually coming to understand the operational principles of this realm. Concealing her identity as a fairy, she began to adapt to this new world. The hotel was enveloped in tranquility, while the stars twinkled in the night sky beyond the windows. Meanwhile, in the distant, desolate darkness, an intense and brutal battle was unfolding silently in an unknown wilderness. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Man in the Twilight, where dawn meets darkness. The chaos of a prolonged skirmish gradually subsides. Amidst the echoes of distant gunfire, 2 vehicles race away in pursuit of one another. After a night of slumber, the little sprite is finally roused by the gentle caress of the morning sun. In the center of a grand bed, a rounded bundle stirs slightly, and a young girl slowly emerges from within. Still in a daze, Luo Qian sits up on the bed, her inky long curls tousled from sleep, with a rebellious strand of hair playfully standing on end. Shaking her head, the white flower buds nestled in her hair quiver in response before being tucked back into place. A few fallen buds drop onto the bed, which Luo Qian carefully collects and stores in her space. Although they have detached from their source, as long as the main flower remains intact, these buds shall never wither. After refreshing herself, Luo Qian sits by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying breakfast with a custard bun held delicately between her lips. Based on her calculations, the cataclysmic changes in this world are but a week away. Fortunately, she has stockpiled an abundance of supplies, enough to last her 5 centuries of gluttony. And today marks the arrival of the final shipment. patting her full belly. She resolves to head to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city to retrieve the last batch of provisions. Outside the warehouse, after settling the final payment, the kind delivery man drives away in his truck. He has been a reliable ally during this time, facilitating her transport needs. Before his departure, Luo Qian subtly advises him to heed the weather forecast, warning of impending severe conditions, and encourages him to stockpile food. The man chuckles in response, reminding her, a young girl, to be cautious while out in the world. Although Luo Qian remains somewhat naive about human nature, she adheres to the principles of her kind. She harbors no desire for this world to suffer calamity, as it is home to countless delectable delights. Yet, through centuries of cultivation, she understands that all things follow a natural order. Despite her ability to discern hidden truths, she knows that intervening is forbidden, lest she face dire repercussions. Thus, all she can do is offer gentle counsel. Moreover, her elder sister, the Lark, has cautioned her against placing undue trust in humanity. For the human heart is a labyrinth of complexities. The Lark, possessing formidable powers and esteemed in their mountain realm, has always treated her with kindness, often sharing fruits from the forest. Hence, Luo Qian has chosen to navigate this world alone, wary of forging bonds with humans. Having collected the warehouse supplies, Luo Qian joyfully drives her SUV along the suburban roads. The vehicle is brimming with an array of snacks, countless delights, including her favorites, milk candies and nuts, so plentiful that she could never consume them all. Her spirits buoyed by the bounty, she no longer frets about food as she once did upon her arrival in this unfamiliar realm. As she drives, she glances at the thickets lining the roadside, humming a cheerful tune, greeting the flora, which, though voiceless, feel remarkably endearing to her. A few curious birds, drawn by her melody, flutter overhead. Just as she prepares to acknowledge them, two vehicles come barreling down the road ahead. Upon closer inspection, bullets are exchanged between the two cars. A black vehicle relentlessly pursues a luxurious Maybach, its driver pressing the accelerator with fervor. Having only recently learned to drive, Luo Qian finds herself momentarily stunned by the unfolding chaos, narrowly brushing against the two vehicles before colliding with the guardrail, her vehicle's front end crumpling and smoking. Fortunately, as a Sprite, her innate healing abilities are formidable, and her cautious driving prevents serious injury. She merely lapses into unconsciousness for a brief while. Half an hour later, Luo Qian awakens, groggy, and crawls out of her SUV. Her vehicle, having swerved to avoid a direct hit, sustains damage primarily to the front, while the two other cars fared much worse. Approaching the scene, she observes the aftermath. Two individuals in the black car, armed with sniper rifles, have been fatally shot by the man in the Maybach. The driver, having sustained a gunshot wound to the chest and suffered heavy blood loss from the collision, lies lifeless. Turning her gaze towards the Maybach, she notes its sealed doors, save for a partially lowered window and several bullet marks marring its exterior. The acrid scent of gasoline wafts through the air, and Luo Qian realizes the black car is severely damaged, with its fuel tank leaking, a potential precursor to an explosion. Glancing at her own battered SUV, she worries that if the occupants of the black car are dead, no one will compensate her for the damage. Furthermore, her earnings from selling diamonds have been depleted in her quest for supplies, leaving her with scant resources. Peering through the half-open window of the Maybach, she spots the unconscious man within. After a moment's hesitation, she decides to pry the door open, using her bare hands. The man's left shoulder bears a grievous wound, blood seeping profusely, compounded by the dislocation from the earlier crash. With one hand supporting his waist and the other cradling his knee, she effortlessly lifts this man, who is several times her size, from the vehicle. It is then that she notices an impossibly thick and sturdy bond, stronger than any rope or steel, connecting her right ring finger to his left. Setting the man down, she finally takes a moment to observe his features. His face is well-proportioned, with finely chiseled, deep-set features that exude an air of authority. A diamond-shaped black earring adorns his left ear, the material indiscernible, while a fitted black suit and vest cling to his sculpted physique. The leather cuffs encase his muscular arms, presenting a striking figure that is both refined and austere, emanating an aura of aloof superiority. Luo Qian tugs at the bond connecting them, contemplating whether her unintentional act of saving him signifies a fateful union. She had assumed her arrival in this strange world destined her to a solitary existence. Yet here lies her destined counterpart. Fortuitously, she has crossed into this realm. Otherwise, in the realm of cultivation, she would undoubtedly face a lifetime of loneliness. Examining the bond in her hand, its thickness suggests that even the deity of love has never encountered such a connection. It seems unbreakable, even across lifetimes. Shaking off her scattered thoughts, Luo Qian's keen sense of smell detects the intensifying odor of gasoline, prompting her to hastily return to her SUV with the man and drive away from the scene of the accident. Shortly after she departs, Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng arrive. Observing the discarded door of the Maybach and the empty driver's seat, Yi Zifeng exclaims, "Where's our boss? How could he just vanish?" Seeing the situation, Yi Ling quickly taps his earpiece, notifying Xiaoyu to dispatch reinforcements immediately. Their leader is missing. Chapter 3. Bagging the evidence. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos she has wrought, Luo Qian has returned to the underground parking lot of her hotel. Nangong Chun remains unconscious, his left shoulder grievously wounded, blood staining half of his shirt. Although the crimson stains upon the black shirt were scarcely discernible, the shattered garment upon the shoulder, riddled with bullet holes, plainly revealed the severity of the injury. Luo Qian pondered momentarily. According to the cultural customs she had thus far gleaned about this world, venturing out in such a state would undoubtedly provoke chaos. Just then, a kindly lady tasked with cleaning the parking lot happened to pass by. Luo Qian's eyes brightened as she swiftly opened the car door and approached her. After rummaging through her belongings, she produced a 5 yuan receipt and purchased from the woman an extraordinarily large garbage bag, truly a size beyond the ordinary. The cleaning lady smiled warmly as she gazed upon the 5 yuan in her hand and bid farewell to the demure, gentle-looking young girl before her. Moments earlier, the woman had even attempted to provide change, but upon feeling the substantial quality of the black garbage bag in her hands, Luo Qian graciously declined, recognizing the hardship it must be for the woman to earn her wages. The spacious interior of the SUV accommodated the man with ease. After some effort, Luo Qian managed to place him inside, thoughtfully piercing a small hole in the bag to allow for ventilation. She then opened the vehicle door and carefully lifted him out. Despite her petite stature, she bore the considerable weight of Nangong Chun with apparent ease. At this quiet hour, the streets were nearly deserted. Luo Qian, carrying the oversized garbage bag, took the elevator directly back to her room. Fortuitously, she encountered no one along the way. For had anyone witnessed a frail and delicate young girl bearing such a cumbersome load, they would surely have been struck dumb with astonishment, regardless of any misunderstanding about a homicide. Upon swiping her card to unlock the door and closing it securely behind her, Luo Qian extracted the man from the garbage bag and laid him gently upon her bed. Observing the blood-stained sheets sullied by the man's wounds, she silently added another tally in her mind. This bipedal creature had not only collided with her car, but now soiled her sanctuary. Humph! That warranted the deduction of yet another large white rabbit milk candy. Even if fate had woven a red thread linking them, recompense was imperative. At most, she might grant a modest discount, for she could ill afford to squander her precious sweets. Luo Qian then removed the blood-drenched shirt from the man's torso, her alabaster hand gingerly tracing the contours of his sculpted abdomen. As she caressed him, she mused that given the undeniable strength of their destined connection, indulging in a little tactile exploration beforehand was hardly inappropriate. Just as this mischievous spirit was lost in her reverie, Nangong Chen emitted a muffled breath. Noticing the pallor creeping over his lips, Luo Qian promptly withdrew her amorous thoughts, resolving instead to tend to his injuries without delay. Retrieving her medical kit, she applied the knowledge acquired from her studies, meticulously extracting the bullet with the appropriate instruments. Beads of fine sweat adorned the man's forehead, and Luo Qian's gentle fingertips emanated a faint, azure-green glow that coalesced into a halo of light and seeped into the wound upon his left shoulder. After healing roughly half of the injury, she ceased, applying hemostatic medicine and wrapping the wound carefully with gauze. She refrained from fully healing the injury, wary of revealing too much about herself before understanding him better. Despite the profound bond she sensed between them, Luo Qian remained a cautious little sprite. She was determined to avoid capture by the enigmatic research institute of this world, which, as she had read in the books, might harvest beings unlike humans for dissection, an outcome she was resolutely unwilling to face. Moreover, Sister Nightingale had warned her that humans were cunning and treacherous, and that the deepest wounds were often inflicted by those closest to one's heart. Though Luo Qian did not fully grasp the meaning of Sister Nightingale's words, she trusted them implicitly. In the dead of night, unable to resist the pull of sleep any longer, Luo Qian succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into a haze of slumber, only to be abruptly yanked from her bed by a firm grasp. Rubbing her blurred eyes, she found the man awake before her, his large eyes half-lidded, lashes fluttering as he furrowed his brow in mild annoyance at being forcibly roused. "What are you doing?" she murmured, still groggy. That bipedal creature was truly aggravating to keep her from resting. Humph! Another candy deducted. Nangong Chen's gaze softened imperceptibly as he regarded the obedient, gentle girl sharing his bed. The moist doe-like eyes, tinged with a faint blush at the corners, appeared both bewitching and pure. Sensing his own unusual emotions, he discreetly concealed them, seizing the girl's wrists with powerful hands and lifting them above her head. His voice was cold and steely.
"Speak. Who sent you?"
Luo Qian stared at him in surprise, anger flaring as the painful grip on her wrist provoked indignation. Even if this bipedal creature was her destined partner, his conduct was utterly outrageous. To be treated thus upon first encounter, despite having saved his life and being owed a debt, how infuriating. Her eyes glinted with fury as she deftly twisted and reversed his hold, pinning him down upon the bed. "Detestable. You filthy bipedal beast. I saved you. You owe me money." Having lived over 20 years, Nangong Chen was taken aback by the sudden reversal of dominance. How could such a slight figure possess such strength? Glancing at the bandaged wound on his left shoulder, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. The small creature pressed down on his hand, turning her head to survey the surroundings. Curious, Nangong Chen momentarily forgot to resist, only to be stunned the next instant. Luo Qian had handcuffed his uninjured right hand and, producing a length of hemp rope seemingly from nowhere, bound him securely to the headboard. Once secured, she rose from the bed. Fortunately, her previous excursion to an outdoor goods store had resulted in a generous amount of complimentary supplies, given the bulk of her purchases. She had yet to stow these in her spatial pocket and had left them on the nightstand, now proving their worth. Nangong Chen attempted to protest, but Luo Qian, overcome by fatigue, stifled him by stuffing a towel into his mouth. "Sleep," she commanded, then, clutching her large pillow, curled up on the tatami mat by the window and soon fell asleep again. Never before had Nangong Chen been treated so boldly. His anger simmered. No one had ever dared to be so audacious. Yet, upon seeing the small bundle peacefully slumbering by the window, a peculiar emotion stirred within his once cold heart. Though the girl before him was a stranger of uncertain origins, perhaps even an enemy sent to assassinate him, he found himself inexplicably affected. Until now, he had never allowed anyone to approach him, nor had anyone dared, man or woman alike. Chapter 4, Little One, What is your name? Bound in a bewildering array of ropes and handcuffs by Luo Qian, Nangong Chen lay restrained upon the bed, while the young girl slept soundly on the tatami mat nearby. The scene was as strange as it was surreal. Were Yi Zifeng, Yi Ling, and Xiao Yu to witness it, they would surely question his sanity. In the dead of night, when the girl was deeply asleep, Nangong Chen effortlessly freed himself from the ropes binding him, then with a sharp tug, snapped the sturdy handcuffs apart. He examined the bandaged wound on his left arm, pressing and flexing it cautiously, before moving to the window to gaze at the peacefully resting girl. Nangong Chen, momentarily lost in thought, raised his hand, intending to caress the soft cheek of the young girl before him. However, upon realizing his actions, he swiftly withdrew. What precisely is this little creature's origin? She appears so naive, certainly not someone sent by the enemy. The following morning, Luo Qian stirred on the tatami mat, the gentle morning sun streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her in warmth. She rolled over, basking in the comforting sunlight, before finally rising from the tatami. The sound of a shower echoed from the bathroom, and the large bed was already empty. Luo Qian stared at the bathroom door for a moment, her stomach grumbling audibly. Patting her belly, she set off to prepare breakfast. The delicacies of human food were too delightful to miss even a single meal. though Luo Qian lacked culinary skills. She had stocked the hotel refrigerator with numerous semi-finished ingredients that merely required heating. As a creature of plant origin, she was somewhat fearful of fire. Fortunately, the microwave posed no open flames, which she could tolerate. Once the meal was ready, Luo Qian began to eat heartily. Using a large spoon to shovel rice into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up adorably like a little hamster. When Nan Gongchen emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, he spotted the little mouse-like figure at the bar. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his lips as he approached her. "What is your name, little one?" Hearing his voice, Luo Qian swallowed the morsel of rice that she had not yet managed to chew before looking up at the man before her. "Humph. I am not little one." Noticing her silence and the way her large doe eyes fixed on him with a hint of indignation and accusation, Nan Gongchen raised an eyebrow. Her eyes sparkled like stars, bright and clear, evoking an irresistible urge to possess her gaze solely for himself. Their eyes locked in silence until the sound of the doorbell shattered the peculiar stillness. Nan Gongchen stepped forward and grasped the nape of the girl's neck. "Nan Gongchen. That is my name." After uttering this, he turned and walked away to open the door, leaving Luo Qian to shake her head, bemused by his oddity. However, this two-legged creature was undeniably handsome, and given their inexplicable connection, she mused that if he were not so fierce, perhaps she could take care of him. She recalled that according to human literature, such an arrangement was referred to as keeping. Meanwhile, Nan Gongchen, unaware of his impending fate of being kept, was at the door conversing with Yiling, who had hurried over during the night. Upon confirming that their leader was safe and sound after a long night of searching, Yiling waved away the entourage that had followed him. "Boss, we've figured out the assassination attempt from yesterday. It was the Hound Gang's doing. We took over their gambling den, and their leader was incensed. How utterly foolish." Nan Gongchen listened, his tone calm, yet his eyes held a depth akin to a still lake.
Concealing a tempest beneath.
A group of insignificant fools who could not even stir a ripple in the water dared to attempt his life, oblivious to their own weight. "You need not worry. Qiaoyu has already led a team to deal with them. By now, they are likely annihilated." Nodding slightly, Nan Gongchen inquired, "What of the investigation I asked you to conduct?" "We discovered that the girl merely happened upon the scene and saved you. However, her past remains a mystery. She appears to have materialized in Kyoto 3 months ago, seemingly enjoying herself, wandering about daily. Strangely, she often sells gems of unknown origin, while gathering supplies." Luo Qian had been careful to conceal her identity, exchanging the gems from her spatial inventory for cash, or simply giving them directly to merchants. Although the prices were sometimes inflated, this method ensured her whereabouts and intentions remained undisclosed, inadvertently creating an illusion of a carefree tourist. "Should we continue the investigation?" Yiling asked softly. Nan Gongchen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. After contemplating for a while, he took the change of clothes Yiling had prepared, declined them, and closed the door. Watching the door almost slam shut on his nose, Yiling took a step back, his cunning eyes narrowing with a sigh of relief for his quick reflexes. Otherwise, his nose might have suffered. Once Nan Gongchen changed into an elegant ensemble, a dark shirt, tailored trousers, a gray vest, and leather sleeves. He resembled the poised figure he was when Luo Qian had rescued him. As he approached her, Luo Qian had just finished her last bite of rice, letting out a small burp, and playfully licked the milk residue from the corner of her mouth. Observing her unconscious actions, Nan Gongchen felt an unbidden warmth creep to his ears, and he cleared his throat, his demeanor slightly awkward. "Hey, little one. Is there any food left?" Luo Qian, hearing him call her little one again, felt a surge of annoyance and retorted, "I am not little one. I have a name. It's Luo Qian." Listening to her lively voice, Nan Gongchen remained silent, thinking how endearing this little one was. In the past, anyone bold enough to approach him would have been swiftly dispatched to the crocodile pit, who would not tremble in fear at his presence. Yet this seemingly delicate girl exhibited no trace of fear towards him. Considering her bravery and the fact that she had saved him, he decided not to frighten her.
Meanwhile,
Luo Qian, observing the quiet two-legged creature standing before her, assumed he was simply too hungry to think straight. After contemplating, she retrieved a portion of food from the refrigerator and offered it to him. According to her readings, a benefactor was supposed to provide nourishment, which she believed was akin to what the books referred to as soft rice. Although it pained her slightly to part with food, she felt responsible for nurturing this two-legged creature, given their fated connection. Unaware of his transformation into a man being kept and indulging in soft rice, Nan Gongchen regarded the food offered by the little one, a subtle smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. This little creature was quite thoughtful, even warming the food for him. As they shared breakfast, Nan Gongchen gazed at Luo Qian, who was propped up on the table. "How did you bring me back?" he asked. The hotel was not near the suburban road, and he had been covered in blood at the time. How could such a delicate figure manage it? Chapter 5. The Wronged Little One. Luo Qian pondered for a moment, carefully selecting her words before replying. "There was a car accident. I pulled you from the wreckage and put you in a bag to bring you back." She gestured towards the black bag that had been carelessly left by the bed. Nan Gongchen followed her gesture. "A garbage bag?" He was momentarily speechless, clenching his teeth, unsure of how to respond. Yet, when he looked into her innocent eyes, a surge of frustration welled up within him, only to be forcibly suppressed. "Where are you from? Where are your family?" She appeared barely of age, and Yiling had mentioned that they could find no information about her, as if she had appeared out of thin air. Yet looking at her, it seemed unlikely she was sent by an enemy. After all, who would dispatch someone so foolish to assassinate him? Moreover, someone accustomed to violence would not possess the pure, untainted gaze she held. The appearance of the small creature, soft and delicate, resembles that of a pampered child from a wealthy family. Could it be that this little one has run away from home? "No, I have no family." Luo Qian's voice carried an almost imperceptible hint of grievance. Born to a life of abandonment, she was without father or mother and inexplicably swept into this unfamiliar realm through the creases of time. As thoughts of never seeing her sister, the lark, again, and of missing the delicious fruits she used to bring, flooded her mind, Luo Qian felt increasingly aggrieved. Seeing the little one hang her head, looking pitiful, Nan Gongchen's heart inexplicably quivered. Having never consoled anyone before, he unconsciously softened his tone. "Do not be sad. I won't ask any further." He set down his utensils and reached out to gently stroke her soft hair in an attempt to comfort her. The typically cold-hearted ruler of the night, Nan Gongchen, likely never imagined that one day he would treat another with such tenderness, wishing to shield her from sorrow, feeling as if his own heart had been pierced when she was distressed. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually falling in love with her. Luo Qian cherished sleep above all, spending a significant portion of her time in slumber during her time in the realm of cultivation. Thus, after a long day of gathering resources, she patted her comfortably full belly and began to drift into a drowsy state. Nan Gongchen, seated on a nearby sofa engrossed in paperwork, glanced up to see the little creature curled up and sleepy, and for reasons unknown, his mood inexplicably lifted, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Yi Zifeng, who had just delivered documents to Nan Gongchen, crouched at the door with Yiling Broling. "Please help me check if my eyes are deceiving me. Did I just see the boss smile? I heard that a little girl saved him. Where is she? Is she in the room? Could it be that the boss has finally blossomed?" Listening to Yi Zifeng's barrage of questions, Yiling narrowed his fox-like eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Discussing the boss's private matters? Haven't you learned your lesson? Do you want to go through special training again?" Wait, Broling. I won't say anything more, all right? I'm just concerned about the boss." Observing the smile on Yiling's face, Yi Zifeng sheepishly fell silent. Each time that old fox smiled, trouble was sure to follow. He muttered resentfully, "Am I not allowed to ask?" Seeing his expression, Yiling helplessly stood up. "Enough. After a day and night of hard work, go rest for a bit. This room is empty. You can choose any." "All right. Thank you, Broling." Upon hearing he could rest, Yi Zifeng joyfully hurried towards one of the vacant rooms, only to stop halfway. "Aren't we going back?" Yiling shook his head at him. He was uncertain himself, as one could never guess the boss's thoughts. "Fine." Yi Zifeng scratched his head, feeling disoriented. It seemed the boss had fallen in love, otherwise he wouldn't be reluctant to return to the villa. He was curious about what the girl who saved the boss looked like. Then he quickly waved his hand to dismiss the thought. Forget it. He didn't want to undergo special training in the primitive forest again. Watching the distant figure depart, Yiling felt exasperated. Both he and Xiaoyu had been adopted by the Nangong family since childhood, while Yi Zifeng was different. He had been picked up by Nan Gongchen during a return journey after a trade mission. Yi Zifeng was several years younger than them, having grown up trailing behind the boss and Xiaoyu. Although they shared no blood ties, they were closer than brothers. Despite his frequent mischief and straightforwardness, lacking the cunning of Yi Ling and Xiaoyu, he was still one of their own. With their protection, his troubles were hardly a concern. Yi Ling shook his head and instructed a nearby bodyguard to fetch some food to send over, also inquiring about Xiaoyu's arrival. The bodyguard straightened up at the mention. Mr. Qiao has already reached the city and is on his way to the hotel. Yi Ling nodded, rubbing his weary forehead before heading off to rest. When Luo Qian awoke from her drowsiness, the sky outside had turned dark, with the stars and full moon adorning the night. Nan Gongchen was speaking with Yi Ling at the door of the hotel room. Luo Qian shook off her sleepiness, realizing it was already 8 in the evening, and she had inadvertently slept through lunch. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window and gazing at the moon outside, she thought to herself that she could not let this happen. She must have 2 meals tonight to make up for missing lunch. After finishing his conversation, Nan Gongchen closed the door and noticed the little one standing by the window. Now awake, the moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a pristine glow upon the young girl, her eyes sparkling and clear, appearing to be filled with the cosmos. To Nan Gongchen, Luo Qian resembled an angel fallen to earth, more pure and beautiful than anything else in existence. He approached her and gently stroked her soft hair. I'm leaving now. Where to? I have urgent matters to attend to. I must depart immediately. Seeing the bewildered look in her eyes, a sense of unease stirred within Nan Gongchen. Would this naive little one be bullied in his absence? However, recalling the news Yi Ling had shared, he suppressed his emotions. He had waited 5 years for this opportunity and could not afford to miss it. The mastermind behind his parents' demise had escaped him 5 years ago, but he had finally traced his whereabouts. A shadow of determination flickered in Nan Gongchen's eyes as he turned his gaze back to Luo Qian, his expression softening as if nothing had transpired. Will you be all right here while I handle my affairs? I'll come back to find you. Luo Qian neither accepted nor declined, sensing his resolve even as she wished to keep him by her side. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Nan Gongchen donned his coat and swiftly departed. Luo Qian glanced at the celestial bodies outside. The 2-legged creatures weren't so bad after all, although initially fierce. She looked at the fate line on her ring finger and decided to pursue him. In the underground parking lot, as Nan Gongchen prepared to leave, a lively voice called out from behind. Despite having known each other for only a few days, her presence was already etched in his memory. Nan Gongchen. The little one's voice was not loud, yet he heard it clearly. Turning around, he saw the girl, her face flushed as she approached him. Why did you come out? Luo Qian raised her left hand, opening her palm to present him with a necklace adorned with a white, bell-shaped flower bud. The bud was a manifestation of her true self, carefully preserved in her spatial pocket. This necklace, crafted from a fallen bud, would protect him from harm should danger arise. And she would be able to sense it immediately. She had never gifted a bud to anyone before. This was her first time giving away a piece of herself. And she couldn't quite articulate why she felt compelled to do so. Wear it. It will keep you safe. As Nan Gongchen accepted the necklace from her palm, he pondered whether this could be the fabled token of love. Understood, he replied in a neutral tone, though the flush on his ears betrayed his inner excitement. The little one, with a delicate disposition, finds it difficult to hold back tears when faced with rejection. He must be embraced and concealed safely. As I departed, Nan Gongchen cast one last glance at Luo Qian. Sensing his intention to leave, she grasped his sleeve and implored him, foretelling an imminent upheaval, a calamity, and urged him to safeguard himself. Their connection ran deep, and revealing a fragment of truth would bear little consequence. Confounded yet compliant, Nan Gongchen nodded, albeit with uncertainty. During this period, refrain from venturing onto the sea, Luo Qian admonished with concern, to which he gently assuaged her with a soft voice. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Only when Luo Qian acknowledged his promise did he turn to depart. Upon noticing Yi Zifeng peering out from the car door, Nan Gongchen shot him a fierce glare before entering the vehicle. Startled, Yi Zifeng promptly withdrew his head and turned to the driver, Qiaoyu, exclaiming, Brother Qiao. I spotted that girl. No wonder the boss refuses to return to the villa. She is truly stunning, like a little angel. Is it possible that such an icy mountain as our boss could frighten her away? Xiao Yu coughed discreetly, gesturing for him to silence himself, but Yi Zifeng, oblivious, inquired about his throat. Just then, Nangong Chen's voice crackled through the intercom, startling Yi Zifeng nearly to the point of losing control. Should you wish to bask in the sun of the primordial forest, I would not mind escorting you. His tone was frigid, akin to a chilling frost. And no, boss. I was wrong. My apologies. I shall be silent. Yi Zifeng replied, mimicking the motion of zipping his lips. Lamenting his misfortune, how was he to know the intercom was still active? Xiao Yu, it was heavily implied. Alas, your wit eludes you. Yi Zifeng sniffles. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, dark and heavy as if poised to descend. Luo Qian was roused from her slumber by the thunderous roar, and as she approached the window, she witnessed the onset of disaster. Based on her knowledge gleaned from this world, humanity had dubbed such calamities in their cinematic productions as the apocalypse. The oppressive sounds of thunder and rain enveloped the atmosphere, rendering all of humanity into a prolonged stupor. Upon awakening, some may possess newfound abilities, while others remain ordinary, and a few may transform into grotesque, flesh-eating zombies. Unlike the rest, Luo Qian, being a fairy, remained unaffected, her consciousness intact amidst the chaos. Gazing out at the torrential downpour, she pressed her lips together. This rain was unlike any other, imbued with corrosive elements. The hotel had already succumbed to darkness as the storm unleashed its fury. Luo Qing retrieved candles and a solar-powered lamp from her space, the latter fully charged in anticipation. Being a five-star establishment, the hotel boasted the finest materials for its doors and windows, ensuring protection against theft and corrosion. As long as Luo Qian refrained from opening the door, the outside world could not intrude upon her sanctuary. Moreover, the quadrupeds had secured the adjacent rooms, rendering her surroundings safe and desolate. Luo Qian produced a telescope purchased from an outdoor supply store and peered outside. Its night vision capabilities allowed her to see clearly, despite the enveloping darkness. In the dead of night, aside from the bustling commercial district and snack streets, few souls lingered outdoors. The corrosive raindrops struck streetlights, pavement, and vehicles, leaving behind small blackened spots. Expressionless, Luo Qian observed the scene outside. What was destined to occur had finally arrived. The world outside seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. She remained in the hotel room for an extended period until the thunder and corrosive rain ceased. And the sky, which had been dark for an entire day and night, finally brightened. Humanity began to stir from its slumber, yet what awaited them was a harrowing transformation. Help! The cries from outside jolted the sleeping Luo Qian awake. She opened the curtains just a crack to peer outside, where a lifeless monstrosity, oozing decay, pursued a woman in her 30s or 40s. With a gaping maw reeking of blood, it lunged for her neck, and as the woman collapsed, the zombie pounced upon her, feasting upon her fresh flesh. Within mere moments, the lifeless woman sprang back to life, her neck ravaged to expose stark white bones, her eyes vacant as she stumbled aimlessly, mimicking the movements of the very creature that had devoured her. The zombie, sensing its kin, lost interest and resumed its aimless wandering in search of a new target. Before long, anguished screams echoed from every corner where people had gathered downstairs, a cacophony of terror rising and falling. Meanwhile, the few who had discerned the anomaly cowered in their shelters, trembling and uncertain of their fate. Chapter 7. Awakening of Abilities. Luo Qian drew the curtains and stowed away the telescope, recalling Nangong Chen's instruction to remain here. Reflecting on the concern evident in his gaze as he departed, she realized he likely harbored an unconscious worry for her safety. While still grappling with the complexities of human emotions, she recalled her sister, the lark, mentioning that one's eyes often reveal their truest self, serving as windows to the soul. What had once been an enigmatic statement now resonated within her. Nangong Chen possessed eyes that spoke volumes. A gentle smile crept upon Luo Qian's lips, her rosy cheeks forming delightful dimples as she sat foolishly grinning by the window until a growl from her stomach reminded her of her hunger. Unbeknownst to her, Nangong Chen had stealthily infiltrated her heart, gradually laying siege until her thoughts and affections were entirely consumed by him, and by the time she realized it, it was far too late. As she gazed at the steaming food she had retrieved from her space, Luo Qian, who prioritized her culinary delights above all, found herself contemplating that if the quadrupeds were a tad more agreeable and less fearsome, she might even be inclined to share half of her milk candies with him. Meanwhile, Nangong Chun had just awakened from his stupor. Each individual's constitution varied, and thus the abilities that awakened within them differed greatly, with initial power levels ranging widely. Most awakened abilities hovered at a nascent stage, while a rare few began at a level 1. Propped against the headboard, Nangong Chun, still disoriented from 3 days and nights of unconsciousness, longer than most, sensed a newfound vigor within his body. A potent energy surged, demanding release, and he felt stronger than ever before. Experimenting with this newfound power, he unleashed a surge of energy, instantly reducing the nearby furniture to charred remnants. Stunned, Nangong Chun stared at the powdery ash before him. But before he could fully process the situation, Yi Ling, stationed outside, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. "Boss, you have finally awakened." Upon witnessing Nangong Chun's awakening, Yi Ling felt a surge of exhilaration. He, alongside Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng, had regained consciousness a day prior. Upon awakening, they immediately discerned that their world had undergone a cataclysmic upheaval. However, Nangong Chun's prolonged unconsciousness had caused them considerable distress. What had transpired? Nangong Chun recalled that on that fateful day, after brutally dispatching his adversaries, rending them limb from limb and exacting vengeance, he had intended to return to Kyoto overnight aboard a private jet. Yet, midway through the journey, they encountered aberrant weather conditions. The once navigable skies gave way to a corrosive deluge, forcing the aircraft to execute an emergency landing in Wanchinj, a satellite city of Kyoto. Their plan to continue by road was thwarted when members of the entourage inexplicably succumbed to sudden slumber, and thereafter, his memory faded into oblivion. Sensing the inquiry in Nangong Chun's eyes, Yi Ling hastened to relay the recent developments and the latest intelligence. Shortly after their arrival from the airport, their leader had fallen unconscious. Ye Ling, Yao Yu, Ye Zifeng, and the few remaining awake comrades had no choice but to escort the incapacitated back to a private villa in Wanchinj for refuge. Soon after, most of their contingent also succumbed to an unnatural slumber. A global aberration had transpired. Humanity had been plunged into an unprecedented sleep overnight. Upon awakening, 90% of the planet's population had transformed into zombies, while a minuscule fraction of the remaining 10% had manifested extraordinary abilities. Presently, transportation and communication networks had collapsed. Coastal cities lay devastated by tsunamis, engulfed by relentless seawater incursions. The world had descended into chaos. After absorbing Yi Ling's succinct briefing, Nangong Chun gazed at the violet arcs of electricity coalescing in his palm, his mind drifting to Luo Qian's earlier admonitions. He felt a flicker of gratitude. Initially, he had contemplated traversing a portion of the journey by sea, but recalling Luo Qian's warning to avoid the ocean, he had opted for the plain instead. Evidently, her counsel had spared his life. Had he chosen the maritime route, he might never have reached shore. Previously, he had dismissed Luo Qian's cryptic demeanor as eccentric. But now he acknowledged her exceptional acumen. Yi Ling observed the crackling lightning in Nangong Chun's hand with admiration, repeatedly marveling at his leader's formidable prowess. Judging by his aura, Nangong Chun's abilities far surpassed those of Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng, who had each awakened elemental powers of metal, water, and fire respectively, but only at the initial tier. While their powers exceeded those of ordinary mortals, their unfamiliarity rendered them less effective in combat than bare-handed confrontations. According to their gathered intelligence, most gifted individuals awakened elemental abilities aligned with the 5 classical elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while a rare few manifested mutated abilities. However, those who had unlocked mutated powers numbered fewer than 10 across the entire planet. Awakening typically entailed confronting a metaphysical barrier. Only a select few managed to transcend this threshold, thereby amplifying their powers manifold. Prior to the global blackout and communication breakdown, official reports categorized abilities into tiers, each representing a breakthrough beyond a metaphysical gate. Nonetheless, Many had yet to even glimpse the threshold of the first tier, let alone ascend through the ranks. Since the apocalypse, all communication devices had fallen silent. Until the day before, sporadic external transmissions persisted, but now, not a single message pierced the void. Intelligence confirmed the planet's total subjugation and the world's descent into pandemonium. Nengong Chun retracted the lightning from his palm, thoughts turning to Luo Qian, still in Kyoto. Stirring unease. His brow furrowed involuntarily, lips pressed thin, his throat parched from prolonged unconsciousness. "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days and nights, came the reply. 3 days and nights. The duration deepened Nengong Chun's anxiety. With transportation and communication severed and the world in turmoil, he worried about the frail young woman. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved with unwavering determination, find a way to return to Kyoto. But leader, Yiling cautioned, Kyoto is densely populated and has long since fallen. Returning now is perilous. Beyond the hordes of ravenous undead, many bridges and roads have been corroded by incessant rain, severing transport routes. Additionally, Linuan has become the largest survivor enclave on the planet, drawing the remaining living there. Our people are stationed there, and much requires your leadership and strategic direction. Nengong Chen nodded, suppressing his formidable aura, yet radiating an imposing presence. Send Xiaoyu with our survivors to Linuan. We shall proceed to Kyoto. Yiling deliberated briefly. Is this to rescue the young lady? After a lengthy pause, Nengong Chen affirmed with resolute conviction. Yiling assented swiftly, promptly arranging the orders. The leader's decisions were absolute and unquestioned, even by Yiling himself. As he walked away, Yiling mused that the young woman clearly held a unique place in their leader's heart. Perhaps soon, the leader would have a sister-in-law, a rare blossom from his usually stoic demeanor. Chapter 8. Departing the hotel. After lunch, Luo Qian languidly reclined upon the hotel's grand bed. Outside, chaos reigned, yet the room's exemplary soundproofing and vacant neighboring quarters shielded her sensitive senses from disturbance. The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking the intrusion of light, while a solitary candle on the bedside emitted a soft, amber glow. Satiated and relaxed, the petite spirit felt as if her entire being had dissolved into softness, like a boneless entity. From her head sprouted tender buds and fresh green leaves. Half asleep, she suddenly sensed a subtle change, her moist, doe-like eyes fluttering open. Her delicate features, usually imbued with innocence, now bore a trace of worry, her brows knitting gently. Approaching the bed, Luo Qian parted the curtains just enough to peer outside. The tumultuous noises had gradually abated. Most survivors had transformed into zombies, while the living cowered silently in shadowed recesses, fearful to utter even a whisper. Extending a finger, she traced the air, conjuring faint rings of pale green light that expanded outward. Moments later, a venerable tree near the hotel stirred its leaves gently, as though communicating with Luo Qian. 15 minutes later, she closed the window, her expression grave. She must depart immediately. Luo Qian's true form was that of a plant, endowing her with extraordinary attunement to nature and the ability to commune with flora. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had observed profound shifts. Humanity, the environment, even the planet's magnetic field had begun deviating from their original courses. When she first arrived, the world's plants had been ordinary, devoid of sentience. Yet since the catastrophe, flora and fauna alike appeared to be evolving nascent consciousness. Though only a select few plants had developed rudimentary intelligence sufficient for basic communication with her, the trajectory suggested that one day these botanical entities would become immensely powerful. Just moments ago, through her communion with an ancient tree outside the hotel, centuries old and newly awakened to sentience, she had gleaned critical intelligence. The ancient tree urged her to depart swiftly, relaying the message conveyed by a little sparrow that had just alighted upon its branch after flying in from the north. The sparrow warned of a burgeoning horde of filthy, malodorous, and grotesquely staggering bipedal creatures advancing in their direction. Increasingly, those who once lingered by the roadside were being drawn into their ranks, leaving behind a trail of ruin and desolation wherever they passed. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qian began to gather her belongings. According to the tree's account, this was most likely a zombie outbreak, a phenomenon she had previously encountered in human television dramas. Crucially, This undead tide was inexorably approaching her current location, swelling in number and scope. Calculating the distance and time, she estimated that by around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the zombie swarm would engulf the area. Although the bipedal creature had instructed her to wait, it was evident that lingering here was no longer viable. To remain would almost certainly cost her life. She observed that the flower bud she had left for Nangong Chun remained undisturbed, signifying his safety. Moreover, the thick red thread binding her to the bipedal creature suggested a profound destiny, ensuring their paths would cross again. Aware that this world was on the brink of transformation, Luo Qian resolved not to linger too long in one place. All her provisions were stowed within a spatial dimension, leaving little to retrieve from the hotel room. She swiftly packed with remarkable efficiency, not overlooking even the disposable toothbrush and slippers, and took the opportunity to scour the vacant rooms Nangong-chan had reserved before his departure. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 3 in the afternoon, leaving roughly 2 hours before the zombie tide would sweep through this vicinity. She casually detached a chair leg, weighing it in her hand and finding it surprisingly manageable. Retrieving the keys to an off-road vehicle from her spatial storage, she slipped them into the left pocket of her trousers and, with a nonchalant sway, opened the door and stepped outside. The hotel elevator had long since ceased operation, so Luo Qian headed toward the emergency staircase. A few scattered zombies lurked in the corridors, their keen senses of smell and hearing causing them to lunge toward any scent or sound of humans. Yet, curiously, these zombies paid her no heed, as if oblivious to her presence. Even when she made noise, they merely turned their stiff necks indifferently before resuming their aimless wandering. Luo Qian surmised that because her essence was plant-based, emitting a supernatural aura devoid of human scent, she held no allure for the zombies. Emboldened by this realization, she frolicked unabashedly toward the hotel's underground parking lot. Although the zombies were currently feeble and slow, so much so that even a child could easily dispatch one with a single blow, their sheer numbers were daunting. Their disinterest in her spared her considerable exertion. Truth be told, these mutated zombies were repulsive, their bodies dirted and reeking from devouring flesh. Luo Qian, with a touch of disdain, thought how fortunate she was to keep a distance from these filthy creatures, preserving her own cleanliness as they refrained from approaching. The underground parking lot was dim, illuminated only by the beam of her flashlight. A handful of zombies meandered aimlessly within. As she prepared to proceed, a small pebble landed at her feet. Looking toward its origin, she spotted a luxury business vehicle nearby, occupied by 2 men and a woman. Only the front passenger side window was slightly ajar. Noticing her gaze, the trio hastily raised the window a few centimeters and whispered anxiously, careful not to attract the attention of the nearby zombies. "Hey, little girl, come save us," the woman implored softly, her lips a vivid flame red. Despite their caution, the sound drew some zombies toward the vehicle. The 3, visibly terrified as the zombies approached, were on edge. Observing the wooden stick in Luo Qian's hand, they assumed that although she appeared frail, her boldness in wandering so openly amid such peril suggested courage. The bald, burly man called out weakly, "Hey, go kill that zombie. Don't let it get near." They had been trapped inside the car for several days, too frightened to venture out for fear of being bitten. Their dwindling supplies were long exhausted, leaving them weak and barely able to speak. Luo Qian pointed to herself with a puzzled expression, silently questioning their sanity. The bald man urged, "What are you waiting for? It's coming." Strangely, the zombies converged on their vehicle rather than on Luo Qian, who stood unprotected nearby. Logically, she should have been the more vulnerable target, yet the undead showed no interest in her. The man, gripped by panic, had no time to ponder this anomaly. Hearing their pleas, Luo Qian leisurely picked up the pebble they had thrown and tossed it in her hand. Just as they anticipated her rescue, a sharp crack resounded as the bulletproof glass of the luxury vehicle erupted with a small hole. She dropped the chair leg she had been holding, waved her empty hands at them in a gesture of nonchalance, and turned away. The chair leg had initially been intended as a weapon for defense, but since the zombies showed no aggression toward her, it was unnecessary to bear it. As Luo Qian departed, the trio sought to call her back, but a cluster of zombies had already surrounded their vehicle. Terrified, they hurriedly sealed the windows and remained silent. Luo Qian found the off-road vehicle parked in the underground lot. Its front, previously damaged in an accident, had been fully repaired and reinforced, undoubtedly the work of Nangong Chun's arrangements. She opened the door, slid inside, noted the fuel tank was full, and, with additional reserves stored in her spatial dimension, started the engine and hastily drove away from the hotel. Emerging from the parking garage, Luo Qian beheld the outside world for the first time in days. Previously, she had only observed through binoculars, unaffected emotionally, but now immersed within it. She truly grasped the onset of the apocalypse. The once bustling streets were now desolate and forlorn, walls stained with dried, darkened blood. Many buildings had succumbed to corrosion and collapse, while wrecked vehicles and decaying corpses littered the avenues. A few zombies, missing limbs, dragged their entrails aimlessly. Though Luo Qian was new to this world, the bleak sight stirred a subtle sorrow within her. She navigated the roads cautiously, circumventing numerous obstacles. Fortunately, before the evening's 5 o'clock hour, she reached the outskirts of Kyoto, marking the boundary of the city. As Luo Qian came to a halt, intending to take a brief respite, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of Kyoto not far away, the intensity so great that she felt the very ground beneath her tremble. Several surviving birds took flight from the skies above Kyoto, their startled cries piercing the air. Luo Qian directed her focus towards the source of the commotion, striving to discern the trajectory of the approaching horde of zombies. The relentless tide surged through Kyoto, directly traversing the hotel where she had once resided, before veering away in the opposite direction from her escape route. Once the horde had passed, a wave of relief washed over her. The scale of the onslaught was monumental, with thousands of the undead relentlessly advancing and new members joining their ranks along the way. Despite being a fairy who had cultivated her powers for over a millennium and possessing formidable abilities, she realized that the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. It would take at least 3 days and nights to vanquish them all. As twilight descended, Luo Qian concealed her vehicle in a secluded space and sought refuge in a small shop she stumbled upon. The items within the shop were in disarray, bearing evidence of previous rummaging and looting. After ensuring her safety, she scavenged through the shop, collecting all usable items and provisions, filling 2 large boxes to the brim. The little fairy was elated at her fortunate find, indulging in an extra bowl of rice, and after satisfying her hunger, she languidly reclined on a makeshift bed crafted from cardboard, contemplating her next destination. After deep reflection, she found herself at a loss for where to go, as she knew no one in this world besides perhaps Nangong Chen. Yet, her knowledge of his whereabouts was limited to the assurance that he was safe. Although she had grown up in a valley, nurtured by nature, she was utterly directionless. The more she pondered, the more she felt a sense of pity for herself. And in a moment of resignation, she decided to wander aimlessly, believing that her fate would ultimately lead her to the 2-legged creatures she was so fond of. At the break of dawn the following day, Luo Qian had a hearty breakfast before setting off in her vehicle towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, Nangong Chen, having endured a challenging 2-day journey back to Kyoto due to poor road conditions, stood before a scene of devastation. The once vibrant heart that had blossomed due to thoughts of Luo Qian now lay in desolation. The zombie horde had transformed the 5-star hotel into a mere ruin, with a few scattered zombies nearby swiftly dealt with by Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng, who moved with agility, observing his leader, standing motionless. Yi Zifeng contemplated whether to offer comfort, but was instead pulled aside by Yi Ling to a nearby corner. Nangong Chen gazed at the ruins, where collapsed walls bore the weight of lifeless bodies, both human and undead, surrounded by dried blood stains, the air thick with the stench of decay. He stood in silence for what felt like an eternity, clutching the white bud that Luo Qian had given him, feeling as though something was suffocating him. Memories of her cheerful smile as he left the underground parking lot flooded his mind. She had seemed so delicate, and he could not fathom that she was gone. With determination, Nangong Chen began to clear the rubble before him, and noticing his efforts, Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng rushed to assist him. The trio labored amidst the debris of the hotel for a significant time, their bodies covered in grime, hair dusted with ash, and hands stained with mud and blood. It was in this moment that Nangong Chen first recognized the significance of this small being to him, despite their brief acquaintance. He scoured the entire wreckage, but found no trace of Luo Qian, leaving him uncertain whether to feel hope or despair. As Luo Qian drove on, she would stop to rest when fatigued, engaging in idle chatter with the grass by the roadside. She observed that the flora and fauna of this world appeared markedly more intelligent than before the apocalypse. After 2 days of travel, the evening air grew oppressively warm, and despite it still being early spring, the temperature had soared to over 40 degrees Celsius. Rubbing her slightly hungry belly, she retrieved a box of self-heating rice from her trunk to satiate her hunger. Having exited the city of Kyoto, she found the dense urban landscape thinning, only to discover that the roadside structures had become more frequent again, signaling her arrival at another town inhabited by humans. Luo Qian noted that, likely due to the recent onset of the apocalypse, many shops, despite having been ransacked, still contained an abundance of food and supplies. Throughout her journey, she scavenged numerous items left behind in these looted stores. Occasionally, her luck would shine, and entire malls or small shops would be mostly intact, allowing her to collect a bounty of goods to store in her ample space, which was more than sufficient to accommodate her finds. Chapter 10. Collecting Medicines. After her meal, Luo Qian stowed her vehicle and intended to take a leisurely stroll, but inadvertently found herself in a suburban hospital on the outskirts of Linqi, Kyoto. Before her stood a white building with European architectural style, several high-rise structures interconnected. Her heightened senses, far superior to those of the average person, alerted her to the presence of numerous zombies within. However, the little fairy was unperturbed. For some reason, the undead seemed indifferent to her presence, ignoring her as she walked past their foul-smelling forms. With curiosity piqued, she ventured inside, rarely encountering such European-style architecture in this world. As she explored, she observed the throngs of zombies aimlessly wandering within the hospital's interior, the once pristine white walls now marred with splatters of dark crimson and severed limbs strewn about. A zombie clad in a white coat, complete with a stethoscope, ambled past her, turning its stiff neck to glance at her before continuing on its way. The proximity almost caused Luo Qian to retch from the putrid odor, prompting her to hastily don a thick mask from her space, which alleviated her discomfort significantly. Maintaining her composure, she navigated through the Horde, and upon reaching the hospital's reception area, she spotted a beautiful zombie repeatedly colliding with the front desk barrier, futilely attempting to breach it. With a casual flick, she swatted aside the zombie obstructing her path, dispatching the disobedient ones with ease. After all, these zombies no longer qualified as living beings, devoid of any semblance of life, thus she felt no guilt in their demise. Continuing uninterrupted, she ascended to the second floor, where the number of zombies was considerably diminished. The directionally challenged fairy flitted about like a headless fly, serendipitously arriving at the storeroom in the southwest corner of the second floor. With delicate fingers, she skillfully opened the storeroom's security door. The space was expansive, encompassing 3 floors, creating a vast area. To facilitate access to medications, doors leading directly to the storeroom were installed on each level. Inside, an array of shelves displayed a diverse assortment of pharmaceuticals. Luo Qian recalled from the apocalyptic films she had devoured before that such items were of paramount importance. She contemplated the vast collection of medicines spread across the 3 floors, realizing that while she did not particularly require these supplies, thoughts of the 2-legged creatures flitted through her mind inexplicably. With a swift gesture of her petite hand, the storeroom, once brimming with supplies, transformed into an empty expanse in an instant. Luo Qian meticulously stored every medicinal item, along with the shelves that housed them, into her personal spatial realm. The ample space alleviated any concerns about capacity. After casting a final glance at the desolate room, which echoed with the faintest sounds of her own breath, she turned and departed. As she ambled alongside the hospital, Luo Qian observed her surroundings. Although she had cleared the storeroom of its contents, this was still a hospital, and scattered remnants of supplies remained in the accessible shelves and patient rooms. However, she chose not to collect these items. The disarray made it cumbersome for her, and she felt a sense of principle in leaving some resources behind, a small kindness for any desperate soul who might venture here in search of aid. After all, she was a principled little sprite, one who believed in leaving a trace of her presence, as she found bare and desolate places rather unappealing. After a leisurely exploration of the hospital, boredom nudged Luo Qian to take her leave. Yet, she had scarcely ventured far when a frantic group burst forth. Comprising 2 men and a woman, One youthful lad stumbled and fell face first to the ground, eliciting a sigh from the more composed, bald man beside him. Just as he raised his hand to chastise his younger brother, the woman intervened, pacifying him with a gentle touch. The blue-haired youth quickly sought refuge behind her, and she reassuredly clasped the man's hand, prompting him to cease his intended reprimand. Luo Qian observed the trio that had unexpectedly appeared before her. The man and woman, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, were ordinary folk, yet the seemingly unreliable blue-haired youth emitted an unusual energy that piqued her interest. This peculiar energy, though distinct from the spiritual powers of her own realm, bore an inexplicable resemblance, possessing an attribute akin to the metal element of the 5 elements. Pondering this for a few moments, Luo Qian was on the verge of discreetly departing when the woman called out to her, halting her steps. The woman's voice, laced with a hint of dialect, yet strikingly clear and assertive, reached her ears. "Hey there, little girl, what are you doing alone? Just ahead is a hospital, and there are many zombies around. It's dangerous for a young girl like you." Having spent considerable time as a sprite in the mountains, Luo Qian had grown somewhat accustomed to this world, yet she still found social interactions awkward and remained silent. The woman gently patted her shoulder, exhaling a sigh. Alas, this world is truly perilous. Just as she was about to continue speaking, the bald man, who had been scanning the surroundings, approached and whispered to the woman. "We attracted quite a few zombies while gathering supplies. We need to leave quickly. There are numerous zombies nearby, and if they catch up to us, we could be trapped here." Nodding in understanding, the woman met the bald man's gaze before turning to Luo Qian, taking her hand. "Little girl, it will be dark in a few hours. This place isn't safe. Please come with us." Luo Qian's innate instincts as a sprite allowed her to sense that the trio bore no ill intentions. Moreover, she held no fear, for even should they harbor malice, their numbers could not possibly match her power. Most notably, she felt a familiar and faint aura surrounding them, akin to that of her own kind, which encouraged her to comply as the woman led her away. Suddenly, the sound of zombies echoed nearby, prompting the woman to glance back and see several figures approaching. Anxiously, she looked at Luo Qian, who showed no signs of objection, and hurriedly pulled her along, following the bald man who cleared the path. The youth took up the rear. Despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he displayed agility as he used his metal abilities to hurl debris at the zombies, temporarily halting their advance. After running for a while, they reached a walled village, surrounded by layers of iron fencing. The trio guided Luo Qian through a maze of narrow paths to a makeshift entrance. The bald man knocked lightly on a dilapidated iron gate, which creaked open from within. A young man, similar in age to the youth, appeared, his tidy crew cut giving him a stern appearance. After a brief exchange, the bald man nodded at the woman, and they entered the village with Luo Qian in tow. Chapter 11. The Old Sephora Tree. The village appeared sparsely populated, with tightly shut doors and the occasional hurried passerby, who quickly exchanged greetings before continuing on their way. The woman led Luo Qian towards her home, reassuring her along the way. "Don't be afraid. This village is relatively safe. Ever since the apocalypse began, many from surrounding villages have turned into zombies, and many lives have been lost. The villagers have become fearful, which is why they seem distant. I'm Zhang Gihua. You can call me Sister Gihua from now on." She gestured toward the 2 men nearby. "That's my husband, Zhao Huaqiang, and his brother, Zhao Huajia." Luo Qian nodded in acknowledgement towards the men. The youth turned to her with a goofy grin, showcasing his 8 pearly teeth, albeit somewhat stiffly, his cheeks flushing under her gaze. Zhang Gihua's family resided near the heart of the village in a modest, tidy home. During the evening, she warmly welcomed Luo Qian, serving her a bowl of boiled potatoes. In this post-apocalyptic world, where corrosive rain had rendered 90% of the earth barren, food scarcity had become a dire issue, making even a simple bowl of steamed potatoes a precious commodity. Luo Qian sat quietly on a stool, while Zhao Huajia, having spent the day gathering supplies, was drawn to the fragrant bowl of potatoes, his hunger evident. As soon as the dish was placed on the table, he began to devour the contents ravenously. Zhao Huaqiang, witnessing this, swiftly struck his brother's hand with his chopsticks, his expression serious. "At your age, you should be more mindful of your manners." Having lost their parents early, the brothers relied on each other, with Zhao Huaqiang playing the role of a stern guardian throughout their upbringing. Zhao Huajie winced at the reprimand, casting a forlorn glance at his brother, prompting Zhang Yihua to drop 2 potatoes into his bowl, chiding her husband. Oh, come on. Huajie has been out all day, helping gather supplies. He must be starving. Exactly, Zhao Huajie chimed in, grateful for his sister-in-law as assistance. Watching this harmonious scene unfold within the family, Luo Qian felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. The tender affection shared among family members evoked a sense of envy in the little fairy, nurtured since childhood. She inexplicably recalled Nengong Chen, pondering where that 2-legged creature might be now. Zhang Yihua, noticing Luo Qian sitting quietly, initially assumed the girl was mute. She picked up a piece of potato and placed it in the porcelain bowl before Luo Qian, her gaze warm as she gestured for her to eat. With a nod, Luo Qian began to nibble delicately. After dinner, Zhang Yihua thoughtfully prepared a small room for Luo Qian to stay in. The space, long unoccupied, was laden with dust. But Zhang Yihua's swift hands soon cleared it. A solitary candle flickered within, its dim light wavering in the evening breeze. From her pocket, Zhang Yihua produced a small paper packet and handed it to Luo Qian. Upon opening it, Luo Qian found a dark, clumpy substance resembling soot. Confused, she looked up at Zhang Yihua, who smiled and pointed at her face. You are beautiful, but these times are perilous. Apply this to your face to darken it for safety. Although Luo Qian did not fully comprehend Zhang Yihua's intent, she sensed no malice and nodded in gratitude. Zhang Yihua, momentarily surprised by Luo Qian's voice, beamed at her.
So you can speak.
Rest well now and call for me if you need anything. I'll be next door. With that, she took a flashlight and exited, closing the door behind her. Lying on the earthen bed, Luo Qian gazed out at the moonlight, which seemed brighter than ever, gradually succumbing to slumber. In her drowsy state, she felt as though the moon in this world mirrored the one from her realm, both familiar and comforting. In the stillness of the night, the village was enveloped in deep sleep, with the soft moonlight bathing Luo Qian, resembling an angel fallen to earth or an ethereal fairy. In her dreams, she sensed a peculiar energy wave, rousing her from her slumber. She shook her tousled black curls and ambled to the window, her luminous eyes fixated on the southeastern corner of the village before she climbed out. On the deserted country path, the occasional chirp of cicadas and croaks of frogs echoed, as the timid little fairy hugged herself tightly and quickened her pace towards the village's southeast. She felt an unusual presence there, a familiar aura far more potent than what she had sensed earlier from the Zhang family. After about 15 minutes, Luo Qian halted, gazing up at a magnificent sight before her. The ancient locust tree towered skyward, its lush foliage cascading from the treetop. With a trunk measuring approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, older than Luo Qian herself, who had cultivated into a spirit. Bathed in moonlight, the tree emitted a soft glow, and as Luo Qian approached, she reached out to touch its rough bark. To her astonishment, she discovered that this majestic tree, like herself, could absorb the power of the stars, albeit in a manner somewhat distinct. With her eyes closed and long, curled lashes fluttering gently, she placed her hands on the trunk, attempting to communicate with it. The ancient tree sensed her kinship, its sprawling branches curling around her delicate arms. It revealed that it had survived in this world for over 1,000 years and was nearing the end of its life. However, just as it teetered on the brink of demise, an inexplicable surge of energy had erupted, triggered by an apocalyptic event. This extraordinary energy wave, powerful enough to alter the planet's magnetic field, had allowed it to endure and miraculously evolve into a sentient being. The ancient tree had awakened before any other creature within a 1,000-mile radius, while only a few of the weaker plants had begun to develop a flicker of consciousness, albeit faintly. It explained that after the cataclysm, the remaining flora and fauna were preparing to undergo evolution in response to the increasingly hostile environment and the corrosive effects of acid rain on the soil. It sensed that soon, this world's climate would undergo a dramatic transformation, causing plants to enter a deep slumber, only to awaken to a grand celebration of life. Chapter 12. The Gift. The ancient tree rustled its lush leaves, its voice resonating with age. You appear to be a being not of this world. You are distinctly different. Yet I am drawn to your essence. Luo Qian's expression reflected confusion as she listened to the tree continue. You are endearing, compelling me to draw near. Yet your strength fills me with awe and trepidation. I am on the verge of fading away. The tree's words were often cryptic, leaving the little fairy somewhat bewildered.
Why?
My energy is waning. Were it not for the apocalypse granting me sentience and the ability to absorb stellar power, I would have long since perished.
Now.
I truly am at my limit. Upon hearing this, Luo Qian gazed at the ancient tree, her form beginning to radiate a soft green light as a warm energy flowed towards it. The tree shook its leaves, the branches extending gently, tugging at Luo Qian's hand. It is futile. I am not like you. Luo Qian's brow furrowed in curiosity as the ancient tree's voice echoed again. Though I have evolved to absorb the power of the stars, our abilities differ. In what way? Unlike you, who embodies the stars themselves, drawing their power into your being, making it a part of you, I merely borrow the energy that flows through me, but it does not remain. After a pause, akin to a long sigh, it continued, I am running out of strength. Allow me to gift you one final present. The ancient tree's aged voice dissipated, and a gust of wind swept through, causing its crown to appear even more luxuriant. Clusters of white buds began to emerge from the verdant leaves, slowly blooming, filling the air with a rich fragrance that enveloped Luo Qian. Its trunk shone with an even more radiant light, and as the ancient tree began to fade, a transparent, crystalline shard fell from the sky, landing in Luo Qian's palm. The crystal glimmered with a soft luminescence, imbued with profound power. Luo Qian clenched her hands around the crystal, feeling the energy it contained. This was the crystallized essence of the ancient tree. This is my core. May it assist you. The last echoes of the ancient tree's voice accompanied its complete dissolution beneath the moonlight. Luo Qian stared at the place where the ancient tree had vanished, gripping the crystal core in her palm, a profound sense of solitude enveloping her. Upon returning to her small dwelling, dawn had already broken outside. She sat quietly by the window, reflecting on the night's events, contemplating the crystal core in her hand and recalling the golden energy fluctuations she had sensed from the Zhao family. This world was gradually transforming, as the ancient tree had foretold, with plants and animals on the cusp of a comprehensive evolution. She pondered the possibility that a rare few might evolve the ability to absorb the power of the stars, akin to the ancient tree. However, she understood from its words that the capacity to absorb stellar power in this world would differ from her own. Luo Qian placed the ancient tree's crystal core into her spatial realm, having sensed that the energy within could be absorbed for her cultivation. She initially believed that this world lacked the rich spiritual energy found in the realm of immortal cultivation, and that relying solely on the power of the stars would render her further cultivation exceedingly difficult. However, unbeknownst to her, while God closed one door, he seemed to quietly open another. This world was undergoing a subtle transformation, and the future might hold boundless possibilities. Luo Qianming pondered for half the day, her small mind in disarray, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. When she could not fathom a coherent thought, she shook the flower bud that had sprouted atop her head without her noticing. Gazing out at the dawn breaking through the window, she rose and stretched languidly. She retrieved the pot-bottom ash that Zhang Yihua had given her the previous day and, after a moment of contemplation, applied it to her face. Although she had not grasped its meaning at the time, the many films and dramas she had watched recently were not in vain, even if somewhat slow. She had come to understand. As Luo Qian finished preparing and stepped out of her room, she encountered Zhao Huaqiang and Zhang Yihua hurrying outside. Upon seeing Luo Qian emerge, Zhang Yihua paused to hastily convey a few words. Sister, we must head out. We heard that the sacred tree in the village mysteriously vanished last night, and the village chief is calling everyone for a meeting. You cannot imagine how extraordinary that tree was. It had stood in this village for countless years, revered by the villagers. Its sudden disappearance overnight is truly alarming. With that, Zhang Yihua and Zhao Huaqiang hurried away, leaving Luo Qian in silence as she watched their retreating figures. The familiar aura she had sensed from them upon their return the previous day seemed to have faded considerably. It was no wonder that this village had managed to maintain its order in the aftermath of the apocalypse, as the number of villagers transformed into zombies was significantly lower than that of the outside world. It seemed the ancient locust tree had used its dwindling energy to protect the villagers, but now that it had withered away, the situation appeared dire. The little sprite gazed after the three departing figures, her eyes reflecting a burgeoning emotion known as concern. In the southeast corner of the village, all the villagers had gathered. An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, stood hunched in the center, leaning on his cane as he cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. As soon as he spoke, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, and the villagers turned to the old village chief with questions. Chief, what shall we do? How could the sacred tree vanish overnight? This world is truly a middle-aged man in his 30s interjected as the crowd quieted, and another man beside him quickly chimed in.
Yes.
Yes. What shall we do, Chief? Since the onset of the apocalypse, many surrounding villages have had their inhabitants transformed into zombies, yet our village has been relatively unscathed. This must be due to the protection of the sacred locust tree that our ancestors revered. Now that it has disappeared, our village is in grave danger. The crowd, once calm, began to murmur restlessly at the man's remarks. The old village chief tapped his cane and coughed once more. The villagers wore troubled expressions, and whispers circulated among them, with one voice suggesting, could something have angered the sacred tree, causing it to withdraw its protection from us? The crowd then began recounting various recent events in the village. Chapter 13. The Sacrifice. The clamor of voices persisted until a youthful voice mentioned that the Zhao family had brought back a girl from outside the village. She arrived not long before the sacred tree vanished. Who knows what that means? Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, followed by a fierce eruption of disputes. Silence. Silence. The old village chief shouted, sensing the crowd's growing unrest. Once they quieted, their gazes followed the old chief as he turned to the silent Zhao Huaqiang and his family. The Zhao family, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and the fervent accusations, stood frozen, wanting to defend themselves, but unable to utter a word amidst the agitated crowd. The old village chief's wrinkles appeared even deeper as he regarded the Zhao family with a serious expression. Huaqiang, you explain what transpired. Zhao Huaqiang hesitated, unsure of how to respond, while Zhang Guihua anxiously tugged at his sleeve. He glanced back at her to reassure her, then turned to the old village chief and the assembled villagers. Chief, we did indeed bring a girl back with us while collecting supplies yesterday. However, she is simply an ordinary girl. Surviving in this apocalypse is a challenge for anyone. How could she possibly be connected to the tree's disappearance? The old village chief remained silent, lost in thought. The young man who had initially spoken noted the quietude in the crowd, muttering, "The villagers' doubts are not without merit." The girl arrived just before the tree vanished. In this apocalypse, strange occurrences are not uncommon. Who knows if she possesses any unusual traits? Villager A chimed in, yes. Yes, right. In this world, it's better to wrongly accuse 100 than to let one escape. If that girl truly poses a threat, the entire village could pay the price. Villager B added, indeed. And Huaqiang, you mentioned that surviving as a girl in this apocalypse is difficult. How did she manage before you encountered her? The area outside the village is teeming with zombies. Even a few strong men might not survive out there. Who knows what kind of creature she could be? Villager C agreed vehemently. We cannot let that girl go. Sacrificing her could save the entire village. Villager D suggested ominously. Perhaps she angered the sacred tree, causing it to disappear and withdraw its protection. If we sacrifice her, the tree will surely reappear to safeguard us. Villager E echoed, yes. Yes, let us sacrifice her. This way, our village and its inhabitants will regain the tree's protection. The crowd erupted in a fervor, chants of sacrifice. 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 Echoing through the air, each voice calling for the same grim fate. The old village chief remained silent for a long moment before addressing the Zhao family. The villagers' concerns are valid. We must ascertain what she truly is. Huaqiang, sacrificing one to save the many is not unjust, especially considering she is merely an outsider with an unknown origin. The old village chief's tone grew commanding as he turned his gaze to Zhao Huaqiang, who remained silent. Huaqiang, that girl was brought into the village by your family. Now, you shall lead us to her. Given your family's long-standing residence in this village, it is your chance to atone for the situation. But if you protect her, the chief's eyes glinted with a predatory intensity, akin to a serpent poised to strike. As he regarded Zhang Guihua and the Zhao family, Understanding the warning in the chief's gaze, Zhao Huaqiang took a deep breath and reluctantly nodded, leading the crowd toward his home. As they departed along the village's main road, he glanced back at the Zhao family. They exchanged a knowing look and quietly slipped away from the crowd, hastening down a seldom-traveled, overgrown path that had fallen into disuse since the construction of the cement road years prior. However, there exists a swifter route to their residence than the main road, allowing for the first opportunity to locate Luo Qian. The couple, Zhao Huaqiang and his wife, strode ahead with expressions laden with concern. They were acutely aware of Luo Qian's innocence, yet in the face of collective outrage and the imminent threat to their families' lives, their power felt woefully inadequate. Perhaps they should never have brought Luo Qian back in the first place. Their actions had inadvertently led to her plight.
Now,
all they could hope for was that the Zhao family's son would hasten to whisk Luo Qian away. When the time came, they could easily concoct an excuse, claiming that she had fled, thereby deflecting any ire from the villagers away from themselves. A throng, nearly comprising the entire village, advanced toward Zhao Huaqiang's home. Yet at the very rear of the procession, no one noticed an individual who had fallen far behind. This person, after a few gasping breaths, collapsed onto the ground, forsaken by the crowd. Lying motionless as if drained of strength, their rigid limbs twitched in a grotesque manner. Following a chaotic struggle, they abruptly rose to their feet, their pupils having vanished, leaving only the whites of their eyes, their skin transformed to a lifeless ashen hue. They paused for a few seconds, then were lured by the sounds not far away and the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the village, the sentinels who had been on guard began to doze off, losing their balance and collapsing backward as if bereft of consciousness. The individual on the ground appeared to have ceased breathing, but soon their stiff arms began to bend and move. Meanwhile, Luo Qian, who had been basking in the sunlight, was dozing lightly with squinted eyes. Just as she was slipping into a deeper slumber, a figure from the Zhao family scaled the wall and entered. Luo Qian stood up, puzzled, as he hurried to her side and briefly conveyed the urgency of the situation. You must leave at once. The sacred tree in the village has vanished, and the villagers believe you are to blame. They intend to sacrifice you to the tree. I know a hidden path leading out of the village. Follow me quickly. Luo Qian, noting the urgency in his grip on her sleeve, gleaned a fragment of information from his few words. Recalling the scene of the great tree's disappearance the previous night, she attempted to explain to Zhao Huaqiang. Ultimately, all things must return to dust. Its life has reached its inevitable conclusion. Zhao Huaqiang paused momentarily, perplexed by her words, but his heightened senses, sharp as those of an awakened, supernatural being, detected the approaching villagers, their footsteps drawing nearer. He swiftly pulled Luo Qian along as they made their way outward. Evidently, Luo Qian also heard the commotion. She glanced back towards the source of the noise before turning her gaze to the blue-haired youth ahead. What about Brother Zhao and Sister Giwa? What will you do? The youth, sensing her concern, reassured her with a dismissive wave of his hand as they continued walking. It's nothing to worry about. If the villagers cannot find you, they will assume you have fled. Our family has lived in this village for quite some time. Even if we face some blame, it will not endanger us. If necessary, we can simply relocate elsewhere. Had it not been for the relative safety of this village, we would have departed long ago. Here, every resource we gather must be surrendered, and we are treated like mere beasts of burden. We, as supernatural beings, fare even worse. In the entire village, there are only 3 of us who have awakened. During the day, we must forage for food, and at night, we may have to stand guard. No matter how strong we are, it's only a matter of time before we succumb to exhaustion. My brother and sister-in-law have long wished for a change of scenery. You need not worry. Chapter 14, The Downfall. Reassured by Zhao Huaqiang's words, Luo Qian followed him as they hastened towards the village's outskirts. From what she gathered, there were others in the village who possessed abilities like his, though she had only just arrived and had yet to meet them. It appeared that in this post-apocalyptic world, humanity not only mutated into zombies, but also awakened various supernatural powers. As they rushed towards the village's exit, a youth of similar age to Zhao Huaqiang obstructed their path. Luo Qian observed him. He exuded the same aura of supernatural energy as Zhao Huaqiang, though his powers were of the earth element and somewhat weaker. Zhao Huaqiang frowned at the newcomer, his tone tinged with displeasure, for this person had long harbored jealousy over his abilities and had consistently sought to provoke them. Now, of all times, he had chosen to approach. Zhang Shi, what do you want? Zhang Shi chuckled derisively, his lips curling upward as he squinted at Zhao Huaqiang. Humph. I saw you sneaking around just now. It was evident you were up to no good. As he spoke, his gaze flickered to Luo Qian, momentarily entranced by her beauty. No, she couldn't possibly be human. How could a mere mortal possess such enchanting allure? He recalled someone mentioning in a village meeting that perhaps she was a monster. And he quickly shook off his stupor. The sacred tree must have vanished because of her. After all, one's life was of utmost importance. Moreover, now that he was a supernatural being, if Zhao Huaqiang were to be punished alongside her for the villagers' wrath, he would emerge as the strongest supernatural being in the village, able to take his pick of any woman he desired. Having come to this realization, Zhang Shi cleared his throat and addressed the two. Indeed, you plan to let the wicked woman who caused the sacred tree's demise escape. Not while I'm here. With that, he produced a signal flare from his sleeve and ignited it, launching it into the air. By the time Zhao Huaqiang rushed to intervene, it was too late. Seeing this, Zhao Huaqiang quickly drew an iron rod from his pocket, channeling his supernatural energy to transform it into a sharp blade. Zhang Shi positioned himself before them. But as a newly awakened supernatural being, his powers were still feeble. He could only conjure a low, flimsy wall to temporarily obstruct their escape. As Luo Qian was shielded behind Zhao Huaqiang, she was on the verge of summoning her own powers when the throng of villagers, guided by the signal flare, redirected their course towards them. Spotting the approaching crowd and the familiar figures of Zhang Guihua and her husband amidst them, Luo Qian halted Zhao Huaqiang's intended resistance. They were merely ordinary people, and she did not wish to embroil them in this conflict. Taking a few cautious steps back from Zhao Huaqiang, she noticed the concern etched on the faces of both Zhao Huaqiang and the Zhang couple. They opened their mouths, yet no words escaped. At that moment, Zhang Shi seized the opportunity to speak. Village head, Zhao Huaqiang intends to assist this woman in her escape, but I've managed to stop them just in time. Hearing this, the village head turned to Zhao Huaqiang, his wrinkled face revealing a slight uplift of his lips. Huaqiang? Is this true? Zhao Huaqiang glanced at Luo Qian, then at his brother and sister-in-law. Both Zhao Huaqiang and Zhang Guihua lowered their heads in silence. Brother, village head, it's them. Their family wishes to shield this woman and help her. Zhang Shi pointed accusingly at the Zhao family, but before he could finish, the village had interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the Zhao family. Two of them were in their prime, and one possessed supernatural abilities, making them valuable to the village. Furthermore, with the girl now captured, there was no need to sacrifice two capable individuals. Appeasing the villagers' wrath could be achieved simply by sacrificing her. If the Zhao family resisted, it could prove troublesome, given that Zhao Huaqiang was a supernatural being. Noting the Zhao family's silence, the village had cleared his throat and rapped his cane against the ground. Enough. This wicked woman has not escaped. Bind her up. Though it was the Huaqiang family that had initially brought her in, they had now captured her, thus allowing them to redeem themselves for any prior missteps. Village head. How could this be possible? Zhang Shi, upon hearing the old village chief's words, understood that the elder sought to quell the situation. He intended to voice his thoughts, but the warning glance from the village chief silenced him. Though the old man lacked supernatural abilities, he commanded great respect among the villagers, who dared not defy him. It was prudent not to offend him. Luo Qian noticed someone approaching her with a rope, and as she contemplated retreating, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. Ah! Monster! The man, bitten, clutched his blood-soaked neck, and before he could utter another word, he gasped his last breath. Behind him, a ghastly zombie, with pallid skin and eyes devoid of pupils, gaped its foul maw, feasting upon the flesh torn from the man's throat. The man, who had seemingly lost all vitality, convulsed on the ground, his stiff limbs gradually contorting as he rose. Nearby, the wife of the bitten man stood frozen in shock. Before she could react, her husband, now a creature of the undead, sank his teeth into her shoulder. The woman thrashed desperately, igniting chaos among the crowd. The stench of blood and the sounds of terror attracted a relentless horde of zombies from beyond the village, who surged toward the center, drawn by the scent of flesh. Their overwhelming numbers shattered the iron fences surrounding the village as they wandered toward the heart of the settlement where food lay in abundance. In the midst of the frenzied crowd, the Zhao family was also caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Just as they contemplated their next move, Zhao Hua forcibly grasped his brother's wrist, pulling him away from the chaos. Protecting his wife, Zhao Hua urged, "Hurry. There are too many zombies here. We must find a safe place to hide. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to." Zhao Jia glanced back to see Luo Qian hiding behind a large tree at a distance, and he wanted to convey something to Zhao Hua. "Wait, brother." Zhao Hua, following his brother's gaze, felt a tumult of emotions well up within him, wrestling with indecision. "There's no time. We must go," he asserted firmly, tugging at his brother's sleeve while cradling his wife protectively, hastily departing. Luo Qian, concealed behind the tree, noticed the Zhao family had seemingly escaped and breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Gihua, fearing the dangers outside, had brought her back to the village and even offered her potatoes to eat. Luo Qian thought Sister Gihua was incredibly kind, and she wished for her safety from the zombies, grateful that she had managed to flee. Observing the panicked throng, Luo Qian, due to her plant-based essence, found herself unscathed by the zombies' attacks. She recalled the scene of the old locust tree withering away, having selflessly protected the villagers with its dwindling life since the onset of the apocalypse. It surely wished for them to avoid becoming zombies. Luo Qian gazed at the wretched beings, no longer human, consumed by a fervor for blood and flesh, pondering if death might indeed be a better fate for them. Chapter 15. Reunion. Luo Qian tightly clutched the crystal core of the old locust tree, a gift it had once bestowed upon her. She bowed her head in silence for a moment before returning the core to her space, surveying the fallen crowd. The survivors had dwindled to almost nothing the instant chaos erupted. Without hesitation, Luo Qian seized a nearby stick and swung it at an approaching zombie. Those being pursued who caught sight of her felt a flicker of hope, but upon seeing her blood-streaked face, they screamed "monster" and scrambled away from the epicenter of the turmoil. The little sprite gripped the bloodied stick tightly, blinking her misty eyes as she swung it again at the zombies drawn by the scent of blood. What had begun as a bright day had unexpectedly turned overcast, and the long dry sky began to weep with rain. The raindrops fell heavily upon the little sprite's bloodied visage, drenching her entirely. Luo Qian's eyes seemed to emit a crimson hue, surrounded by scattered limbs of the undead, the stench of blood filling the air, continuously attracting more zombies. Luo Qian lost track of time as she fought, only realizing the extent of the carnage when she finally halted, surrounded by a multitude of corpses. The first rays of dawn's light fell upon her, and she stood amidst the fallen, her devout gaze directed toward the long-awaited glow. She reached out as if to grasp it, but her fingers closed around nothingness until a familiar voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to turn slowly. Luo Qian. Nan Gongchun beheld the girl before him, her face smeared with blood, her once pristine white dress now a canvas of crimson stains, her long lashes fluttering as mist enveloped her doe-like eyes. The innocence of the girl was rendered both enchanting and fragile against the backdrop of blood, as if she might shatter at any moment. She was the one he had searched for tirelessly. Nan Gongchun approached Luo Qian, and, upon reaching her, he took her bloodied hand, gently extracting the stick from her grasp. He enveloped her in his arms as she buried her head in his embrace, fatigue weighing her down. "I'm so tired." "Then sleep, my dear. When you awaken, all shall be well," he murmured, stroking her soft hair and holding her securely in his arms. Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng stood a short distance away, stunned into silence by the scene unfolding before them. As Nan Gongchun carried the little sprite away from the village, he recalled the ruins of the hotel, initially fearing the worst for Luo Qian. Thankfully, after searching the debris for what felt like an eternity, he found no trace of her. He was convinced she was alive and longed to see her again, to have her by his side, once more. Cradling the slumbering Luo Qian against his neck, he had never felt such a profound concern for another. Despite their brief acquaintance, an inexplicable attachment tethered him to her. He held her tightly, his heart inexplicably aching. Luo Qian struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, sensing that she was being carried toward the village's outskirts. A faint noise from behind a wall caught the attention of several onlookers, and Nan Gongchen exchanged a glance. With Yiling stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to the dilapidated wall hidden by overgrown weeds. The Zhao family huddled behind the wall, too frightened to make a sound, with Zhao Hua protecting his trembling wife in his arms. Luo Qian wriggled free from Nan Gongchen's hold and approached the trio. She wished to express her gratitude to Sister Gihua, but as she reached out to help her up, the woman swatted her hand away. For reasons unknown, the warmth that once filled the woman's gaze had been replaced by sheer terror. The delicate skin of the little sprite's hand soon bore a red mark, prompting Nan Gongchen to quickly grasp her hand and massage it while casting a fierce look at the woman. Feeling the fear emanating from the trio, Luo Qian sensed they had grown afraid of her. She took a few steps back, her innocent eyes fixed on them for a moment. In their terrified stares, a flicker of indescribable emotion began to surface. Nan Gongchen comforted Luo Qian, ruffling her hair gently, and addressed Yiling, provide them with some food. Yiling retrieved a large pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and tossed them before the three, who stood frozen in place, speechless. Luo Qian tugged at Nan Gongchen's hand, and he took her hand, guiding her away from the scene. Luo Qian felt as though she had slept for an eternity, and when she finally awoke, the blood on her face and arms had been hastily wiped clean. She fluttered her eyelashes a few times, opened her eyes, and gradually awakened. Nan Gongchen, seeing the little one who had slept through an entire day and night finally regain consciousness, could not help but exhale in relief. He gently pressed down on Luo Qian's restless head as it moved about on his thigh, urging her to be still. The little sprite, now somewhat alert, seemed to find herself inside a moving vehicle. She climbed up from Nan Gongchen's lap. Nan Gongchen tenderly rubbed the drowsy, soft cheeks of the little fairy, marveling at how irresistibly pliable they were. Just as he was about to inquire if she was hungry, a somewhat cheeky voice came from the front seat.
Ah,
Little Dong. Little girl. You're awake. Yi Zifeng began to speak, but abruptly twisted his words mid-sentence. Glancing at the murderous glare shot by their leader, Yi Zifeng inexplicably felt a dull ache where his boss had kicked him in the rear the previous day when Luo Qian had been unconscious. Yesterday, all he had done was address the little girl as Little Thing, yet the leader overheard and immediately reprimanded him, without hesitation. But how could he be blamed? Their leader always called her Little Thing, which made him mistakenly believe that Luo Qian's name was something special, hence Little Thing. Little Sprite, humph. You're the Little Thing. Your whole family is the Little Thing.
Ooh.
Seeing Luo Qian's puzzled expression, Yi Zifeng scratched his head guiltily. Yiling cast a sympathetic glance at the dense fool occupying the co-pilot seat. How could he not realize that no one's name was Little Thing? Was their surname Little and given name Thing? He could not help but wonder how Yi Zifeng's train of thought had developed despite growing up on the same food. Are you hungry? Nan Gongchen's voice stirred Luo Qian, who slowly nodded in response. Looking at the soft and pliant Luo Qian, Nan Gongchen's fingers itched to once again stroke her silky hair. He then instructed the driver, Yiling, find a place to stop and rest. Understood. Chapter 16. Luo. They stopped in a spacious area and set up tents. Although there were no natural barriers, the openness allowed them to detect any unusual movement promptly and to retreat swiftly, if necessary. Not far away was an abandoned well, its water source unpolluted beneath a sealed cover. Nan Gongchen fetched several buckets of water, intending to bathe Luo Qian. Seeing her still somewhat dazed as she descended from the vehicle, he approached and led the little girl, stretching her limbs, to a nearby tent. Nan Gongchen gently massaged the little sprite's smooth, soft long hair and spoke to her with a warmth he had never shown before. Little one. There's hot water inside. Would you like to wash up? Upon hearing the two-legged beast call her Little Thing again, Luo Qian puffed out her soft cheeks like a hamster, indignantly retorting, I'm not a little thing. Nan Gongchen, noticing her genuine irritation, hastened to soothe her. His heart felt struck by something. The little angel before him was simply too adorable, resembling a fluffed-up kitten. All right, no more Little Thing. Luo, don't be upset. Hearing this, Luo Qian's ears tinged faintly pink. Luo. It was the first time anyone had called her that. Back on the immortal cultivation continent, the closest sister she had, the Skylark, only called her Little Valley. No one had ever addressed her by her given name. Luo Qian brushed away Nan Gongchen's hand resting atop her head, clutching the toiletries he handed her. then fled. Seeing the little girl run off, Nangongqin smiled as if recalling something, then headed toward a military-grade off-road vehicle with enhanced defensive capabilities. Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng, who had been tidying supplies behind them, were dumbfounded. The tender man from moments ago was their fearsome leader, the same one who scared children to tears for 3 days straight. They must have been mistaken about their eyesight. Nangongqin rummaged through the off-road vehicle's trunk, searching for something. After some time, he unearthed a bag of milk candies from the bottom of a storage box. He had picked them up during their earlier scavenging expedition, sensing that the little one might enjoy sweets, and had taken them on a whim. In hindsight, he was glad he had brought them along. Otherwise, if the delicate little one had no candy, she might have burst into tears. He poured some candies into his hand, feeling it was insufficient, so added a few more, then weighed them before tucking them into his jacket pocket. The remainder he returned to the box. Although the little one liked sweets, she could not indulge excessively lest she develop cavities. The decisive and ruthless Dark Knight Emperor now found himself nagging inwardly like a doting mother, contemplating how best to nurture the fragile little one into purity and tenderness. After such a short absence, the little one had already transformed into a dusty, bedraggled kitten. Recalling Luo Qian's grimy, bloodied appearance from yesterday, Nangongqin paused, suddenly remembering he had yet to provide her with fresh clothes. More importantly, he lacked attire suitable for her delicate frame. Luo Qian was so petite that his clothes were not merely slightly oversized but utterly unsuitable. As he pondered a solution, she emerged from the tent, freshly bathed. Nangongqin glanced over. The little one's skin was flushed from the steam, her light brown eyes clear and moist, cheeks and soft, ink-colored curls still adorned with warm vapor. She wore a pale pink dress that lent her an ethereal, almost celestial aura.
Wait.
Where did that dress come from? He did not recall her bringing any clothing inside. Perplexed, Nangongqin took the towel from Luo Qian's hands and led her to a nearby stone, thoughtfully cushioned with a seat pad. He offered her several milk candies and began carefully drying her long hair. Luo Qian relaxed on the stone, chewing the candy shyly as she fidgeted with the wrapper. How did this two-legged beast become so gentle? He was always cold and taciturn before. If he continues to treat me so kindly, I might just keep him as my pet. Unaware that she had already nurtured Nangongqin himself, the latter meticulously tended to her hair, his movements exceedingly cautious. Normally inscrutable, only he knew the depth of his joy, an elation born of a long-lost treasure found again. Yi Zifeng's voice rang out nearby. Yi Ling had prepared lunch and was calling them over to eat. Nangongqin led Luo Qian toward a 2-meter square cloth spread with several dishes. Aside from 4 withered apples and some meat, there were no vegetables. Fortunately, the meat was salvaged from a large cold storage facility they had stumbled upon, now defunct. The cold storage had ceased operations long ago. They had spent considerable time selecting only the sealed, unspoiled meat inside. With the scorching weather and no refrigeration, most food spoiled rapidly. Moreover, the apocalyptic rains had polluted soil and water with corrosive substances, preventing vegetables from growing. The chaos had halted all processing plants. Thus, these dishes, seemingly ordinary, were a rare luxury in this dystopian era. Dinner is ready, let us eat, though there's no table. Yi Ling smiled at Luo Qian's cheerful expression. Despite his best efforts to offer a warm smile, his reputation as a smiling tiger made his grin appear eerie and chilling. Yi Zifeng rubbed his goosebumps-covered arms and addressed Yi Ling with a hint of annoyance. Brother Ling, perhaps you should refrain from laughing. I find myself feeling rather cold. Yi Ling cast him a sidelong glance, suppressing his mirth. It was prudent to avoid laughter. Should he inadvertently frighten someone away, their leader would be left without a partner. And in these times, finding a spouse was no easy feat. Never mind. I have a table here, Luo Qian stated softly, and as she finished speaking, a rectangular table and 4 chairs materialized before them. This was a piece she had stealthily acquired from the hotel prior to their departure, and she had not anticipated it would come in handy. Yi Zifeng circled around Luo Qian, his chin resting on his hand, curious as to where she had conjured such items from. Luo, have you awakened a spatial ability? Nangongqin pondered for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon him. His tone tinged with pride as he ruffled the little one's hair. During their quest to locate Luo Qian, they had indeed encountered a few ability users. one of whom had awakened a spatial power. Moreover, according to news from Qiaoyu relayed by the base, spatial abilities were exceedingly rare, with initial spaces being quite limited, merely a few square meters in size. Due to the lack of offensive capabilities, many spatial ability users had fallen victim to the merciless attacks of others seeking to seize their resources, leading to even fewer of them in existence. It was indeed surprising that the little one had awakened such an ability. Chapter 17. Little sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Luo Qian murmured under her breath, "I am not an ability user." However, her voice was too soft for the others to hear. She recalled the words of Sister Ling when she was on the cultivation continent. She wished to keep her identity as a fairy concealed, for she feared that the bipedal beasts might come to dislike her upon discovering the truth. Nonetheless, she felt it necessary to reveal her spatial pocket to the bipedal beasts, considering their intertwined fates were so significant that they would likely remain together for many lifetimes. It would be difficult to explain the origin of food she might retrieve from her space. From her observations over the past few days, she sensed that the bipedal beast was a good one. Luo Qian knew he would protect her. As for Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng, they were trusted individuals of Nangongchen, and revealing her secret to them posed no threat. They were unlikely to abduct her for nefarious purposes, and, more importantly, they could not overpower her. Luo Qian had just overheard the bipedal beast mention spatial abilities, and she was astonished to discover that there existed such powers beyond the 5 elements. Seeing the little one's hazel eyes darting about, Nangongchen playfully tousled her hair and reiterated, "I asked if you have awakened a spatial ability." "I do not possess any abilities," she insisted. "Very well, you do not," Nangongchen replied, pausing briefly, believing Luo Qian was merely shy about admitting her powers, and thus continued to coax the easily flustered little fairy. Luo Qian then conjured several fresh fruits from her space. Yi Zifeng, upon seeing this, picked up a fresh grape from the table. "Heavens! You even have fresh fruit? Can your space preserve food?" Luo Qian pondered for a moment before organizing her thoughts. She pointed at the fruits on the table and explained, "When taken in, they appear as such. When taken out, they remain the same. I have an abundance of food." The little fairy leaned closer to Nangongchen, her arms flailing animatedly as she declared, "So much, so much, so much. Enough for you to eat." Seeing the sparkle in the little fairy's eyes as she sought praise, Nangongchen felt his heart melt, and he affectionately replied, "Good." Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng, catching the scent of romance wafting through the air, silently stuffed their mouths with food. Yi Zifeng, "Why does today's meal taste a bit sour?" Yi Ling, "He didn't tea add vinegar." After finishing their meal and taking a moment to relax, the group resumed their journey by car. The well-fed and rested little fairy curiously stretched her head out of the window. Nangongchen, exasperated, pulled her back gently and cautioned her to sit properly, warning her of the dangers of leaning out. Hearing this, Luo Qian obediently settled beside Nangongchen, feeling a twinge of boredom as she retrieved a tablet from her space to play a game she had downloaded earlier. However, before she could even open the game interface, she sensed a piercing gaze from the front passenger seat. Luo Qian exchanged glances with Yi Zifeng, whose intense stare made her feel a bit uneasy. Yi Zifeng was eyeing the tablet in Luo Qian's hands, and heaven knows how long it had been since he had played a game. Ever since the apocalypse, the global power grid had been destroyed, and he had scarcely seen any electronic devices. He had heard from Qiaoyu that the Linuan base had started to restore power on a small scale, but time was limited, and only a select few from the upper class had access. He had been searching for people ever since the outbreak and had yet to visit the newly established Linuan survivor base, let alone play video games. Even if there was electricity, there was no signal. Luo Qian, noticing Yi Zifeng's fervent gaze, asked, "Would you like to play?" Yi Zifeng was about to decline, thinking it sufficient to merely watch, as the tablet was singular. If he let little Luo Qian have it, he would have no chance to play. She appeared younger than him, and at 20, he felt he should yield to his younger sister. Casting a glance at his leader before returning his gaze to Luo Qian, he wondered if she had reached adulthood yet. Was his leader truly indulging in a relationship with someone so young? The more he pondered, the more curious he became, prompting him to blurt out, "Little Luo Qian, how old are you? Are you an adult yet?" Noticing Yi Zifeng alternating his gaze between himself and the little one, Nangongchen had intended to chide the boy for his peculiar thought process, but found himself eagerly turning to Luo Qian instead. Even Yiling, who was driving, perked up upon hearing their conversation. I am over 1,700 years old. Upon hearing Luo Qian's words, Nangongchen assumed she was joking about her age, as he had read that women typically preferred not to disclose their age. Rubbing her head again, he inquired, "But are you an adult?" Luo Qian considered what she had seen in dramas and various books, recalling that bipedal beasts seemed to reach adulthood at 18. Though she was a fairy, for her kind, being over 1,700 years old meant she was approaching maturity, but not quite considered truly adult. However, she felt that having lived for over 1,700 years, she must be well past the threshold for humans. I suppose I should be considered mature. At least in the eyes of the bipedal beasts, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Nangongchen interpreted her words as an affirmation of adulthood and felt a sense of relief. Yi Zifeng, upon hearing this, turned to Nangongchen and remarked, "Boss, little Luo Qian is likely still under 20, but you are already 23, which could be viewed as an older man courting a younger woman." Ha ha ha. Yiling could not help but give Yi Zifeng a thumbs up. "Young man, you seem to have crossed the line." Nangongchen, feeling a wave of frustration, inhaled deeply while fixing his gaze on Yi Zifeng, quietly drawing a short blade from his waist. "Is that so? Is your tongue superfluous? Would you like me to give it a trim?" He polished the blade while observing Yi Zifeng, his tone neutral. Yet a sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yi Zifeng suddenly realized he had crossed a line and stammered, "No, boss, you must have misheard me. I meant to say that you and little sister-in-law are a match made in heaven, truly the best pair in the world. No, in the entire universe." Yi Zifeng silently withdrew his head beneath the front seat, wishing he could shrink it down to the undercarriage of the vehicle. Upon hearing the words little sister-in-law, Nangongchen's previously blazing fury was extinguished in an instant. He cleared his throat and inadvertently locked eyes with Luo Qian, who was filled with confusion and had little understanding of their conversation. Noticing that Luo Qian did not object, Nangongchen quietly turned his head toward the other side of the car window, and upon closer inspection, one could see that the tips of his ears had turned crimson. Yiling, observing the commotion among the group, mused that this foolish one seemed remarkably fortunate at critical moments, always managing to navigate through life and death situations smoothly. However, he could not help but wonder if his own eyesight had been deteriorating lately. Upon returning to the base, he would need to find a doctor immediately. Luo Qian glanced at the group, perplexed as to why the once lively atmosphere of the vehicle had suddenly fallen silent. She retrieved another tablet from her space and offered it to Yi Zifeng, deciding that it would be best for her to occupy herself with a game. Seeing Luo Qian produce another tablet, Yi Zifeng perked up. "Little Luo Qian, do you have another tablet?" "Yes, I have a whole bunch, along with a power bank," she replied, pulling out several power banks from her space and handing them to him. In Chapter 18, Chun Chun, Luo Qian had already pre-downloaded various games and books onto her tablet. Moreover, she was equipped with an abundance of power banks, several generators, and various fuels such as gasoline and diesel. The apocalyptic films she had watched before the world fell into chaos were not merely for entertainment. She had thoroughly prepared for the impending challenges. As they drove halfway along the rugged terrain, the road began to jolt and tremble. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the city's streets had become congested with wreckage, making them nearly impassable. Fortunately, the four were traversing an outer highway, which had seen little traffic even before the apocalypse. Despite some bumps, the journey remained relatively smooth. However, to reach the survivor base in Linuan, they would need to exit the highway and navigate a stretch of smaller roads. Yiling halted the vehicle mid-journey, perplexed as he gazed at the road ahead, which had vanished. He hesitated before pulling out a map. Nangongchen walked past him, and Yiling handed the map over. "Boss, there's no road ahead, and it seems we've lost our way." The group had been traveling along rural backroads, where the paths branched out in all directions, making it difficult to discern the correct route, compounded by the fact that various navigation devices had long ceased to function due to the apocalypse. Nangongchen examined the map in his hands and found himself at a loss. Luo Qian quietly leaned in, peering over Nangongchen's shoulder. "Where are we headed?" The ends of the long-haired little pixie's curls brushed against Nangongchen's arm, eliciting a ticklish sensation that stirred something within him. The bashful older man averted his gaze, gently pushing Luo Qian's head away with a hand. Noticing the interaction, Yiling tactfully refrained from exposing his boss's embarrassment and addressed Luo Qian. We're heading to Linuan, the largest survivor base in the country. Upon hearing this, Luo Qian began to use her spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. After a moment, she pointed in a direction and said, "We should go that way." The group turned to follow her indication, and Yi Zifeng inquired, "Little Luo Qian, how do you know this?" "It told me," she replied, unfazed. Just as Yi Zifeng was about to ask who or what it was, something crawled onto his shoulder, causing him to panic. Could it be a ghost? He thought, stiffening as he turned his head, only to be startled back several meters by a green figure. He shut his eyes tightly, rubbing his hands together nervously, mumbling, "Dear ghost, I'm not here to disturb you. If you have grievances, please seek revenge elsewhere. I haven't lived enough yet. Aside from that one time I mischievously threw Nightling's shoes to the neighboring husky, claiming it had taken them. I swear I haven't done anything else wrong. Please spare me." With a slap on Yi Zifeng's head, Nightling remarked, "So that's why the guard husky took my shoes without reason. This fool must have been behind it." After the slap, Yi Zifeng finally opened his eyes, and the three of them stared at the vine extending from a plant on the grass beside Luo Qian. Nan Gongchen was the first to react, instinctively shielding Luo Qian behind him, drawing a short blade and adopting an offensive stance. Luo Qian peeked out from behind Nan Gongchen, reaching toward the little grass before her. However, she had barely extended her hand halfway when Nan Gongchen stopped her. "Little thing, don't be reckless, it's dangerous." Luo Qian tugged at the hem of Nan Gongchen's clothing. "It's not dangerous, it's helping us find our way." The little grass seemed to understand her words, gently swaying its leaves, producing a series of soft chirp sounds. Yi Zifeng exclaimed, "This bird has come to life." "No, wait, why does this grass seem so bird-like?" The group watched as the vine of the little grass slowly extended toward Luo Qian. Just as Nan Gongchen was about to block the vine's approach, Luo Qian halted him. Luo Qian extended her delicate arm, and the vine wrapped around her wrist. Simultaneously, it quickly shot out a branch towards Yi Zifeng, tapping his arm before retracting swiftly. "Little grass, darn two-legged beast, you're the one who's acting bird-like." Luo Qian emerged from behind Nan Gongchen and approached the roots of the little grass. She lightly tapped her fingertip, and a circle of pale green light spread to the roots, dissipating shortly thereafter. Afterward, she retrieved a leaf from her space and buried it at the base of the sapling. Gently stroking the little grass's leaves, she said, "Thank you for guiding us. May you grow swiftly." Turning to Nan Gongchen and the others, she continued, "Chun Chun, let us go." Luo Qian, as usual, hopped back into the vehicle, leaving behind two individuals frozen in place and one beast with ears flushed crimson. Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng were utterly astounded. "Little Luo Qian, do you realize what you just said? You actually called the boss Chun Chun?" As the vehicle roared to life, Luo Qian glanced back, recalling that she had transmitted a bit of healing power to the little grass. The plant had only recently evolved and possessed little intelligence, and its root system was damaged. Thus, she had healed its roots and buried a leaf that had naturally fallen from her, which, while ordinary in the realm of cultivation, was a rich nutrient for the flora of this world. Plants primarily rely on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to survive, drawing nutrients from the soil or through photosynthesis. However, after the apocalypse, soil contamination had rendered many plants unable to adapt, leading to their demise. Those that had evolved and adapted to the environment possessed a significantly greater ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth than ordinary plants. Yet the essence was finite, and these plants could not recklessly consume it. Luo Qian speculated that unless these evolved plants reached a certain level of strength, they would not be capable of absorbing celestial power like the ancient locust tree. The locust tree's ability to absorb celestial energy upon its initial evolution was likely due to its long existence in this world, rendering it inherently stronger than most other plants. Had it not been for the waning vitality of its own existence, the ancient pagoda tree, having evolved the remarkable ability to absorb the power of the stars, would have never perished. Yet, Luo Qian discerned that unlike her original habitat, in this world, only a rare few plants could endure for millennia as the ancient pagoda tree did. The little blade of grass she had just encountered was approaching dormancy. Not only was it too young with a damaged root, but it was also incapable of absorbing stellar energy. With the arrival of the harsh winter, the absorption of the Earth's essence would be severely limited, casting doubt on its survival through the frigid season. Nevertheless, endowed with Luo Qian's healing powers and nourished by the leaves, the little grass was likely to weather the cold safely. Luo Qian seemed increasingly attuned to the imminent drastic shifts in weather. Having lived for over 17 centuries, her sensitivity to meteorological changes had long since diminished compared to ordinary plants. For fragile beings, a natural disaster might mean the end of life, hence their acute climate perception. Yet for Luo Qian, who had cultivated for over 1,700 years, neither cold nor heat posed any threat to her existence. Consequently, her weather awareness had waned with her growing cultivation. Still, as a plant by nature, her little fairy instincts continued to react to atmospheric fluctuations. This explained why Luo Qian could only sense extreme weather moments before its onset. Fortunately, she could communicate with evolved plants, compensating for her diminished perception by receiving information through them. Chapter 19. The Approaching Danger. The vehicle gradually receded, and the figure of the little grass vanished from sight. Luo Qian turned away from the blazing sun behind her, retracting her gaze. Nangongchen was fixated on her, prompting Luo Qian to shield her eyes from a stare. What was this bipedal beast's intention? Why did he keep staring so intently? Nangongchen gently pulled her hand down and clasped it in his palm. Plant-type ability? He inquired. Luo Qian shook her head in response. Seeing this, Nangongchen sighed, perpetually sensing that the little creature harbored secrets. Before the apocalypse, Luo Qian had warned him to avoid the sea, bestowed upon him a small flower-bud necklace, and possessed space-related powers, an array of unusual phenomena. Resigned, Nangongchen resolved to protect her as long as he lived, yet his concern compelled him to caution her once more. Luo, you mustn't let anyone know about your spatial abilities, nor that you can control plants. If anyone inquires, simply say you possess plant-type powers, and say no more, understood? Luo Qian, recognizing Nangongchen's care, obediently nodded in agreement. Nightling and Yi Zifeng, seated in the front row, overheard their leader's admonitions and immediately grasped his worries. Undeniably, Luo Qian's powers were extraordinary, not only spatial, but also botanical. Could she be a dual-type ability user? None of them had ever heard of anyone awakening two abilities simultaneously. Regardless, drawing excessive attention was undesirable. In an era of post-apocalyptic suspicion, it was prudent to remain low-key. They collectively echoed the advice to keep Luo Qian's spatial powers concealed, to which she assented. Delighted by her docility, Nangongchen's palm itched, and he began to fondle the little fairy. Good girl. Hearing their leader's affectionate tone, Nightling and Yi Zifeng felt their appetites vanish, satiated merely by the display of affection. The little fairy's restless hands rummaged within Nangongchen's pocket, prompting him to grasp her hand firmly, forbidding further mischief. Luo Qian looked up at him with a plaintive expression. Chun, I want candy. Blushing, Nangongchen retrieved a milk candy from the inner pocket of his garment and handed it to her, adopting a stern demeanor. Candy can't be eaten too much, or you'll get cavities. Also, no calling me Chun. Though his expression was stern, Luo Qian was unafraid. She chewed the candy thoughtfully, recalling how the bipedal beast often called her little thing despite her protests. Humph. I won't obediently listen either, she retorted, mischievously repeating Chun over and over. Chun. The lively voice made Nangongchen's ears burn even redder. Gazing at the girl's moist, full lips, he instinctively covered them, only for the little fairy to unconsciously flick her tongue out and lick them. The 23-year-old single iron tree felt as if he were about to combust. Traveling along a rustic country road riddled with potholes, the journey was arduous. Occasionally, several zombies with bloodied, grotesque maws would emerge from adjacent paths, only to be incinerated by lightning or immolated by fireballs, leaving no survivors. After a day's travel, they finally reached the border city of Linuan at dusk. Before the apocalypse, Linuan was a relatively prosperous tourist city on their planet. Its advantageous geographical position enabled it to rapidly become the largest survivor base nationwide post-apocalypse. The Linuan base was situated at the foot of a mountain on the city's outskirts, benefiting from both favorable climate and terrain. The mountain provided a natural barrier, making the terrain defensible yet difficult to assault. Moreover, the site had been slated for a high-end resort before the apocalypse. significantly reducing the manpower and resources needed to establish the base. As night fell, the group sought refuge in an abandoned warehouse, intending to return to Linuan base early the next morning. Though night descended, the air remained somewhat stifling. Most human structures had long been destroyed since the apocalypse, and wild beasts and birds had crossed the former boundaries of human habitation, roaming lands once occupied by humanity. Inside the warehouse, a flickering campfire cast a dancing glow. Occasionally, cries from wild creatures pierced the night breeze. Luo Qian hid behind Nangongchen, keeping a wide berth from the fire, wishing she could be even farther away. Observing her fear, Nangongchen shifted his broad frame, shielding the little fairy completely. Afraid of fire? Nangongchen's husky voice rumbled. Luo Qian nodded from behind him. Around the fire lay a circle of roasted meat, skewers, and desserts, all procured by Luo Qian from her spatial dimension. The three men knew about her spatial ability, but never inquired about its contents. It was not from a lack of curiosity, but rather a tacit understanding not to pry. Luo Qian's willingness to share her secret was a profound gesture of trust, and they dared not betray it. Unless she mentioned it, they refrained from interrogation. Moreover, Luo Qian often produced fruits, vegetables, and meats from her space to share, for which they were immensely grateful. They understood all too well the scarcity of food in the apocalypse, let alone the luxury of roasted meat. Life among men was harsh. Before meeting Luo Qian, their meals consisted solely of compressed biscuits, sufficient to quell hunger but monotonous. Nangongchen picked up a skewer of roasted vegetables, waiting for it to cool before offering it to Luo Qian. She inhaled the aroma and devoured it in a few bites. Nangongchen had long noticed that the little one preferred vegetables over meat and harbored a distinct fear of fire. Could it be that, due to her plant-manipulating abilities, she possessed an affinity for botanical traits as well? Upon seeing Nangongchen hand her several more skewers of grilled vegetables, Luo Qian reached out to accept them. As she ate, she admired the scene beside the fire, where Yiling was brushing sauce onto the food, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Yiling, your culinary skills are extraordinary. The food tastes absolutely divine. Is that so? Then eat more. It's not so much skill as it is the result of necessity. During our training in the wilderness, hunger forced me to hunt wild beasts. Practice indeed makes perfect, Yiling replied with a sense of satisfaction. He found the young lady endearing, although the leader, Yizi Feng, and Xiaoyu had also frequently consumed his cooking. This was the first time anyone had verbally praised it. He was truly gratified. Just as he was about to say more to Luo Qian, Nangongchen obstructed her view. Watching his leader's miserly behavior, Yiling felt exasperated. How had the once resolute, unyielding, and merciless ice-cold leader become so childish? Could it be that some strange force had possessed him? Nearby, Yizi Feng was devouring the food ravenously, too engrossed to speak, as if the next meal was uncertain. Yiling couldn't help but feel a bit speechless, thankful there was still some semblance of normalcy in the group, himself, for instance. As they dined, a mouse stealthily emerged from a hole in the wall, attempting to pilfer some food. Yiling noticed and picked up a small wooden stick, tossing it toward the creature. Rising, he squinted like a venomous serpent at the dying mouse impaled on the stick. Tell me, should I dissect it first or skin it? The mouse, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Yiling, ceased struggling and soon expired. Enough, I'll spare you this time, lest it spoil my appetite, Yiling said, tossing the lifeless rodent aside. After washing his hands multiple times and thoroughly disinfecting them with wipes, he resumed brushing sauce onto the skewers. Chapter 20. The Mutated Rat Horde. The four lay on makeshift beds and sleeping bags, half asleep, when the little sprite sensed something and opened her eyes. As she rose, Nangongchen was already upright, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Luo Qian rubbed her sleepy eyes, sensing an approaching presence. Hearing the movement, Yiling and Yizi Feng also rose. They opened the warehouse door and peered out into the pitch-black night, suffused with a menacing aura. A few zombies wandered outside. Upon hearing the creak of the old iron warehouse door, they shuffled stiffly toward it. Before the zombies could advance, rusted iron rods piled on the ground suddenly levitated. Yiling swiftly decapitated a zombie approaching the door. The severed head, dripping blood and brain matter, rolled to the floor, followed by the collapse of the limbs. Pack up. We're leaving, Nangongchen ordered. Yiling and Yizi Feng hastily gathered their gear. Nangongchen took Luo Qian's hand, who gazed anxiously toward the darkness, not far off. Chun, we must hurry. Something is coming, Luo Qian urged, pointing. Nangongchen, whose supernatural sensitivity surpassed Yiling's and Yi Zifeng's, also sensed the threat. He nodded, escorting the young one to the vehicle first. Then helped the others finish packing before swiftly departing the warehouse under the cover of night. Though the post-apocalyptic night was perilous, Nangongchen's instincts told him that the approaching entity was far more dangerous than the darkness itself. Gazing through the rearview mirror at the warehouse, Luo Qian extended her fingers outside the window, gently waving. A white flower, a valley lily, bloomed slowly on her fingertip, emitting a faint green glow before fading away. She tugged at Nangongchen's sleeve. It's too late. We must find shelter. After a moment's thought, Nangongchen recalled a department store they had scouted nearby. Turning to Yi Zifeng and the ever-ready Yiling, he instructed, Yiling, take us to the department store we found during the day. It should have an underground warehouse. Yiling nodded and sped toward the store in the off-road vehicle. Nangongchen knew the location was close, undoubtedly their best option. Minutes later, the vehicle stopped before the department store. After disembarking, Yi Zifeng used his powers to melt the advanced iron lock on the door, allowing them entry.
Boss.
What about the car? Yiling asked. Take only the food. Leave the rest behind, Nangongchen replied, wary as the approaching menace seemed to draw nearer. He refused to risk anyone unnecessarily. Overhearing the conversation, Luo Qian glanced at the vehicle, then with a wave of her hand, the car vanished into her personal spatial dimension. Yi Zifeng stared in astonishment. How vast must Xiao Luo Qian's space be? There was no time to discuss further. They barricaded the store entrance with heavy objects and quickly searched for the underground warehouse. Nangongchen, Yiling, and Yi Zifeng formed a protective circle around Luo Qian, fending off sporadic zombies as they moved. Before the apocalypse, the department store had been under renovation, with few customers besides staff. Otherwise, dispatching zombies would have consumed much more time. Behind a concealed side door, they found the entrance to the underground storage. Upon entering, a stench of spoiled food assaulted their senses. Although the renovated supermarket above stored little food, the basement was piled high with supplies. The power outage had caused much of the food to rot, intensifying the foul odor. Luo Qian produced several flashlights and masks from her spatial dimension, distributing them. After donning the masks and switching on the flashlights, the layout of the compact warehouse became visible. They cleared an area within the enclosed storage and selected edible provisions for Luo Qian to stow away. Despite discarding many, the remainder still filled the volume of a truck. Mostly long-lasting staples like flour and rice. Previously focused on traveling and limited by a single vehicle, they had not considered stockpiling supplies before meeting Luo Qian.
Now,
with her expansive space, the situation had changed. As they conversed, an ominous rumbling shook the floor above, causing rotten food to cascade down. Nangongchen pulled Luo Qian close, shielding her. After over an hour, the noise ceased. Though still deep into the night, none of them felt drowsy. Boss, what kind of creature was that? How could it make such a loud commotion? Yi Zifeng asked. A mutated rat horde, Nangongchen answered gravely. Nangongchen pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed with a hint of gravity as he spoke. Yiling, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a fleeting chill run down his spine. Recalling the peculiar mouse he had slain during dinner. No wonder it had struck him as odd. Not only was its size larger than that of an ordinary mouse, but its eyes gleamed a sinister crimson. Yiling mused, is it possible that even animals are mutating now? Nangongchen remained composed as he analyzed the situation. We have yet to encounter any mutated creatures prior to this. It seems that the species undergoing mutation are still quite rare. However, we happened upon a colony of mutated mice. Mice are social creatures with a high reproductive rate, which accounts for their overwhelming numbers. If this trend continues, it may spell trouble for us. He refrained from elaborating further, yet they could all surmise the dire consequences of such developments. Their expressions grew solemn, and they spent a sleepless night contemplating their predicament. As dawn broke, the sounds from the ground had long since ceased. The four of them cautiously made their way to the surface. Yiling and Yi Zifeng cleared the debris obstructing the entrance to the supermarket. The desolate scene before them evoked a sense of relief for having survived the ordeal. The buildings that once lined the streets had crumbled into ruins, likely toppled under the weight of a massive swarm of mice. The surroundings were littered with the bloodied remains of zombies, their bones gnawed upon, with no trace of other species left. Even the trees in the roadside greenbelt bore gnaw marks from the mice. Some shrubs large enough for a single person to barely embrace had been severed in twain. It was not difficult to imagine the fate they would face if they encountered that horde of mutated mice directly. Fortunately, they had found refuge just in time the previous night. Chapter 21. Linuan Base. Nangongchen scrutinized the direction of the mice's migration. The Linuan base lay to the north of Linuan City, and fortunately, the mouse swarm had merely traversed the border city en route to the north, sparing the base from devastation. Had it not been for this luck, the newly established base would likely have suffered catastrophic damage from such a vast migration. The scale of the mouse swarm migration would be a formidable challenge for the current Linuan base to withstand. Luo Qian retrieved supplies from her spatial storage, and after consuming a quick meal of instant bread, they continued on their journey. Even though the mutated mice had departed, a suffocating atmosphere of silence lingered in the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Around 3 in the afternoon, after nearly a day of travel, they finally arrived at the Linuan base. Even from a distance, Luo Qian spotted a long queue extending nearly 100 meters at the newly constructed city gate, where individuals awaited inspection before entering the base. Entry was only granted once the staff confirmed that they bore no injuries and posed no risk of mutation. Yiling skillfully navigated away from the crowd, entering through a side gate designated for special access. Numerous guards patrolled the base's walls, while staff and volunteers maintained order outside. Yiling halted the vehicle at the side gate, conversing briefly with the guard before he waved for the gate to be opened. After passing inspection and entering the base, Yiling parked the vehicle not far from the entrance. A few minutes later, a gentle-looking, sun-kissed man with flowing hair approached hurriedly, accompanied by several subordinates. Upon reaching the vehicle, he rapped on the window, and Nangongchen slid it open a crack, responding with a casual acknowledgement. The exuberant Yi Zifeng leapt from the passenger seat, throwing an arm around the man's shoulders. "Yuko, we're back. Did you miss us?" Xiao Yu merely smirked, opting to ignore the man's exuberance as he brushed him off. He exchanged a few words with Yiling before turning to the passenger seat and taking a seat. Before Yi Zifeng could react, Yiling and Xiao Yu climbed back into the car, which soon sped away, leaving Yi Zifeng with his arms still raised in surprise, staring blankly at his two companions and their green-clad subordinates. The Linuan base was nestled against a mountain, expanding outward in concentric circles from a central area located nearly 1,000 meters from the mountain's foothills. The rugged terrain allowed for unobstructed travel within the base. Currently, the Linuan base was divided into several layers, with the outermost tier designated for newly arrived refugees. As individuals contributed more to the base, they were allocated housing progressively closer to the central area, which corresponded with increased safety. The innermost zone primarily housed high-ranking officials and key personnel, while the surrounding periphery became a gathering place for the powerful and influential. Additionally, the base's upper echelons had specifically established a sprawling administrative area on the outskirts of a central zone. This area housed office buildings, a task hall, and security zones, with branches of these departments present throughout the various development zones of the base to better serve the community. The task hall issued a variety of missions daily, allowing capable individuals to earn points by undertaking tasks within their abilities. These points served as currency within the base, exchangeable for food and essential supplies. The missions ranged from simpler tasks, such as gathering supplies from outside the base or assisting in basic construction, to more complex assignments requiring higher-level abilities. As they traversed the central region of the base, they encountered numerous guards, with patrol teams wielding heavy weaponry scanning their surroundings. They made their way toward a villa situated at the northernmost edge of the base, near the foot of the back mountain. Although it was technically part of the central area, this location remained sparsely populated and was distanced from the cluster of villas at the core. Xiao Yu cast a questioning glance at Yiling, who, without uttering a word, conveyed his understanding of the situation. It seemed the girl in question was the one their leader had personally sought out. He had caught a glimpse of her in haste when leaving the hotel, but now, seeing her more clearly, he marveled at her exquisite beauty. She resembled an angel descended from heaven, a sight that could easily capture their leader's attention. Yet, their leader did not strike him as one easily swayed by appearances. Evidently, this girl held a unique significance for him. Xiaoyu turned from the passenger seat to greet Luo Qian before addressing Nan Gongchen about the current state of the base.
Boss.
The Linuan base is presently governed by a temporary military government and a faction of the pre-apocalypse elite. The military's leader is Zhang Junzhen, the former mayor of Linuan City, while the elite are led by Qin Hengji. However, the upper echelons remain somewhat chaotic and lack the cohesion of the military side. Nan Gongchen inquired, "How have we arranged our personnel?" "They have been organized as you instructed. After the apocalypse, those wishing to return home were provided ample resources and sent away. Approximately 120 individuals remain. These are orphans raised by the Nangong family, who refuse to leave and have chosen to stay. Among the more than 120 individuals remaining, over half have awakened their extraordinary abilities. This suggests that the emergence of such powers may indeed be linked to one's physical constitution. Moreover, according to intelligence gathered by our personnel, not everyone experiences the fever that leads to the awakening of these abilities in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It appears that only around 50% of humanity exhibit signs of fever, and from those who endure the fever, approximately one-third merely experience an enhancement in their physical condition, with only a select few ultimately becoming extraordinary beings. Furthermore, it is estimated that two-thirds of the population have succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. Our people, seasoned by countless battles amidst gunfire, possess physical resilience that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Most of those who exhibited fever have persevered and awakened their abilities. Within the ranks of the government forces and the upper echelons, it is already considered fortunate if even 1 in 50 individuals manifests such powers. Although their armed personnel outnumber ours by several times, the combined total of extraordinary beings on both sides does not surpass our own. Presently, our members are stationed at the outskirts of the central area of the base, specifically at the training ground we established at the northern foot of the back mountain. This area is devoid of congregating base personnel, and it has now become our territory. I have arranged for some individuals to guard the perimeter, deterring any approach from the base's inhabitants. Our villa is situated there as well, although it lies on the fringes of the central area. Future development plans for the base have excluded it from the expansion zones due to its proximity to the edge. The drive from the villa to the training ground takes approximately 10 minutes. Chapter 22. Organic Vegetables. Nangongchen nodded in appreciation of Xiaoyu's efforts. "Well done, as expected." Xiaoyu, with a slight smile, recalled something and continued, "By the way, boss, both the government forces and the upper class have reached out to us, both overtly and covertly, seeking to win us over." Nangongchen replied, "There is no need to pay them any mind. We shall maintain our neutrality." Both Xiaoyu and Yiling nodded in agreement. Their leader was not one to remain subservient. He had always positioned himself among the powerful, yet it was clear he had no interest in involving himself in the affairs of the base. This was for the best. Should he become embroiled, there would likely be many matters to attend to. It was preferable to enjoy life as it was, especially in a world on the brink of collapse. After all, if this planet were to truly perish, it would render their existence meaningless, especially now, when the apocalypse had arrived and nothing could be deemed impossible. As they approached the area where their villa was located, Xiaoyu refrained from saying more. After parking the vehicle, he exited the passenger seat to open the door for Nangongchen, who then assisted Luo Qian in disembarking. Luo Qian gazed at the villa before her, turning to look at Nangongchen, pondering whether this was what the wealthy protagonists portrayed in dramas resembled. The villa before them, with its Eurocentric design, rose majestically. 2 guards were stationed at the ornate iron gate, while several others patrolled the vicinity. The villa itself comprised 3 stories, with a garden at the front. Although the soil had been contaminated, leaving the ground barren, there was also a swimming pool in the back, but due to the scarcity of water, it had fallen into disrepair. This entire property, including the main building, 2 auxiliary buildings, and the surrounding land, constituted the villa's domain. However, most of their personnel resided at the training ground at the northern foot of the back mountain, which facilitated their daily training. The villa, while on the outskirts of the central area of the base, was not due to a lack of resources. Rather, it was strategically located near the training ground for prompt response to any situation. They had isolated the areas beyond the villa and training ground with high walls and assigned their own patrols, armed with heavy weaponry, ensuring that the sparsely populated region remained undisturbed. The tranquility of the area made it an ideal choice for their operations. Upon seeing their master return, The two guards at the entrance greeted Nangong-chun with evident joy. He nodded in acknowledgement and led Luo Qian into the main building of the villa.
Inside,
The flickering candlelight mingled with the glow of several chandeliers, illuminating the space brilliantly. Standing in the grand hall on the first floor, they looked up to see the ceiling of the third floor, where a crystal chandelier hung elegantly, providing an expansive view. Xiao Yu led the way, discussing the layout of the main building as they walked. As for the reason there were only 3 of them, it was because Yi Zifeng and the 2 subordinates were still en route. Xiao Yu remarked, 70% of the base's area has largely restored power. Although the supply is limited to 3 hours each day from 5 to 8 in the evening, the situation with water is similarly dire. All freshwater resources have been contaminated since the apocalypse. Currently, the base relies primarily on water manipulation abilities for its supply. Base inhabitants are only provided with a limited amount of drinking water at scheduled intervals, with no additional supplies available. He continued, our villa is equipped with a generator, so we need not worry about power outages, and we also have a reliable water source. As he spoke, a small water sphere formed in his hand before dissipating into thin air. The training ground is also secure. Many of our members have awakened water-based abilities. Although they are still weak due to the recent awakening, the daily supply of water is sufficient for our needs, ensuring that both power and water are adequately provided. Nangong-chun nodded, surveying the villa before turning to Luo Qian, gently tooling her hair with his calloused hand. Luo, where would you like to stay? I would prefer a higher place, Luo Qian replied, her light brown eyes shimmering. She favored elevated spaces, as they allowed her to bask in moonlight and absorb the energies of the stars, facilitating better photosynthesis during the day. Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, thoughtfully reminded Nangong-chun. Boss, I've already had the second-floor rooms prepared. The third floor remains unoccupied. Should we prepare it as well? Yes. Have someone ready the master bedroom on the third floor for Luo. The rest of us will stay on the second floor, Nangong-chun replied, his tone softening as he continued to play with the little sprite. Xiao Yu, astonished, exchanged a bewildered glance with Yiling, questioning whether this was truly their leader. What on earth has transpired in my absence? Yiling, having grown accustomed to such changes, silently gestured for Xiao Yu to remain calm. He had learned to accept that this was indeed their once merciless leader, who could switch demeanor so swiftly. By the time Yi Zifeng returned, Yiling had already begun preparations for a meal. The refrigerator was stocked with instant meals and meats, though lacking in vegetables. Luo Qian then retrieved a variety of vegetables and fruits from her spatial pocket, instructing Yiling to place them in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and Nangong-chun were engaged in discussions on the sofa in the hall. Finding it dull, Luo Qian settled beside Nangong-chun, munching on snacks she had taken from her space. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this little girl was also a spatial ability user. Though his surprise was fleeting, and he did not inquire further. Yi Zifeng burst through the door, and upon seeing Yiling washing vegetables at the open kitchen bar, he hurried over, grabbing a cucumber from the basket and munching on it while grumbling about the washing duties to both Yiling and Xiao Yu seated on the sofa. You two have truly deceived me once again, leaving me here all alone, Nightling remarked with a calm reminder as he munched on a cucumber. You haven't washed it, he noted. Yi Zifeng glanced at the cucumber in his hand, unfazed, and replied, It's fine. I won't get sick from eating unclean food. Hearing the commotion, Luo Qian leaned over the back of the sofa to look. But the green vegetable you're eating is organic. Chapter 23. Hand in Hand. Luo Qian couldn't recall the name of the long green vegetable, yet she vividly remembered personally harvesting the freshest water vegetables from a rural greenhouse. The elderly vendor had spoken to her while scattering animal droppings, boasting about the superior quality of his produce, grown without high-tech fertilizers, all organic. Are there chickens? Yi Zifeng, puzzled, looked at Nightling, who, maintaining his unhurried demeanor, explained, organic means vegetables grown without chemical fertilizers. Upon hearing this, Yi Zifeng hastily discarded the cucumber and rushed toward the restroom, only for Xiao Yu to exasperatedly inform him, You're going the wrong way. The restroom is over there. Turning in the direction Xiao Yu pointed, Yi Zifeng hurriedly corrected his course. With the ruckus subsided, Xiao Yu turned his attention back to Nangong-chun to discuss pressing matters. Boss, after the apocalypse began, the supplies we managed to gather are located in the outskirts of Blue City, not far from Linchuan. Although the location is discreet and the warehouse is equipped with top-tier anti-theft devices, it lacks personnel for guarding. If something were to go awry, it could become problematic. Shouldn't we consider transporting the supplies back to the base? The quantity is considerable. It may prove difficult to transport silently, and we might attract the attention of those at the base. Nan Gongchen pondered this for a moment before glancing at Luo Qian, who he had an intuitive sense might possess a larger-than-normal space, perhaps capable of accommodating their needs. He had always believed that Luo Qian was not as simple as she appeared outwardly, yet he felt an unshakable trust in her. She was straightforward, her thoughts easily readable, almost innocent in her demeanor. Furthermore, even if she were to take everything away, he would willingly accept it. Luo, how large is your space? Very large. Exceedingly large. Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback, asked, what exactly do you mean by very large? Can it hold as much as the large warehouse we stayed in a few days ago? Yes, it can accommodate 30 of those warehouses without issue. Well, we don't have quite that much, just a bit over 20 warehouses worth of supplies. Then I can help Chin bring everything back. All right, then I must trouble you, Luo. Hearing this, Nan Gongchen felt an inexplicable sense of pride as he ruffled Luo Qian's soft hair. Xiao Yu, seated on the opposite sofa, suddenly felt unaccountably full. Realizing that Nightling's culinary skills had improved remarkably, he hadn't even eaten, yet felt satiated. Could it be that he was full from the dog food? After sufficient playful ruffling, Nan Gongchen released Luo Qian, but kept a lock of her hair gently twined around his fingers. Xiao Yu, ensure everything is in order at the training ground. We'll depart from the base the day after tomorrow. Do we need to bring additional personnel, boss?
No.
Too many people would make us a larger target, which could be unsafe. Just the few of us will suffice. Understood. Just as Nan Gongchen finished discussing matters with Xiao Yu, Nightling announced that dinner was ready, and soon after, a visibly pale Yeezy Feng emerged from the restroom, collapsing onto the dining table. These past few days had been nothing but travel. While they had eaten well thanks to Luo Qian's space, they rarely enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere of dining indoors. It must be said that Nightling's culinary skills were among the best. While not yet at the level of a master chef, his home cooking was nonetheless commendable. A skill honed through necessity. Before the apocalypse, their unique identities often led them to engage in clandestine dealings under the cover of night. Moreover, those trained in the Nangong family came from a background of hardship, enduring rigorous training in the wilderness where food was scarce, limited to wild beasts and mushrooms. Nightling had also been compelled to refine his cooking skills, but over time, he found joy in it. Luo Qian held a piece of strawberry-flavored candy in her hand, contemplating whether to indulge before her, a feast that was both visually and aromatically enticing. Just as the little sprite was about to make a decision, Nan Gongchen gently extracted the candy from her grasp. Nan Gongchen was usually cautious about the amount of candy he allowed Luo Qian to consume, fearing she might damage her teeth, but it was futile against her ability to store sweets in her space. He watched her with a troubled expression, feeling the need to remind her of the dangers of excessive sugar consumption, lest she grow increasingly reckless. Luo Qian, looking innocently at Nan Gongchen as he pocketed her candy, was incredulous that the two-legged beast had snatched away her treat, her cheeks puffing up in indignation as she glared at him. Nan Gongchen found her reaction endearingly adorable, her soft, pink cheeks resembling a fluffy cotton candy that one couldn't help but want to nibble. Though he had initially intended to lecture her, his heart softened, and he maintained a serious facade while his tone grew gentler. Be good, eat your meal first. Luo Qian, gazing at the fragrant dishes before her, reluctantly murmured an acknowledgement. Xiao Yu and the others watched their leader, who, despite his perpetually stern demeanor, somehow exuded a parental air, resembling a concerned caregiver. The trio shook their heads, dismissing their implausible thoughts, insisting they must have misjudged him. After all, he was their cold-faced king. How could he possibly be a worrywart mother figure? Yet, after several moments of contemplation, they mustered the courage to glance back and were met with a shocking realization. Indeed, their boss was acting like a doting caretaker. Observing that the little sprite struggled with her chopsticks, Nan Gongchen sighed and shifted his chair closer to Luo Qian, beginning to guide her hands in using the utensils. During their travels, she had always used a fork, which he had assumed was for convenience, only now realizing it was due to her lack of skill. He pondered why she couldn't use chopsticks, but quickly dismissed his musings upon seeing her pitiful expression of frustration when she couldn't grasp her food. He felt a pang of sympathy and resumed instructing her, the question of her inexperience forgotten. Once the little sprite had filled her belly, Nan Gongchen took her hand to lead her upstairs, only to pause as he noticed the three others staring at them, mouths agape, with untouched food before them. He shook his head in disbelief, but did not dwell on it, turning to ascend the stairs with his little sprite in tow. It seems that the past few days of relentless travel have left one feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 24. Photosynthesis. Nangong Chen escorted the little sprite to the third floor, where Qiaoyu had already arranged the master bedroom both inside and out during their meal. Peering through the doorway, he observed the pleasant surroundings and gently tousled the soft hair of the little one. Luo, I'll be in the master bedroom on the second floor. The room directly beneath yours. If you need anything, come find me. If I'm not around, seek out Yi Ling and the others, alright? Upon seeing Luo Qian nod in agreement, Nangong Chen offered a few more words of caution. Once she had responded affirmatively to each of his reminders, he felt reassured enough to descend the stairs. Just as he was about to turn away, a small hand stealthily tugged at the hem of his clothing. Luo Qian's watery, light-colored eyes reflected Nangong Chen's figure, and her voice, sweet and soft, inquired, Chen, why aren't you staying here? She pointed to her own room. Realizing what Luo Qian meant, his ears flushed crimson, yet his expression remained composed. Had it not been for the telltale blush, no one would have guessed that this aloof man was currently quite bashful. Nangong Chen looked at Luo Qian, astonished by her lack of modesty. Fortunately, she had encountered him. Were it another man, he shuddered at the thought. This notion was swiftly extinguished in his mind. Such a tender little creature could only belong to him. He grasped Luo Qian's shoulders, casting a wary glance at the corner of the wall, fearful that if she caught a glimpse of the possessiveness in his eyes, she might flee. Clearing his throat, he gently nudged her towards her room, restrained his grip on her for a moment longer before reluctantly releasing her. I'll be downstairs. Be good, he instructed, ruffling her soft hair until it was tousled before finally turning to leave. No, the little one was still too young. He needed to exercise restraint. Luo Qian straightened her hair, watching the retreating figure of the two-legged beast, then shook her head to settle the disheveled strands before quietly closing the door to her room. She surveyed the spacious interior, which was significantly larger than the room she had previously occupied. Her gaze drifted from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony to the large bed adorned with a soft pink duvet, her eyes sparkling with delight. The bed appeared irresistibly plush and inviting. The excited little sprite leapt onto it, overjoyed at the prospect of sleep. With a few bell-shaped white flower buds peeking out from her dark green hair, swaying adorably above her head. As moonlight flooded into the master bedroom on the third floor, it cast a gentle glow upon the little sprite. The entire Linuan base fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the occasional distant growls of zombies, hinting at the lurking dangers in the shadows. After absorbing the celestial energy throughout the night, Luo Qian finally stirred awake as midday approached. She groggily shook off the remnants of sleep, retracting the little flower buds that had sprouted from her joy the previous night. Clad in the light pink princess nightgown prepared by Nangong Chen, she swayed into the bathroom to freshen up. The cleanliness-loving sprite meticulously tidied herself before lazily wandering into the dressing room. The dressing room was filled with an abundance of clothing prepared by the two-legged beasts. Though her own space contained garments, the thought that these were chosen by the two-legged creatures made her feel oddly bubbly inside. Selecting a light blue dress, she twirled it around her fingers, her pale, delicate hands tugging at the hem with delight. The little sprite sauntered down the stairs, only to find the first floor hall void of anyone. She was uncertain of their whereabouts. After sitting on the sofa for a few minutes, boredom compelled her to the glass door leading to the backyard garden. Half an hour later, Yi Zifeng and Xiaoyu emerged from the study on the second floor and noticed Luo Qian standing outside the glass door, basking in the breeze. Yi Zifeng approached her, watching the little sprite with her head tilted back and eyes closed, puzzled. Little Luo Qian, what are you doing? I'm hungry, engaging in photosynthesis. You wouldn't understand, she replied, having organized her thoughts in response to Yi Zifeng's inquiry. Even as the two descended the stairs, she had sensed their approach, but remained still, recognizing their familiar presence. Hearing Luo Qian's words, Yi Zifeng questioned if he had misheard. before bursting into laughter. Photosynthesis? Haha, sister, are you perhaps a bit dazed from hunger? You're too amusing. His laughter was so intense that he doubled over, coughing from the fit. Luo Qian opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at the chuckling Yi Zifeng with a look of confusion.
Ah,
These two-legged beasts are so dim-wit, they don't even understand photosynthesis. Plants can convert energy through photosynthesis. Soaking up sunlight helps me recover my strength more rapidly and is beneficial for my health. Observing Yi Zifeng's continued laughter, she felt a sense of injustice, as if he were mocking her. Thus, she fixated on the top of his head for a moment. When Yi Zifeng finally managed to contain his laughter, he noticed Luo Qian's unwavering gaze upon his head, which made him feel a sudden chill, akin to being caught in a trap. He stuttered, "What's wrong? Why do I feel so uneasy?" Luo Qian patted his shoulder and informed him, "You can also engage in photosynthesis." Just as Yi Zifeng was about to express his confusion over her words, Qiao Yu unexpectedly let out a muffled laugh, quickly stifling it and clearing his throat to adopt a perfectly timed smile. Seeing both Luo Qian and Qiao Yu staring at his head, Yi Zifeng gingerly reached up to touch it. The moment he did, he felt a strange sensation. A tiny red flower bud had sprouted from the top of his head, and with a sudden pop, it bloomed. Yi Zifeng felt as though he might burst from embarrassment, while Qiao Yu remained remarkably composed. Having previously been briefed by their leader about recent events, he was not overly surprised by Luo Qian's plant abilities. Nevertheless, he had never witnessed anyone sprouting flowers on another's head before. Yet, the specifics were unimportant. What mattered was that Luo Qian posed no threat to them or their leader. They had no right to question their leader's matters. Obedience was all that was required. Covering the little red flower atop his head with his hand, Yi Zifeng glared at Qiao Yu in indignation. "Did you just mock me?" "Of course not. You must have misheard," Qiao Yu replied nonchalantly, his heart untroubled. He then turned his attention to Luo Qian. "Are you hungry? Yiling left some food for you. And it's still warm. Come, eat a little to tide you over. Lunch will be served soon." Luo Qian nodded and followed Qiao Yu into the kitchen, leaving Yi Zifeng behind, still shouting, "You're lying? I clearly heard you laugh. Little Luo Qian, I was wrong. Please make it go away. I don't want to turn into a flower." Chapter 25. The Training Ground. Yi Zifeng's pleas echoed on until it was time for lunch. As Yi Zifeng cried out beside Luo Qian's seat, Nightling and Xiao Yu brought the dishes to the table. Curiosity piqued, he poked at the hapless Yi Zifeng, who had been left in the study by their leader and had subsequently appeared late, adorned with a little red flower atop his head. The group stifled their laughter as they sat at the dining table, observing Yi Zifeng's desperate attempts to promise not to mock Luo Qian again, to which she reluctantly nodded, agreeing to assist him in removing the flower. "Come on, shall Luo Qian, I am ready."
begin.
Yi Zifeng exclaimed, his expression one of feigned agony. The little sprite, somewhat exasperated, raised her hand and swiftly plucked the small red flower from his head. Yi Zifeng winced at the sudden pain, gazing at the flower in Luo Qian's hand, and after a few moments of contemplation, nervously asked, "I'm not losing my mind, am I?" His concern grew as he eyed the flower, but relief washed over him when he saw it dissolve into a single strand of hair in Luo Qian's palm. "Thank goodness, it's just a hair," he thought. Meanwhile, Nightling, who was about to serve himself some food, coldly stated a fact, looking intently at Yi Zifeng. "Do you really lack brain cells?" Aside from Yi Zifeng and the nonchalant Nengongchen, both Luo Qian and Nightling shared a knowing nod. Left with no retort, Yi Zifeng begrudgingly stuffed his mouth with food, glaring at the meal on the table in frustration. "Humph!
How dare they mock me?
I'll finish every last bite." After lunch, observing Luo Qian's boredom, Nengongchen decided to take her to the training ground at the foot of the northern slope of the base. As they were about to leave, Luo Qian tugged at Nengongchen's hand. "Chen, should we change our clothes?" Nengongchen glanced at the beautifully dressed little sprite, puzzled. She recalled how apocalyptic dramas warned of danger, suggesting one should dress in a way that protects against dirt. Additionally, she remembered how Sister Gihua had once given her a bag of soot to smear on her face, and for some reason, she didn't wish to dwell on that woman any longer. Understanding her implication, Nengongchen gently patted her head. "There's no need to worry. I will protect you." No one will harm you. At his words, Luo Qian felt a flutter in her heart akin to a gentle thud, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. Nangong Chen led the little sprite to a sleek black armored vehicle. Within 10 minutes, they arrived steadily at the training ground nestled at the base of the northern slope. Against the lush backdrop of the mountains, several 5-story buildings stood at the far west side of the training ground. Upon entering, the expansive training area unfolded before their eyes, occupying 2/3 of the entire space. One side was open air, while the other featured a tall roof structure, providing ample protection from both sun and rain. Nearby stood 2 orderly buildings, each boasting 5 or 6 stories. The left building served as an office, while the slightly set back one was designated as dormitories. Across from the dormitory was a reasonably sized cafeteria. Although the Linuan base had a central cafeteria, it lacked the comfort of one's own domain. Moreover, given that the current base meal was merely adequate for sustenance, and they had an abundance of supplies, they preferred to prepare their own meals, ensuring both satisfaction and quality. At the onset of the apocalypse, Nangong Chen had swiftly organized resources for long-term sustenance, enough to last them 5 to 6 years. Furthermore, their team often ventured out to slay zombies and gather supplies, ensuring their stock was consistently replenished, even if the base mandated that 2/3 of collected supplies be surrendered. However, the training ground remained free from base constraints, as few dared to provoke the once-feared Night Emperor. Even in apocalyptic times, the name of the Nangong family commanded respect, and no one would recklessly seek conflict, understanding that maintaining peace was in everyone's best interest. With Nangong Chen's influence, the safety of the Linuan base was further assured. Numerous individuals were engaged in training at the ground. Upon seeing Nangong Chen's arrival, the captain of the leading squad signaled to the trainees to continue their exercises before hastening towards him. This captain, known as Nan Er, expressed his evident joy at the safe return of his master. Among the over 100 individuals remaining at the training ground, most were orphans taken in by the Nangong family or those rescued during their desperate times. For them, calling Nangong Chen their savior was no exaggeration. Without him, they would have long ceased to exist, and they were fiercely loyal to him. "Master, you've returned," Nan Er greeted, to which Nangong Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Qiao Yu, who had been following closely, stepped forward to relay some updates. After pondering for a moment, Nangong Chen turned to Nightling summon the squad leaders from the base. "We need to convene in the conference hall by the main building." Nightling nodded in compliance and departed. The conference hall was located beneath the main building, which housed Nangong Chen's office on the top floor. As he contemplated whether to take the little sprite to the conference hall or his office, he noticed her gazing intently at the distant mountains. "What's on your mind, Luo?" he inquired, gently tugging her hand. Luo Qian returned her gaze and signaled that everything was fine. "Would you like to join me for the meeting?" "A meeting?" Luo Qian pondered for a moment before shaking her head. She had seen such gatherings depicted in dramas, and they always seemed dreadfully dull. Despite her outwardly obedient demeanor, she was, in truth, quite restless. Nangong Chen considered that waiting for her in the office might also bore her. After a moment of thought, he gestured to Nan Er to retrieve the walkie-talkie from his waist and hand it to Luo Qian, watching her curiously fiddle with the device. He spoke in a gentle and soothing tone, his voice low and resonant.
You can play with this.
Just don't leave the training ground. If you need anything, press this button and speak into the walkie-talkie, and I will come find you." Luo Qian nodded, and Nangong Chen affectionately ruffled her soft hair before proceeding with Qiao Yu, Yi Zifeng, and the seemingly calm, yet inquisitive Nan Er towards the main building. After all, this was Nangong Chen's territory, and he had no need to worry about the little sprite encountering danger. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Nan Er discreetly stole glances in Luo Qian's direction. Could she be the wife that our master went to retrieve? No wonder he is so smitten as the sounds of their footsteps faded away. The little sprite finally withdrew her gaze. The open training area in the distance continued to bustle with focused individuals, and several figures emerged from a nearby building, hurrying off into the distance. Chapter 26. The little sapling Luo Qian surveyed her surroundings before making her way towards the low shrubbery at the foot of the mountains. Partitioned by iron fencing, the rear mountains of the base were dotted with many withered bushes, interspersed with towering trees that had managed to thrive in the polluted soil. The rear mountain appears to have formed a world entirely distinct from the training ground. One side resembles a desolate thicket in late autumn, while the other is a stark, bustling human realm. Perhaps for safety reasons, the personnel at the training ground have added an additional layer of electric fencing within the existing iron mesh, not far from which are solar panels elevated on a framework. Luo Qian gazed at the rear mountain and, as she was about to depart, noticed a small green sapling struggling to grow in the corner of the inner side of the electric fence. The little sprite crouched down and gently touched the top of the sapling, removing a wooden board that had been shielding it from sunlight. With the board gone, the sapling basked in the sun's rays. Luo Qian transferred her healing energy to the sapling, for the soil beneath it was tainted, and the previous obstruction had weakened its vitality. This sapling was on the verge of awakening its sentience, and Luo Qian, with her innate affinity for nature, felt compelled to assist it. Plants are known to be grateful and discerning, especially among their kin, and having been saved by Luo Qian today, the sapling might one day return the favor. Moreover, this sapling was no ordinary plant. It was on the brink of consciousness, akin to a human fetus still in gestation. Luo Qian's healing energy gradually flowed from her fingertips, causing the sapling's curled leaves to unfurl delicately. Before departing, she buried a fallen leaf from herself at the roots of the sapling, providing it with ample nourishment. A gentle breeze rustled, and the sapling swayed slightly behind Luo Qian, its top leaves dancing. She took a turn around the training ground, noticing that Nangong Chen seemed still engaged in a meeting while on the training platform. Some individuals were sparring, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. Curiosity piqued, Luo Qian approached and stood behind a bald man clad in military green combat attire. Noticing the bald man's intense focus, she peered upward, observing the two combatants on the platform. Their movements were crisp and agile, markedly quicker than most she had encountered in her recent outings. They employed their abilities during the duel, occasionally launching compressed water blades and chunks of earth. Luo Qian deftly sidestepped to avoid a splash of mud that fell from the training platform. The bald man, glancing at the muddy debris beneath him, voiced his exasperation to the fighters. Could you two possibly be more careful? Every time you spar, it's like you're trying to build a house out of mud. Apologies. We'll be more vigilant, the fighters replied sheepishly, scratching their heads before resuming their bout. Ultimately, the water user emerged victorious by a slight margin, and the spectators began to jest with the two as they stepped down from the platform. The earth user claimed that the water user had only won by luck and vowed to triumph next time. Others clapped the water user on the shoulder, expressing a desire to spar with him. Meanwhile, the little sprite, concealed from view by the bald man, perked up at the mention of sparring and tiptoed into the crowd. It was only when the onlookers realized her presence that they parted to allow Luo Qian to step into the center of the throng. Many were curious about the girl who had intruded into their training base. After all, their security was tighter than that of the Linuan base, making it nearly impossible for anyone to slip in unnoticed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Is that the little lady?" This sparked a flurry of murmurs and hushed discussions. Could it be? Is that not the little lady who our master brought back from outside? Indeed. I just heard a captain mention that our master returned with the little lady. See, what little lady? Mind your words. Our master specifically instructed us not to address her directly as such. She might become shy. We should be subtle about it. Yes, subtle. Oh, come on. This isn't public. We are merely discussing it discreetly. What should we do now? Should we greet the little lady? Will that frighten her? What if the master punishes us? Hearing the murmurs, Luo Qian shook her head in confusion. Before the crowd could say more, she turned to the water user standing before her. You're quite skilled. If you fight me and I win, you'll become my subordinate. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and the water user stammered nervously. Wait, little lady, if the master finds out, he'll send me to the rear mountain. That won't happen. Chun is very kind. I won't let him send you away. Now let us fight, the little sprite said calmly, observing the flustered crowd. During her time in the cultivation realm, she had seen the great spirits of the mountains command respect when they became leaders, and she yearned to experience that authority herself. However, she was too weak to compete with the great spirits, thus no one recognized her as a leader. But now, the people in this world were relatively weak. unable to rival her. She finally had a chance to experience the majesty of being a leader. Furthermore, while she desired to lead, she still had standards for choosing subordinates. Luo Qian regarded the water user, stepping onto the training platform and gesturing for him to join her. The water user, feeling resigned, climbed onto the platform, his hands hanging limply at his sides, unsure of where to place them, while the spectators continued to murmur. "Hey, what do we do? The master instructed us to protect the little lady. B. What if the little lady gets hurt? Will the captain not punish us? C. But we can't ignore the little lady's wishes. Otherwise, we'll be sent to the mountains." As Luo Qian spoke, the crowd fell silent, their attention fixed on the training platform. "You need to act quickly, otherwise I will strike first." When the water user hesitated, a leaf floated into Luo Qian's palm. The little sprite pinched the leaf between her fingers, spinning around slightly, and the leaf sliced through the air like a razor, severing the corner of the water user's garment, which fell to the ground. The onlookers were taken aback to discover that their little lady was also an ability user. Was this a manifestation of plant abilities? But how formidable could plant abilities be? The previously flustered water user, realizing that Luo Qian was not as weak as she appeared and was, in fact, an ability user, began to take the fight seriously. Chapter 27. Be good, no fighting. Nangong Chen had just concluded his meeting. After dismissing his subordinates, he took the walkie-talkie from Qiao Yu's hands and inquired, Luo, has she spoken? Qiao Yu replied, "Not yet." Nangong Chen nodded and pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. He was about to ask where the little sprite was, but was cut off by her hurried voice on the other end, stating she was in a fight and urging him not to disturb her before abruptly hanging up. Nangong Chen's expression darkened as he tossed the walkie-talkie back to Qiao Yu and asked Yiling, "Where is she now?" The subordinates just reported she's at the training ground. "Boss, don't worry. I specifically instructed them to ensure she's safe," Yiling added quickly to reassure him. Nangong Chen grunted in acknowledgement, striding away with powerful strides, his long legs encased in tailored trousers. Yiling, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng trailed behind Nangong Chen. And before they even reached the training ground, they were met with a series of anguished cries. The four hurried closer, only to find the innocent-looking Xiao Luo Qian standing atop the training platform, while a group of her subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, panting and covered in sweat. Nan Er and another captain, Nan Yen, had originally departed after their meeting, but upon hearing from their subordinates that their little lady had engaged in a brawl with the team, they hastily made their way over. Standing behind Nangong Chen and his trio, they observed the disheveled individuals on the ground. Feeling an inexplicable reluctance to acknowledge that these were the very trainees they had cultivated, now bested by a seemingly delicate young girl, Nangong Chen approached the platform, gently placing his hands on the waist of the little sprite and lifting her down. He playfully pinched Luo Qian's petite nose, advising her to behave and refrain from causing further chaos. Luo Qian clung to Nangong Chen's arm, nuzzling against him in silent affection. Before he whisked her away in his vehicle, Yiling, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng exchanged glances of exasperation. It seemed they were destined for a life of toil. As their leader nonchalantly departed, leaving them with a mountain of tasks, Nangong Chen drove through several checkpoints manned by the base's officials. Recognizing the vehicle's license plate, the staff promptly granted them passage. He parked in a small lot on the outskirts of the base's trading market and descended with Luo Qian. From a distance, the market buzzed with activity, a cacophony of voices and a melange of people. Nangong Chen had intended to take the little one out for a pleasant diversion, but upon witnessing the level of disorder that surpassed his expectations, he hesitated. Before the apocalypse, he had encountered numerous chaotic scenes. Yet the trading market before him was an unprecedented level of disarray. He had been informed that government personnel had attempted to organize the market, which was why he had brought Luo Qian along. However, the current state of affairs suggested that the government forces, in their conflict with the upper echelons, were likely struggling to maintain order. As he contemplated the possibility of taking her elsewhere, the exuberant little sprite tugged at his sleeve, urging him toward the market. Unable to dampen her enthusiasm, Nangong Chen sighed in resignation and followed her, determined to protect her from any potential harm. The trading market was alive with a multitude of individuals, some well-dressed, others tattered and filthy. Many had set up stalls, primarily selling gold, silver, and jewels, with the occasional mundane item. Once highly valued before the apocalypse, these adornments were now scarcely worth a loaf of bread. Starving individuals, gaunt and hollow-eyed, sat helplessly before their stalls, devoid of hope, only wishing to exchange their meager possessions for food or credits to stave off starvation. Beneath the clamor of the market, one could sense a lurking beast, ready to devour the already struggling remnants of humanity. Concerned that the scene might dampen Luo Qian's spirits, Nan Gongchen kept a vigilant eye on her emotions, prepared to whisk her away at the first sign of distress. However, his worries proved unfounded. After a brief observation, he noted that she remained unaffected. Had Luo Qian been privy to his concerns, she might have deemed him overly sentimental. Their kind adhered to the laws of nature, where survival of the fittest prevailed, and everything existed in a cycle of cause and effect, which they must not interfere with. After a tour of the market, the little sprite emerged clutching a bundle of flower seeds, shielded by Nan Gongchen as they returned to the vehicle. With the world's soil now contaminated, it was nearly impossible to cultivate even weeds, let alone flowers. Moreover, amidst the global famine, it was unlikely anyone aside from Luo Qian would possess the leisure to indulge in such pursuits, as mere survival was a pressing concern. As Nan Gongchen gazed at the exuberant Luo Qian, who was overjoyed with her flower seeds, he affectionately ruffled her hair, deriving satisfaction from her happiness as he drove away. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Ling and the others had already returned from the training ground. Noticing Luo Qian's armful of items, Yi Zifeng approached her. "Little Luo Qian, what are you carrying?" he inquired. "Flower seeds," she replied. "But the soil is contaminated. They probably won't grow," he remarked. "If they can't grow now, I can plant them later," she countered. Despite the soil pollution, Luo Qian had her methods to coax the seeds to sprout, but given the harsh weather conditions, she had no intention of planting them just yet. Yi Zifeng assumed she was dreaming of a time when the apocalypse would end, eager to sow her seeds then. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Would there ever be an end to this catastrophe? Contemplating this, the youthful boy's gaze clouded with sorrow. Survival was already a challenge, let alone the hope of overcoming the apocalypse. The following morning, after breakfast, Nan Gongchen noticed that Luo Qian had yet to rise and decided to personally awaken her. He ascended to the third-floor master bedroom, knocked on the door, and receiving no response, entered. His eyes scanned the room until he spotted a small mound in the center of the dusty bedding. Approaching, he sat at the edge of the bed and gently patted the covers, eliciting a slight stir from the little sprite within. Seeing her finally respond, he carefully pulled back the covers to unveil her. Sensing his familiar presence, Luo Qian sleepily nestled into his embrace, with a blush creeping to his ears. Nan Gongchen cradled her, coaxing her to wake. As she blinked her drowsy eyes, her long lashes glistening with sleep, she snuggled against him, playfully requesting to be carried to the bathroom for her morning routine. Suppressing the fiery desire within, Nan Gongchen lifted the little sprite from the bed and escorted her to freshen up. He planned to take her to an external warehouse that day to retrieve supplies he had prepared before the apocalypse. After all, safety was paramount, and the sooner they acted, the better. Chapter 28. The Horde of Zombies. After washing up and having breakfast, Nan Gongchen set out with the little sprite and the ever-prepared Yi Ling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng, discreetly leaving the base in their vehicle. The five of them traveled in a modified military off-road vehicle, its windows fortified with high-grade bulletproof glass. The interior was spacious, featuring 2 rows of seats behind the driver and passenger seats, with the last row convertible into a sleeping area. As they drove from the heart of Linuan base and through the gates, the living conditions deteriorated significantly, with an increasing number of refugees. Upon exiting the base, they headed toward the temporary border, encountering numerous zombies dragging their dismembered limbs. Nan Gongchen observed that these zombies appeared more active than before, and rather than the usual sporadic appearances in the suburbs, they now seemed to be gathering, reminiscent of the densely populated city centers. It was unusual for suburban zombies to congregate in such numbers. Could it be that they had evolved? Had they learned to band together for warmth? A series of golden-purple lightning bolts flashed before the vehicle, effortlessly reducing the approaching zombies to charred remains. After traveling a considerable distance from the outskirts of Linuan City, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a rather sizable horde of zombies at the boundary of Lan City. Nan Gongchen surveyed the scene from a distance, estimating there to be nearly 100 or 200 of them. Such a phenomenon would be entirely normal in densely populated urban areas, where an overabundance of inhabitants could even give rise to a zombie tide. However, this was at the junction of Linuan and Lan City, an area with a relatively sparse population, making the congregation of zombies here rather perplexing. Nangong Chen's conviction that these zombies had indeed evolved became increasingly resolute. Once the 5 of them disembarked from the vehicle, they stood by its side to observe for a moment. Xiao Yu intermittently dispatched a few of the advancing zombies with water spikes. Nangong Chen handed his binoculars to Yi Ling, who, upon receiving them, gazed towards the Horde.
Boss.
It seems we cannot avoid them. The Horde is too close. Furthermore, to reach our warehouse, we must traverse this area. Taking an alternate route would necessitate passing through Lan City, which likely harbors an even greater number of zombies. Upon hearing Yi Ling's analysis, Nangong Chen swiftly made a decision. Prepare yourselves. We shall forge ahead. The group's skills were commendable. Although the zombies exhibited signs of evolution, their movements were still sluggish, posing little difficulty for the 5 of them, aside from the considerable exertion it would entail. Nangong Chen retrieved a few boxes of ammunition and grenades from the trunk of the military off-road vehicle. They each loaded their assault rifles with bullets and strapped a sharp machete to their backs. Luo, when the Horde approaches, stay inside the vehicle and remain silent. The zombies will not draw near. Nangong Chen gently tousled the hair of the little fairy, assuring her that the commotion of their combat would attract the surrounding zombies away from Luo Qian, rendering her safer. Luo Qian shook her head and picked up a stick from the ground. Chen, I am formidable too. I will join you. Nangong Chen replied, be good. Stay in the vehicle. We can handle this. Yi Zifeng added, yes, little Luo Qian, remain in the vehicle. We will resolve this swiftly. Xiao Yu concurred, indeed. Do not worry. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Nangong Chen placed Luo Qian inside the vehicle, feeling a mixture of pride and concern for her safety. Although he recognized her strength, he could not shake the fear of her being harmed. Once the 4 were prepared, they charged towards the Horde, tossing several grenades into the massive zombies when they were still a few hundred meters away. The clustered zombies were obliterated by the explosions, their bodies blown apart but still writhing on the ground. At the onset of the apocalypse, although Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng possessed abilities significantly stronger than most, their primary means of dispatching zombies remained firearms and hand-to-hand combat. Overuse of their powers would deplete their energy, which required time to replenish. Conversely, Nangong Chen's initial ability had already reached the 2nd level, yet his powers would still be continuously expended during combat. Once his energy was exhausted, he would have to rely on his physical prowess until his abilities could be restored. Within the Horde, various powers flickered continuously, bullets piercing the air to strike zombies in the head, while the remaining zombies from the explosions found themselves decapitated. Streams of golden-purple lightning, compressed into highly dense currents, struck the heads of the zombies, reducing those clustered together to cinders. Yellow flames, enveloped in a layer of sky blue, were hurled towards the zombies, while sharply compressed water spikes targeted their brains. 2 razor-sharp blades danced through the Horde, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies caught in the explosions. As the zombies converged towards the center of the blasts, the group's powers were continuously drained. Luo Qian, wielding a stick she had scavenged, stealthily approached the Horde. By the time the others noticed her sneaking into the fray, the little fairy had already dispatched several zombies with deft strikes to their heads. Nangong Chen stationed himself not far from Luo Qian, watching her fluid movements with a sense of relief. Perhaps he had been overly protective. He should not view her as fragile. His little one was capable of besting even the strongest fighters under his command. Strangely, the zombies seemed oblivious to her presence, not lunging towards her as one would expect from creatures with such keen hearing and smell. Although he could not fathom why, Nangong Chen found solace in this anomaly. At least it ensured the little fairy's safety. He had long sensed that she harbored numerous secrets, but he was unconcerned. If she wished to share them, he would be delighted. If not, he was more than willing to wait for the day she chose to reveal them. For now, all he desired was for the little fairy to remain joyful. A sense of inexplicable pride welled within Nangong Chen as he watched his remarkable little one. He had always known her capabilities were formidable, yet he wished for no untoward incidents to befall her. Now, witnessing her prowess firsthand, he felt considerably reassured. While he harbored such thoughts, he remained close to Luo Qian, vigilant in his watch over her. Chapter 29, Crystal Core. With Luo Qian's almost supernatural presence, the remaining zombies were swiftly eradicated. Yi Ling and the others wiped the zombie blood from their faces, stowing their weapons as they approached their leader and Luo Qian. Yi Zifeng, wiping the remnants of zombie blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned broadly, praising Luo Qian. Little Luo Qian, you are truly exceptional. Yi Ling and Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite her delicate appearance, Luo Qian's skills were on par with theirs, a realization they should have embraced sooner. When Nangang Chen, Yi Ling, and Yi Zifeng first encountered Luo Qian, they had witnessed her single-handedly take down numerous burly men in the training arena, confirming her strength. Yet, her seemingly fragile exterior often bewitched them, leading them to perceive her as someone in need of protection. However, today as events illuminated the truth, Luo Qian was indeed formidable, prompting the contemplation of who was truly safeguarding whom. Luo Qian gazed at Nangang Chen, her hand resting on his shoulder as she locked eyes with him, her gaze filled with his reflection. Her voice, though soft, effortlessly resonated within Nangang Chen's heart, stirring emotions long since hardened. I am strong. I will protect you. All right, Nangang Chen replied, having lost count of how many times Luo Qian had vowed to protect him. This was the first time in his memory someone had expressed such a sentiment towards him, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. Luo Qian, beneath his gentle touch, nuzzled her head against his hand. A ticklish sensation spread through Nangang Chen's palm, reaching deep into his heart. Observing the scattered remains of the zombies, Luo Qian noted something peculiar about them, as if they held an unusual quality. Luo Qian took the black gold machete from Nangang Chen's hand, surveying the heap of zombie corpses on the ground before approaching a relatively intact zombie. She gazed at the lifeless creature for a moment, then plunged the blade into the skull of the zombie that had only a small portion of its brain still attached to its body. Yi Zifeng watched Luo Qian's actions in astonishment. Her brutality was indeed striking. The zombie was unmistakably dead, yet she proceeded to cleave open its skull, and to his disbelief, she even stirred the gelatinous mass of brain matter within. However, in the days to come, as Yi Zifeng became accustomed to the act of slicing open zombies' brains, he would reflect on that moment with a sense of bewilderment, realizing that his own thoughts were rather absurd. The treasures hidden within the zombie's brain became increasingly alluring, and he found himself digging deeper with growing enthusiasm. In contrast to Yi Zifeng's shock, the others maintained an air of calmness. Those accustomed to the taste of bloodshed had witnessed far grimmer scenes, particularly in the apocalyptic world they inhabited. Curiosity led them closer, while Yi Zifeng, momentarily frozen in place, eventually followed suit. As they approached, it appeared that something was faintly visible within the zombie's skull. Luo Qian, wielding her weapon, prodded the area and was about to reach down to retrieve a crystal-clear stone coated in zombie brain matter when Nangang Chen intervened. Casting a glance at the stone, he simply held Luo Qian's hand and remarked, "It's dirty," before turning his attention to Yi Zifeng, his unspoken implication clear. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Yi Zifeng inexplicably shivered, a familiar sensation washing over him. He sensed he was about to be ensnared once more. Minutes later, under the combined pressure of Yi Ling and Xiao Yu's coaxing, Yi Zifeng reluctantly accepted the disposable gloves and bottled water that Luo Qian handed him, silently preparing to wash the luminous stone. Without uttering a word, Nangang Chen had achieved his objective. Yi Zifeng lamented inwardly, "You bunch of sesame-filled dumplings. All you do is set me up." After cleansing the stone, Yi Zifeng presented it to the others. Luo Qian accepted the small gem from his hand, noting its resemblance to the gift bestowed upon her by the old locust tree, both containing a latent energy, albeit this one far weaker than the crystalline core of the tree. The zombie's crystal was irregularly shaped, unlike the locust tree's geometric form. As she held the crystal, Luo Qian discreetly released her own energy. A faint green mist unfurled from her fingertips, encircling the crystal before dissipating into the air. She placed the zombie's crystal into Nangang Chen's palm and instructed him, "Use your body as abilities to sense it and draw it into yourself." Following her words, Nangang Chen enveloped the crystal in his hand, attuning himself to its energy. Soon, the onlookers witnessed the crystal in his palm transform into powder at a visible rate. Observing the powder, Nangong Chen felt the energy within it replenishing what had been depleted from his body, erasing the fatigue he had experienced from slaying the zombies. What is this? A glimmer of delight flickered in Nangong Chen's eyes. Earlier, he had distinctly sensed that a few of the zombies were notably stronger than their counterparts. Their exoskeletons harder, and their speed slightly enhanced. He realized that these zombies were evolving, and he had been concerned that humanity would struggle to survive against increasingly formidable foes. However, if zombies could evolve, could it not also imply that the abilities of those with powers could be upgraded by absorbing these crystal cores? These are crystal cores. Luo Qian explained. Crystal cores? Nangong Chen echoed, intrigued. Yes, she affirmed, her demeanor calm, unaware of the staggering implications of her words. They can restore the abilities within your body and also enhance your powers, allowing you to transcend to higher levels. Having just sensed the energy within the crystal herself, Luo Qian discovered she could absorb the energy of the zombie's crystal core for cultivation. Her initial intent in allowing Nangong Chen to absorb the core had merely been a test. Yet she was astonished to find that his powers had visibly regained a significant portion. It appeared these cores could not only aid her own cultivation, but could also be absorbed by those with varying abilities. She had assumed that only high-tier plants would yield crystal cores, yet it was surprising to find that these zombies possessed them as well. While the current cores were too weak to contribute to her cultivation, she sensed that these zombies were progressively growing stronger. Once they evolved further, their cores would become more potent, presenting her with an opportunity for growth. After all, these creatures lacked any semblance of life. They were no longer human, so she did not perceive it as taking a life. Although evolved plants could also facilitate her training, such specimens were nearly non-existent, let alone those as formidable as the old locust tree, which had yet to have a peer in this world. Moreover, as a plant herself, she was reluctant to exploit other plants' crystal cores for her advancement. Initially believing her path to cultivation was fraught with challenges, she now found an unexpected avenue to pursue. However, for the time being, the energy contained within these cores was insufficient and laden with impurities, rendering them of little use to her, though she was willing to wait. Chapter 30. The Bastion. Upon hearing her words, the others expressed their excitement. They meticulously excavated the brains of the zombies, extracting the crystal cores from each. Yi Zifeng, who had earlier voiced his complaints, now found himself exhilarated by the digging, his initial disgust entirely dissipated. Returning to the vehicle, Nangong Chen examined the 20 crystal cores in his hand, each irregularly shaped and akin to small pebbles. They had unearthed approximately 200 zombie brains, yet only 20 contained cores. It seemed that the evolved zombies were indeed a rarity, and he began to comprehend why the zombies in the outskirts congregated in groups. The crystal cores produced by the evolved zombies exhibited an alluring quality for other zombies. This explanation clarified why they encountered hordes of zombies even in the outskirts. However, if this were the case, it spelled trouble for humanity. If the crystal cores attracted one another, the likelihood of a zombie tide forming would increase exponentially. Furthermore, the enhanced zombies would exhibit improvements in stamina, strength, and speed. It became evident that they needed to amass strength swiftly, for in this apocalyptic era, might reign supreme. They hastily vacated the site of their recent skirmish. Despite having equipped their firearms with silencers, the area bore the remnants of an explosion and a heavy scent of blood, rendering it perilous. After approximately half an hour of travel, they discovered a secure residential building on the outskirts of Blue City. Nangong Chen divided the 20 crystal cores into 5 equal portions and distributed them among his companions. Yi Ling and the others contemplated the 4 cores they held for a moment before returning them to Nangong Chen. "Boss, you should absorb them first," Yi Ling suggested. "Your abilities are the strongest among us, and an upgrade for you would benefit us all." Xiao Yu. "Indeed, in this manner, whether we are outside or within the base, our safety will be significantly enhanced. These crystal cores are scarce, and if we were to distribute them evenly, the possibility of each of us upgrading our abilities is nearly non-existent. It would be wiser to concentrate them on a single individual." Yi Zifeng. "I concur." Nan Gongchen nodded in agreement, remaining silent. The bond shared among them, having grown up together, was palpable. For Nan Gongchen, referring to them as subordinates would be an understatement. They were more akin to family. The little sprite glanced at the crystal cores in her hand and promptly deposited them into Nan Gongchen's palm. As he looked up to say something, the melodic and gentle voice of the sprite chimed in. "Chun-chun, these are for you." they hold little value for me, as their energy is minimal, but they could prove beneficial for you. Luo Qian observed the small crystal cores in Nan Gongchen's hand.
Currently,
The crystals produced by the evolved zombies were of low grade and insignificant for her cultivation. They could barely replenish her stamina. For her training, she required higher grade crystals, akin to that of the old locust tree's core, or even stronger. The core from the old locust tree had been kept in her space. It was the first true kindred spirit she encountered upon arriving in this world, and she was reluctant to absorb it. She wished to retain it, as it might serve a purpose in times of crisis. Nan Gongchen was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the little thing was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Grasping the 20 crystal cores in his hand, he soon felt them disintegrate into dust. He sensed a significant enhancement in his physical abilities. Yet he remained at a critical juncture of breakthrough, facing an invisible barrier he had yet to surpass. He recalled the sensation during his ability awakening, as if some force had shattered through 2 doors. After regaining consciousness, he had inquired with Yiling and the others, who had all experienced a similar sensation, albeit only breaking through 1 layer of the barrier, never perceiving the entrance of the second door. Indeed, it was evident that Nan Gongchen's abilities were superior to theirs by a level. Furthermore, based on the information they had previously received, such sensations were not exclusive to them. Among the awakened abilities, a select few had also felt the sensation of breaking through barriers, and those who did were generally stronger than those who did not. Some had even sensed the entrance of the doors, but had failed to break through. Later, according to official summaries, these abilities were categorized into levels, but that was a discussion for another time. At present, it appeared that Nan Gongchen was not far from breaking through to the 3rd level. As Nan Gongchen opened his eyes, Yiling, Luo Qian and the others, upon noticing his awakening, exchanged eager glances, filled with unspoken questions. He shook his head helplessly at them. Not yet, just a little more. Their faces reflected a moment of disappointment, but it quickly faded. Yiling was the first to speak. It seems we still require some crystal cores. Qiao Yu and Yi Zifeng nodded in agreement, with Qiao Yu resting his chin in thought, seemingly devising a plan. Yi Zifeng, unable to contain his chatter, exclaimed, "Hey, Linge, do you have a plan? You usually come up with all sorts of devious ideas." Before Yi Zifeng could finish, he caught sight of Yiling's sinister smile and instantly fell silent. Based on past experiences, he knew it was best to remain quiet at such times. Otherwise, he might find himself bitten by the smiling viper without realizing it. The little sprite grasped Nan Gongchen's hand, and he tightened his hold on Luo Qian's hand, feeling somewhat comforted. Qiao Yu retrieved a map of Blue City, and after examining it for a few moments, Nan Gongchen devised a plan. Suddenly, an inappropriate sound interrupted the silence of contemplation. Luo Qian, exasperated, stuck out her tiny pink tongue. She deftly extracted a milk candy from Nan Gongchen's jacket pocket and popped it into her mouth, casting a glance out the window. The sound echoed again, louder this time. Luo Qian turned her head, her ears flushed, and saw everyone staring at her with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. "It wasn't me," she protested, pouting her rosy cheeks. "I merely ate a bit more than usual.
besides,
3 bowls of rice with a small snack here, and there isn't excessive, is it?" Well, perhaps her appetite was slightly larger than that of an average person. Seeing the doubtful expressions on their faces, Luo Qian repeated herself helplessly. "Really, it wasn't that much. Okay, fine, the last sound was indeed me. But it is lunchtime." Yi Zifeng interjected, his expression forlorn as his anxious gaze darted around. Nan Gongchen set the map aside. "Let's eat first. We can discuss it afterward." Chapter 31. Setting Traps. Before Nan Gongchen had even finished speaking, Yi Zifeng was already dashing towards the off-road vehicle. He opened the trunk and eagerly retrieved several bags of snacks, clearly famished. Yiling took out cooking utensils from the trunk while Qiao Yu busily assisted him. The little sprite, still with a milk candy in her mouth, finished it and stealthily reached for Nan Gongchen's jacket pocket again. Noticing her attempts, Nan Gongchen caught her hand before she could delve into his pocket once more. "Be good. We'll eat soon," he said with a smile, soothing the little sprite who was on the verge of a tantrum. Unexpectedly, Yi Zifeng appeared beside them, surrounded by an abundance of pink bubbles, and, realizing his presence, turned away with a sense of self-awareness. It seemed unnecessary to ask Luo Qian if she wanted snacks. After all, The boss, the protective mother hen, was vigilantly guarding her, leaving him with no choice but to forego the snacks in favor of dog food. Yi Zifeng glanced at the snacks in his hands, resigned to sampling them on her behalf. The dishes included sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, garlic ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and meatball soup, all served with steaming hot rice. Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng watched with hungry eyes, regretting the excessive snacks they had consumed earlier. Although their meals had not been poor, since Luo Qian's arrival, they had become increasingly refined, not only in flavor and aroma, but also in the balance of meat and vegetables. Apart from Yi Zifeng, the others began to savor their meals slowly. The little Sprite, while eating delicately, did not lack in speed. In no time, she had finished 2 bowls of rice and was leisurely serving herself another. Nan Gongchen couldn't help but feel curious. How could this little Sprite consume so much without gaining any weight? He pinched Luo Qian's stuffed cheeks, sighing in bewilderment. Luo Qian swatted away the hands obstructing her meal and popped a piece of sweet and sour pork into her mouth. With her big eyes squinting in satisfaction and a dimple forming on her cheek, she appeared utterly content. After their meal, they drove to an open field not far from the city. Nan Gongchen set down the map and surveyed the surroundings. After a thorough inspection, Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng approached and nodded at him. Understanding their signals, Nan Gongchen stepped back a few meters. In the blink of an eye, a deep purple and intense current surged through the air. Before a few individuals, a gaping chasm more than 30 meters in diameter and over 20 meters deep suddenly manifested in the ground. Nightling and the others gazed at the pit created instantaneously by Nangong Chen's extraordinary ability, involuntarily inhaling sharply. The potency of their leader's power was formidable. With but a gentle strike, he could forge such an immense cavity. Nangong Chen returned to the vehicle, took the little fairy's hand, and pointed towards the crater formed by the lightning strike, addressing Nightling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng. Right here, there are no survivors nearby. And we are not far from the commercial center of Blue City. Although Blue City does not rival metropolises with populations in the tens of millions, it still boasts a population of several million, and the number of those transformed into zombies will undoubtedly be significant. We shall set a trap here, which will attract a considerable number of zombies. Nightling nodded in agreement. They had already surveyed the surrounding terrain, and indeed, the location chosen by Nangong Chen was optimal. Having confirmed the site, the group swiftly set to work. They retrieved tools from the off-road vehicle and busied themselves until 3 in the afternoon, when they completed the construction of a teardrop-shaped pit trap. The bottom of the pit was filled with flammable materials, and numerous decaying flesh pieces scavenged from nearby lodgings were hung from the pit walls. Yi Zifeng ignited a high-temperature flame at the pit's base, ensuring that any zombies falling within would be reduced to ashes, and a steady stream of them would continue to plummet in. After a brief respite, they positioned several loudspeakers near the trap and prepared to depart. It would take some time for zombies to fall into the trap, and they intended to first gather supplies. Upon their return, they expected the pit to be filled with numerous zombies. Nangong Chen and the others meticulously organized the surroundings, ensuring that everything was properly arranged to prevent any risk of fire or other hazards. Nangong Chen finally addressed the group. Let us depart. We must first retrieve the supplies and then return for the crystal cores. Nangong Chen and Luo Qian boarded the vehicle first. Xiao Yu, Nightling, and Yi Zifeng took their seats in the driver's compartment and drove away from the trap. After gaining a reasonable distance from the pit, Nightling activated the loudspeakers placed within the trap. It would not be long before the zombies in the vicinity were drawn to the sound. The group drove towards the northeastern corner of Blue City's outskirts, where they had hidden their supplies in an artificial grove. Due to its sparse population and remote location, it was difficult to develop, and Nangong Chen capitalized on these characteristics to purchase the land, constructing a sizable underground warehouse. Initially intended for storing inconspicuous items, it fortuitously became a repository for supplies after the onset of the apocalypse. The road conditions in the outskirts were considerably better than in the city, with dilapidated vehicles scattered sporadically along the highway. After several minutes, Xiao Yu turned off the main road, guiding the vehicle onto a somewhat secluded path. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the concrete surface was riddled with cracks and potholes. As they ventured deeper, vegetation became more abundant, though most of it appeared withered. Along the way, aside from the occasional wandering zombie, they encountered very few people. This area had been sparsely populated even before the apocalypse. And now it was even more desolate. Nanggongchen, get out. After Xiao Yu parked the vehicle by the roadside, they each grabbed their backpacks and disembarked. Due to the acid rain prior to the apocalypse, the newly planted trees had wilted and fallen onto the path. Twisted branches lay scattered everywhere, making traversal difficult, let alone driving. Nanggongchen crouched down to help the little fairy secure the laces of her marten boots to prevent her from stumbling. Concerned that her delicate skin might be scratched by the branches, he took out a sun-shielding coat and wrapped it around Luo Qian. After walking for about half an hour,
They paused.
Xiao Yu handed his backpack to Nightling and then moved to clear the fallen leaves from the ground. A sturdy door revealed itself beneath the foliage. This location served as Nanggongchen's temporary warehouse for stockpiling supplies. Apart from Nightling and a few trusted confidants, no one else was aware of these supplies' existence. The door was constructed with the most advanced security technology from before the apocalypse. Only Nanggongchen himself could open it. Chapter 32. Gathering Supplies. Luo Qian looked on with curiosity. Nanggongchen approached the entrance, pressed a button beside the ground-level entry, and a display screen emerged. He scanned his fingerprint and retina, and only after assembling several oddly shaped symbols did the door slowly creak open. If any step in this process faltered, the door would activate its anti-theft protocol, attacking the intruder without warning. The door parted slightly, retreating to either side, revealing a staircase that gradually appeared before the five of them. Nanggongchen, Xiao Yu, Luo. We shall enter. Nightling and Zifeng, you two remain on guard. Nightling and Yi Zifeng, understood. Nanggongchen led Luo Qian inside, with Xiao Yu closely following. The warehouse was encased in robust copper walls, and the expansive floor, nearly the size of 30 playgrounds, was brimming with supplies. Boxes were tightly sealed, containing not only food, clothing, and necessities, but also an array of cold weapons. These supplies could sustain them for 3 lifetimes. Nanggongchen patted Luo Qian's hand and inquired, "Can we gather everything?" Luo Qian surveyed the surroundings and, moving slowly, nodded. With a wave of her hand, she drew all the supplies within a 20-meter radius into her spatial storage. Witnessing Luo Qian gather supplies for the first time, Xiao Yu was momentarily astonished. Her spatial abilities seemed exceptionally formidable. Nanggongchen, observing the remaining vast amounts of supplies, looked quizzically at Luo Qian and asked, "What's the matter? Why haven't you collected everything? Does gathering all the supplies impose a burden on you?" Luo Qian, lowering her gaze and fidgeting with her fingers, expressed her concerns to Nanggongchen. "I can only gather items within a 20-meter radius of myself. Those supplies are a bit too far, and I need to approach them." Although there were no restrictions when retrieving items from her space, she could only collect those within range when storing them. Nanggongchen, reassured that collecting supplies did not affect her adversely, sighed in relief. He pinched the little fairy's cheeks, his gaze remaining tender as he watched Luo Qian nod. He then led her towards a nearby pile of supplies. It took the group a full hour to gather everything from the warehouse, with Luo Qian managing to collect all the items. Nanggongchen observed Luo Qian closely for a moment, noting her lack of discomfort before proceeding to a side wall. After some exploration, a much smaller door came into view, hidden within the warehouse. He opened this concealed door using the same process of fingerprint and retina recognition, followed by assembling the peculiar shapes, but this time it required an additional password input before the small door finally opened. This small room was significantly more compact than the exterior, measuring only a few hundred square meters, yet it was filled to the brim with firearms and ammunition. Each container was stuffed with firearms of various types, including an assortment of guns, bullets of different calibers, grenades, smoke bombs, and, astonishingly, even artillery shells. Nanggongchen and Xiao Yu approached, and after examining several boxes, they allowed Luo Qian to store the items in her spatial realm. Observing the warehouse, which had been brimming with supplies upon their arrival, now transformed into a desolate emptiness, the three felt a sense of relief as they prepared to depart. Yi Zifeng, who had been impatiently pacing at the entrance, hurriedly approached as soon as he noticed figures emerging from within. Yi Zifeng, how did it go? Is everything ready? Xiao Yu, yes, all done. Nightling, who trailed slightly behind Yi Zifeng, glanced at Xiao Yu, reassured by the okay gesture she offered. They secured the warehouse's large door, covering it once more with soil and leaves. Before leaving, They even transported several large stones from nearby to completely conceal the entrance, ensuring it would not appear out of place amidst the surrounding rocks. Casting one final glance in the direction of the warehouse, the group pondered whether this door would ever be opened again. After gathering their supplies, the twilight hour approached, with the setting sun painting the horizon in hues of crimson. The group stood by their vehicle, gazing at the artificial forest not far away. Except for the acid rain that had fallen prior to the apocalypse, it had been nearly 3 months since any rain had graced the earth. The relentless heat had parched the land, creating cracks in the soil. Despite the impending evening, the air remained stifling, with an unsettling sense of rising warmth. Luo Qian tugged at the straps of her small backpack, observing the disarray of the low shrubs before her. The yellow-green leaves curled and withered, their sun-scorched edges appearing ragged and chaotic. Luo Qian, they are about to enter hibernation. Nangang Chen, Yi Zaifeng. In this sweltering weather? Hibernation? Isn't that something only animals do? The group stood puzzled behind Luo Qian, following her gaze toward the thicket, struggling to comprehend her sudden declaration. Yi Zaifeng initially assumed Luo Qian was referring to the wilting plants, thinking she believed they were dying. Luo Qian, the weather will turn cold. The surviving plants will wither their surface branches and leaves, then they will fall into slumber. Nangang Chen seized upon the gravity of her words, his expression gradually growing somber. Nangang Chen, the weather will turn cold? Luo Qian, yes, it will be much colder than ever before. They will hibernate, otherwise, it will be difficult for them to survive. Nangang Chen, how long until the weather changes? Luo Qian, very soon. The little sprite pondered, nodding then shaking her head, calculating the time in this world. About a week and a half, perhaps. She was uncertain of the exact duration, yet she sensed that time was of the essence, as all plants, whether withering or adapting to survive, were shedding their leaves. Upon understanding Luo Qian's message, Nightling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zaifeng, who had previously been confused, now wore serious expressions. Based on their knowledge of Luo Qian, they understood she would not speak without reason. In contrast to the shock displayed by Nightling and the others, Nangang Chen reacted swiftly, addressing them. Nightling, contact Nan Er and the others. Have them make preparations. Once we finish retrieving the crystals from the traps, we must return promptly. Nightling, understood. He rummaged through his inner pocket, producing a specially crafted whistle. The silver whistle was small yet exquisite. He blew into it, and shortly thereafter, a white messenger pigeon landed atop their vehicle. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, with power systems non-functional and communication signals severed, humanity had resorted to these primitive methods for long-distance information exchange. Chapter 33. The Half-Finished Building. Xiaoyu handed Nightling a written note. Nightling waved at the approaching pigeon, which perched on his arm. He attached the note to the bird's left leg before releasing it into the sky. The note instructed Nan Er and the others to prepare some winter clothing while collecting supplies. Due to the sweltering heat, very few in the base had stocked up on winter gear, primarily gathering food and other essentials. If temperatures were to plummet suddenly, surviving the harsh cold without adequate clothing would prove exceedingly difficult. Although Nangang Chen had amassed a comprehensive stockpile of supplies, food constituted the majority. While the winter items were sufficient, having more would always be advantageous, ensuring preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances. After exiting the small road, they hit the highway, where the encroaching darkness saw the undead becoming more active than during the day. The clustering behavior of the zombies was increasingly pronounced, prompting the group to reduce their speed to avoid attracting large hordes. Before nightfall enveloped them entirely, they halted at a half-finished building on the outskirts of a city. Just beyond the rear of the dilapidated structure lay a forest. The terrain was lower here, conveniently adjacent to a busy road. And given the favorable environment prior to the apocalypse, the developers likely intended to construct a high-end residential community. The area was eerily quiet, with tattered green tarps flapping in the wind above, while dark bloodstains emitted a foul stench in the stifling heat. Nangang Chen observed the eerie silence of the half-finished building with a contemplative gaze. Nightling and Xiaoyu swiftly approached from around the structure.
Xiaoyu, boss.
There's no one here. Nightling, not even a trace of zombies. He sheathed his dagger, tucking it into his waist pocket. Boss, something feels off here. Nangang Chen scrutinized the evident signs of construction, indicating that workers had been present before the apocalypse. If there had been humans before,
How could there be no zombies now?
Moreover, the silence was unnerving, akin to a graveyard. His keen instincts warned him of danger, yet with nightfall upon them, the gathering hordes outside seemed like a greater threat. Indeed, Nangongchen deliberated before suggesting, "Let us park the vehicle at the exit and spend the night inside." Xiaoyu drove the vehicle to the iron gate at the exit of the half-finished building, which would provide some protection from the zombies outside. Should any anomalies arise within the building, they could make a swift escape. For dinner, the group had a simple meal of instant noodles and milk, just enough to stave off hunger. Afterward, the four men planned to take turns keeping watch through the night, prepared for a quick departure. They opted not to set up a tent, choosing instead to rest lightly in their vehicle. Nangongchen remained by the car, designated for the night watch, while the others were settling in when a cacophony of chaotic engines and distant screams reached their ears. Intrigued by the source of such dangerous noise, they were suddenly startled by a loud bang against the iron gate.
Bang!
Yi Zifeng leaped from his folding chair, exclaiming, "What on earth? Who's making such a racket in the dead of night?" Not just foolish. It seems someone forgot their brains when they stepped out. Xiaoyu sighed in exasperation, retracting his foot that had been poised to board the vehicle, realizing rest was no longer an option. Nangongchen, originally leaning against the back of the vehicle, bent down to pull Luo Qian, who had been about to curl up in the back seat, back into his embrace. The little sprite nestled against Nangongchen, rubbing her drowsy eyes. As Nangongchen felt the person in his arms awaken, he turned his gaze towards Yiling, who stood beside the iron gate. The persistent sound of knocking echoed, thud, 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 accompanied by two coarse male voices and a delicate, yet slightly sharp female voice. "Hello, is anyone there? Please open the door. We are seeking refuge," Shun Ziawa called out. "Open the door quickly, or I'll smash it down," Zhang Biao shouted. "Open the door," Zhao Hongbao added. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the incessant banging on the door, feeling utterly helpless. Outside the iron gate, the relentless growls of zombies and the sounds of struggle filled the air. The commotion created by the three outside had attracted a considerable number of zombies to their vicinity. Nangongchen's expression darkened, yet a faint smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with an imperceptible glimmer, reminiscent of a specter haunting the night, eerily mysterious in the pitch-black darkness. "Yiling, open the door," he commanded. At his words, Qiao Yu and Yi Zifeng readied themselves for an imminent attack. Yiling nodded, stepping back a few paces before using his powers to slowly pry open the metallic iron door. As soon as a narrow gap appeared, the people outside hurriedly pushed the door wide open. Shun Ziawa stumbled forward, darting inside ahead of the two men, clad in a white miniskirt. Her attire was marred by weeks without washing, and her once smooth shoulder-length curls had become a disheveled mess. Zhang Biao, standing atop a silver van, swung a club with considerable force, effortlessly dispatching the zombies that lunged at him due to his robust physique. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongbao lingered behind the van, occasionally tossing small fireballs, though his shaky hands rendered them ineffective. Seeing Shun Ziawa rush in without offering assistance, Zhang Biao felt a twinge of regret. If it weren't for that conniving bimbo having connections at the Linuan base, he wouldn't have agreed to accompany these two burdens. As zombies began to crawl over the van barricade, Shun Ziawa's panic escalated, her voice taking on an imperious tone as she commanded Luo Qian and the others. "What are you all staring at? The zombies are about to get in. Hurry and help." Yi Zifeng shot her a disdainful look, while Yiling and Qiao Yu pretended not to hear her, disinterested in her plight. Noticing their disregard, Shun Ziawa's eyes darted around, eventually landing on Nangongchen, the evident leader of the group. His stern demeanor and unyielding presence made her feel a flicker of unease. Her gaze shifted to Luo Qian, who appeared immaculate, her skin flawless. Even Shun Ziawa, despite her jealousy, had to admit that the girl was breathtakingly beautiful. This admiration was tinged with envy and resentment. Why should she, a woman herself, suffer such disarray while another basked in radiance? Chapter 34. A shadow. Nangongchen sensed Shun Ziawa's envious gaze and shot her a piercing look that compelled her to lower her head hastily. She tried to elegantly smooth her unruly curls, her tone softening as she spoke again. "I was just a bit anxious, which is why I raised my voice. Could you please assist them? If the zombies breach the door, it won't bode well for you either." After a brief pause, seeing that no one responded, her frustration grew. Before the apocalypse, her family had been relatively well off. If not for the end of the world, she wouldn't find herself in such a predicament. However, she reassured herself that her brother held a position at the Linuan base and surely, once she was there, these people would regard her with greater respect. As the zombies threatened to surge inside, Nangongchen finally spoke at a leisurely pace. Yi Ling, Xiao Yu. Upon hearing their leader call their names, Yi Ling and Xiao Yu immediately understood his intent without further elaboration. Though they found the group bothersome, the ineptitude of the two novices meant they would likely be dragged down with them when the zombies inevitably broke through. Xiao Yu lazily brushed his long hair aside before stepping forward, handing his gun to Yi Ling, and both dashed towards the threat with remarkable speed. The zombies clustered around the nearby dilapidated building, drawn in greater numbers by the commotion. Yi Zifeng, eager for action, piped up, "Boss, let me help them." Nan Gongchen nodded, his gaze fixed ahead, but his right arm subtly restrained the impulsive Sprite. "Stay close, don't run off." He leaned down, whispering a few low words into Luo Qian's ear, his voice resonating softly as he blew gently against the shell of her ear. The shy girl rubbed her ear, which had been tickled by the ruckus, settling down obediently. The sound of bodies crashing to the ground reverberated continuously, interspersed with a few deliberate gunshots. Yi Ling and Xiao Yu retracted their guns, pulling back Yi Zifeng, who had been poised to throw fireballs. "Boss," they called out, returning from the skirmish. Nan Gongchen nodded in acknowledgement. A shadow flickered from a distance, darting into the ruins behind them. Nan Gongchen seemed to sense something amiss, yet when he looked again, there was no trace left. "Let us drive. We need to leave this place." Initially, they had sought refuge here to evade the horde of zombies outside, but it was clear they could no longer remain. Although the immediate threat had been neutralized, the remnants of the slain zombies littered the ground. The stench of blood too potent. This not only attracted more zombies but was also unpleasant for them to endure. Furthermore, the gunfire and the blood would likely draw more zombies from the surrounding area. As the group prepared to depart, Shun Yuxin rushed to their side. She observed their formidable abilities and concluded they were significantly stronger than the two men accompanying her. It was imperative for her to leverage their strength. "Are you leaving?" "You should stay. The zombies outside are quite active now. The iron gate is still intact. We could find something to barricade it and they won't get in." "Are you all heading to the Linuan base?" "I happen to know people there," she said, raising her chin proudly at the mention of her connections. However, before she could finish, Luo Qian interrupted her. "Why do you talk so much? It's really annoying. If you keep speaking, I'll hit you." Luo Qian, already fatigued, found Shen Ziao's incessant chatter to be an intolerable annoyance. "Exactly, it's deafening. Who cares who you know? We don't know you, so back off." Yi Zifeng chimed in excitedly, relishing the opportunity to retaliate, having not had the chance to do so in a while. As no one engaged with her, Shen Ziao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unaccustomed to such treatment. Even in this apocalypse, her brother's status at the Linuan base had ensured she was treated with courtesy by Zhang Biao and Zhao Hongbao, despite her lack of abilities. She glared at Luo Qian with palpable indignation, yet the two men behind her were utterly unreliable, and lacking any strength herself, she could only lower her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked submissively at the man in charge. Although he instilled a sense of fear, he was not immune to her allure, especially since he had just sent someone to assist her. However, Shen Ziao clearly misjudged the situation, underestimating Nangong Chen's ruthlessness. He was entirely oblivious to her, his mind occupied solely with his own trivial matters. Upon hearing Luo Qian's words, doubts began to creep into Nangong Chen's mind. Luo Qian was like a blank canvas. Had he erred in his methods of upbringing? How could one so casually assault the dregs of society? Such tasks should rightly fall to the capable men among them. Be a good girl and get in the car. Are you feeling tired? He disregarded the others, gently pushing the little sprite who had threatened to unleash her wrath into the back seat, before settling in beside her. Yi Zifeng and Yi Ling shrugged and yawned before joining them in the vehicle, while Xiao Yu took the driver's seat, and soon they were enveloped by the moonlight. The engine's roar attracted far more zombies than during the day, yet none could draw near. Xiao Yu focused intently on maneuvering the off-road vehicle, while Yi Ling remained vigilant in the passenger seat, alert to any disturbances. Occasionally, sharp blades flew past the front of the vehicle, embedding themselves into the heads of zombies that lunged toward the windshield. Yi Zifeng, yawning incessantly, tossed fireballs through the cracks of the window. The flames conjured by a supernatural being burned hotter than ordinary fire, proving difficult to extinguish. The clawing zombies were promptly reduced to ashes. Ugh, Yi Zifeng sighed, groggily lamenting. I'm utterly exhausted. It's all those brainless fools' fault that I can't get a wink of sleep. Yi Ling, we don't need to drive far. Just park by the highway nearby, and we'll set out again when dawn breaks. Sitting in the back row of the off-road vehicle, Nangongchen gently stirred the already slumbering Luo Qian and folded the map in his hands. Upon hearing his leader's words, Yi Zifeng enthusiastically chimed in. All right. Long live the boss. Hurry up, you go, I'm about to doze off like a pig. Xiaoyu chuckled helplessly, slightly increasing the speed while maintaining a steady course. They stopped the vehicle around 11 o'clock at night. Xiaoyu, Yi Ling, and Yi Zifeng succumbed to drowsiness and took light slumbers in the car. Chapter 35. The Mutated Monkeys. A small solar-powered lamp cast a dim yellow light in front of the off-road vehicle. Compared to the harshness outside, the interior offered a sense of warmth. Luo Qian was peacefully asleep on Nangongchen's lap. He leaned against the window, eyes closed, yet remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Ever since he became a supernatural being, Nangongchen discovered that his physical speed had increased exponentially, along with enhanced perceptions that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. With the amplification of his powers, his physical abilities had also strengthened. Even now, while his eyes remained shut, he could sense movements from hundreds of meters away. Occasionally, a few zombies would pass by the off-road vehicle, only to be struck by a surge of electricity coursing through their bodies. Externally, the zombies showed no signs of change. Yet internally, they had become charred remains. At 2 a.m, Yiling awoke from his slumber, prepared to take over the watch from Nangongchen. Boss, sleep on. I'll take the night shift. Nangongchen nodded silently, adjusting the thin blanket over Luo Qian to cover her snugly. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing scream shattered the night's tranquility, prompting Nangongchen and Yiling to exchange concerned glances before peering outside the vehicle. A blaze erupted from a nearby abandoned building, its flames intensifying. Nangongchen stood, retrieving a toy from the side to use as a cushion for Luo Qian's head. She stirred restlessly, but after a few gentle pats on her back and soft reassurances from Nangongchen, she settled back into peace. Here, boss. Yiling offered as he produced 2 night vision binoculars from the vehicle. Nangongchen exited the car and accepted the binoculars, directing his gaze toward the inferno engulfing the abandoned building. Situated at a higher elevation, they had a clear view of the chaos below. The sounds of screams echoed intermittently from within the structure. Through the binoculars, Nangongchen and Yiling glimpsed shadowy figures darting past, their speed too rapid to discern their nature. Boss, what kind of monsters are those? Yiling passed the binoculars to Xiaoyu, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, his heart racing with trepidation. Although he couldn't clearly identify the creatures, their swift and ferocious nature was unmistakable. It appeared that there were a dozen or so of them. He had seen shadows flitting past, and the fire-wielding supernatural being had collapsed. Nangongchen's brow furrowed slightly. Despite the creature's speed, he easily deduced their nature. Mutated animals, there are quite a few, likely a pack. Having encountered mutated rats previously, they had investigated reports at the base after returning, discovering that no expeditions had encountered mutated creatures. But now it seemed his earlier suspicions were confirmed. Flora and fauna were beginning to mutate, and their numbers would likely escalate. After a few more screams, silence enveloped the area. The abandoned building concealed the unfolding events, while several shadowy figures swiftly gathered around the corpse of the fire-wielding supernatural being, beginning to feast. Xiaoyu stared in shock through the binoculars at the horrifying scene. Are those monkeys? Nangongchen lowered the binoculars, affirming Xiaoyu's deduction. Indeed, mutated monkeys. The creatures surrounding the corpse of the fire-wielder revealed themselves. A dozen monkeys huddled together, their eyes rolled back in their sockets, a stark contrast to ordinary monkeys, equipped with sharp fangs and black claws. Their mouths were smeared with flesh and blood, occasionally emitting unsettling chattering sounds. Awakened by the distant sounds, Luo Qian peered out from the window. Noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the three men standing beside the vehicle, she tugged at Xiao Yu, who turned to see her curious gaze fixed on the night vision binoculars in his hands. With a gentle voice, he offered them to her. "Here, little Luo Qian." Xiao Yu spoke softly, having once envied those with younger siblings, now finding himself in a similar position. It was a pity that such a fine cabbage had been uprooted by their own leader. Taking the binoculars, Luo Qian directed her gaze toward the abandoned building, almost retching at the gruesome sight before her. In a mere 10 minutes, the fire-wielding supernatural being had been devoured by the mutated monkeys, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind, before they vanished into the forest behind the abandoned structure. No wonder there had been no sign of zombies or corpses around the building. These creatures had consumed them all. "Boss, should we leave?" Xiao Yu inquired. Nangongchen replied, "We'll depart at dawn. That pack has just feasted and likely won't venture out for more food. We're at a safe distance from the abandoned building. They won't pursue us." Xiao Yu nodded, as the occasional murmurs of Yi Zifeng drifted from within the vehicle. In this sleepless night, it seemed the one sleeping the soundest was this carefree fellow. The little sprite, once awakened, found it impossible to return to slumber. After boarding the vehicle, Nangongchen bundled Luo Qian tightly in a blanket, compelling her to continue her rest. The little sprite, displeased, took a gentle bite on Nangongchen's arm, cursing the bipedal beasts in her heart before curling herself into a corner and shutting her eyes. Nangongchen, momentarily entranced by the faint bite marks on his hand, mused on the softness of the little creature. Her nibble was not painful but rather ignited a playful itch within him. In the front row, Yi Ling and Xiao Yu draped their jackets over their heads, signaling a desire to neither see nor hear any impropriety. The following day, oblivious to the events of the previous night, Yi Zifeng awoke to find 3 individuals aside from Luo Qian and was inevitably taken aback. It appeared as though they had formed a ragtag group, for the dark circles beneath their eyes were decidedly pronounced. With dawn breaking, the group finished their breakfast and resolved to depart from this place of discord. Just as the off-road vehicle roared to life, 2 figures sprang forth from the nearby underbrush. Zhang Baiao and Shun Ziaoa emerged, positioning themselves before the group's vehicle. They appeared even more disheveled than before, with additional streaks of blood marring their attire. Yi Ling and the others gazed at them in astonishment, hardly able to believe that the pair had miraculously escaped the clutches of the mutated monkeys. The previous night, obscured by darkness and obstructed by walls, they had not fully grasped the nature of the chaos that had unfolded. They had assumed that, with their rudimentary skills, escape was beyond their reach, yet here they stood, alive. Xiao Yu and Yi Ling lowered the side window, scrutinizing the duo blocking their path. Shun Ziaoa, noticing their gaze, hurried to address them. "It's me. We encountered each other last night. Do you remember me?" She feigned delicacy, patting her chest and sashaying forward. Xiao Yu exhibited a flicker of impatience and refrained from responding, while Yi Ling wore a disconcerting smile, one that sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of those who beheld it. "Step aside." Shun Ziaoa, sensing the hostility emanating from the vehicle's occupants, felt a wave of trepidation yet steeled herself to approach. There was no alternative. The 3 of them had faced an unknown horde of monsters in that dilapidated building. Overcome by fear, she had fled, and had it not been for her pushing Zhao Hongbeo in front of her, she might very well have been devoured by those creatures. Zhao Hongbeo, once a classmate, had persistently pursued her, but she had never acquiesced to his advances. If not for the Apocalypse's arrival and his subsequent awakening of abilities, she would never have considered allowing him to elevate himself to her level as a boyfriend. Yet, it was precisely Zhao Hongbeo's foolishness that had rendered him the bait, affording them the chance to escape. However, the van they had picked up on the road had long since met its demise while fending off zombies at the Iron Gate. Otherwise, Zhang Baiao would not have had to hide in the underbrush throughout the night, perpetually fearing that the monsters would return. This group must have known of the monsters' presence. They displayed not an ounce of empathy, fleeing without a word of warning. Now that their van was inoperative, they could not possibly trek to the Linuan base on foot. Fortunately, they had encountered this group once more. Shun Ziaoa's disheveled state was a direct result of their actions, and thus they must assist her in returning to the Linuan base. Calculating in her mind, she maintained a facade of calm. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances last night, and our vehicle is also broken down. This location is the closest to the Linuan base, and you must be heading there as well. Please, take us with you. Zhang Baiao stood behind her, silent and resolute, continuing to obstruct their path. Are you out of your mind? Why should we take you with us? Get lost. I don't hate women, but I wouldn't mind making an exception. Before Yiling could speak, Yi Zifeng angrily flung open the car door. He had never before encountered such brazen shamelessness. The audacity of this individual was astounding. Were it not for their interference, he wouldn't have had such a restless night. Looking at Shin Ziaoa, he couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. Shin Ziaoa's expression twisted momentarily at his words before she quickly regained her composure. She had never been so publicly humiliated, and this group had dared to insult her twice. Upon returning to the Linuan base, she would ensure her brother dealt with them appropriately, and then have these relatively decent-looking men serve as her playthings. After all, in this apocalypse no one would care. For now, however, she still needed them to take her back, so she would endure. Zhang Baiao, standing behind Shin Ziaoa, wore a grim expression. He was capable in combat, able to take on 10 zombies at once. Yet he had observed that among this group was a fire-type ability user, and the other two exhibited strength far surpassing his own, as if they had undergone professional training. He was self-aware enough to recognize that his skills would seem trifling in their eyes. Most importantly, their leader had yet to make a move. The girl they were protecting appeared clean and beautiful, a stark contrast to the ragged individuals they had encountered previously, who were filthy and lacked any discernible abilities. To be able to safeguard such a girl in the apocalypse indicated that this group possessed considerable strength. Previously, among the three of them was Zhao Hongbao, the fire-type user. Though inept, his presence had been somewhat intimidating. Now, however, that waste had been eliminated by Shen Ziaoa's treachery. She glanced at the occupants of the off-road vehicle, gesturing toward herself and Shen Ziaoa, her heart racing. We are a distance from the Linuan base, and our vehicle is broken down. We truly have no choice. Please, allow us a seat in your vehicle. My brother is at the Linuan base, and I assure you that any assistance you require can be arranged. Yiling scrutinized Zhang Baiao's insincere smile, his lips curling into a disturbingly sinister grin, his narrowed eyes seemingly capable of discerning the deepest desires of the soul. If you value your life, step aside. Disinterested in further dialogue, Yiling shut the window and instructed Xiaoyu to drive. Zhang Baiao and Shen Ziaoa, witnessing the vehicle barreling toward them, instinctively recoiled, cursing under their breath as they hurriedly sidestepped. Zhang Baiao, watching the vehicle prepare to drive away, felt a surge of indignation. His fiery temper left him little time for contemplation. He picked up a stone of moderate size from the ground and hurled it toward the off-road vehicle. The stone struck the bulletproof glass with a dull thud but inflicted no damage. Seeing this, Zhang Baiao's expression grew even more furious, his eyes wide with anger. He retrieved a dagger from his pocket and threw it at the vehicle's tire. The tire deflated with a resounding pop, prompting Xiaoyu to kill the engine, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. Nangong Chen, who had been resting in the back seat, slowly opened his eyes, bemused by the persistent individuals seeking their demise. He yanked the little sprite, who had been peering out the window, back into the vehicle and ordered Yi Zifeng and Yiling to disembark. Yi Zifeng, brimming with unspent fury, emerged from the vehicle, ready to unleash his wrath, yet before he could utter a word, he was confronted by a threatening figure. Having received a proper education, he knew the depths of shamelessness could not compare to that of a truly vile individual. Zhang Baiao, witnessing the two descending from the vehicle with menacing expressions, recognized their formidable prowess and felt a pang of regret for his impulsive actions. Standing silently to the side, Shen Ziaoa took a couple of steps back, distancing herself from Zhang Baiao. Sensing her movement, Zhang Baiao cursed inwardly, labeling her as a deceitful wretch. Although he regretted his impulsive actions from moments ago, it was evidently too late to retreat. He threatened her with a hint of guilt. The monsters that attacked us yesterday are lurking not far away in the abandoned building. Don't come any closer, or I'll draw them here. Oh, is that so? Yi Zifeng regarded him with scorn. Clenching his fists, he began to advance towards Zhang Baiao with an eerie, silent determination. The few individuals who had grown up beside Nangong Chen were not to be trifled with. Even the seemingly carefree Yi Zifeng exuded an aura of immense pressure when enraged, compelling those around him to feel utterly weakened. Zhang Baiao turned pale with fear, awkwardly crouching on the ground as he attempted to retreat. What do you want? He stammered, as Yi Zifeng closed in relentlessly. Nothing much, just a bit of a itch. Chapter 37. A well-deserved beating. Inside the car, Luo Qian heard the rising wails from outside and nestled closer into Nangong Chen's embrace. Chen, I want to get out of the car too.
All right.
Nangong Chen sighed, slightly nodding at Luo Qian, who looked up at him expectantly. It was impossible for him to resist her pleading gaze. He took her hand and stepped out of the vehicle, with Xiao Yu following close behind. Luo Qian surveyed the pitiful state of Zhang Baiao, who had been thoroughly thrashed by Yi Zifeng and the trembling Xin Ziaoa beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She had always believed in clear distinctions between right and wrong. These individuals had attempted to obstruct their vehicle and ended up having their tires slashed instead. They were truly despicable beasts. Zifeng Ge, that was splendid. Hearing the encouragement, Yi Zifeng felt invigorated. In the past, he had always been the mischievous child in front of Nangong Chen and his companions. Now, with someone joining him in the chaos, he felt a sense of camaraderie. He even felt a hint of pride in having support while he fought, as though he were the older brother coming to the aid of his younger sister being bullied. Suddenly, something was approaching. Ever vigilant, Nangong Chen noticed disturbances in the distance and cast a grim glance at the already punctured tires. Xiao Yu, sensing the tension in Nangong Chen's demeanor, grew concerned. Boss, what's wrong? It's likely the mutated monkeys from last night. They must be coming our way. How can they be here so soon? Didn't they just feast last night? Both of them looked at Zhang Baiao, now a pitiful sight, and the quaking Xin Ziaoa. It was no wonder these two remained unscathed. They were originally intended as reserve food. With the reserves escaping the monkeys' watchful eyes, the monkeys would naturally pursue. Xiao Yu glanced at the ruined tires and asked, Boss, what do we do? The car won't be operable for a while. Nangong Chen surveyed their surroundings. They were encircled by mountains, with only one highway available. The mountains were a kingdom for wildlife. Running into the mountains would be detrimental. Their only option was to remain on the highway. Zifeng, stop. Nightling, who had been watching Yi Zifeng's assault, called out to him and then approached Nangong Chen. Yi Zifeng shook off the blood from his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the barely conscious Zhang Baiao before moving toward Nangong Chen. Just as he reached his side and was about to speak, a shadow darted past him and landed on the bloody Zhang Baiao. Before Zhang Baiao could comprehend what was happening, he opened his eyes to find a pair of white, eyeless sockets fixated upon him. He barely had time to react before the owner of those sockets bared its blood-stained fangs and lunged at him. Nangong Chen and the others could only hear a single scream before Zhang Baiao's life extinguished. The mutated monkey atop him began to gnaw at the flesh torn from his face. Ah! Help! There's a monster. Xin Ziaoa, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, a foul liquid seeping from between her legs. She crawled away in desperation, seeking refuge in a low spot among the grass. Yet, the mutated monkeys had already noticed her movements and pounced toward her. Nangong Chen and his companions were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The speed of these mutated monkeys was astonishing. From the moment they sensed the monkeys' approach, it hadn't even been a minute before they arrived. Prepare yourselves, stay safe, and when the opportunity arises, we escape, Nangong Chen instructed his companions, observing the frantically emerging mutated monkeys. It was still uncertain whether they would undergo mutations themselves if scratched by these beasts. Moreover, this group of mutated monkeys was swift and numerous, numbering around 40. While he sensed his abilities nearing a breakthrough to level 3, it was clear that confronting this swift and sizable horde head-on was ill-advised. Nangong Chen pulled Luo Qian closer to him and produced a golf club, placing it in her hands. He had long observed how she wielded a makeshift wooden stick during confrontations. This golf club had been tempered by Nightling's abilities, making it sturdier and lighter than regular clubs, allowing for ease of handling while maintaining an elegant appearance. Though he himself was indifferent to appearances, he didn't want others to perceive his little one as excessively brutal. Luo Qian, gripping the golf club, felt a surge of warmth from this bipedal creature. His thoughtful gift made her feel cherished, and she decided she would share a third of her milk candy with him in return. As several monkeys lunged forward, Nangong Chen and his companions quickly formed a defensive formation. They stood in a circle, with Luo Qian positioned behind Nangong Chen, half hidden by him. A bolt of golden-purple electricity flashed, and one of the attacking monkeys collapsed at Yi Zifeng's feet, its fur scorched black yet still fierce, as it surged forward. Just as it was about to leap onto Yi Zifeng, Nightling deftly maneuvered a dagger in front of him. However, despite exerting considerable force, Nightling only managed to sever half of the mutated monkey's claw. These mutated creatures were far more formidable than zombies, exhibiting multiple enhancements in strength and agility. Not to mention that monkeys were inherently swift. Goodness, this monster is too fast. It nearly marred my handsome face, Yi Zifeng exclaimed, glancing nervously at the mutated monkey with its severed arm not far away. Focus. These mutated creatures are not easy to handle, Nightling admonished him seriously. Yi Zifeng understood that the situation was dire and required his utmost attention. He straightened his expression and prepared for the confrontation. Perhaps due to the injury of one of their own, the entire group of mutated monkeys seemed to become enraged. Over 20 of them encircled the five, crouching low, bristling with fur, baring their fangs, and dripping with foul, blood-stained saliva. As the mutated monkeys launched themselves at the group, Nangongchen shouted, "Be careful." Hearing his warning, Nightling, Xiaoyu, and the others focused intently, readying themselves for the impending assault. A 3-meter-wide electric net descended from above, ensnaring 3 of the mutated monkeys. They writhed under the electric shocks, yet seemed to possess an inexhaustible vigor as they struggled against the electric grid. Xiaoyu conjured needle-like water spikes aimed at the mutated monkey's eyes. Yiling wielded his powers along with metallic objects to fend off the relentless onslaught of the mutated primates. Yi Zifeng hurled fireballs but was reminded by Nangongchen to remember to attach the silencer. Understood, boss. This horde of mutated monkeys was already formidable enough. If the gunfire drew zombies to their location, they would surely find themselves besieged. Several energy beams flashed through the air as Luo Qian, wielding a golf club, navigated through the throng of mutated monkeys alongside Nangongchen and the others. After hours of combat, the abilities of Nangongchen, Yiling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng were nearly depleted. The monkeys were as resilient as steel, tenacious as cockroaches. They had hoped to find an opportunity to escape, but the monkeys' speed made it exceedingly difficult to strike their targets. They had thought that zombies were bothersome enough, yet now they faced these fearsome mutated animals. Any ordinary ability user would have likely met their demise hundreds of times over by now. Nangongchen felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, while the others gasped for breath. Previously, the zombies had ignored Luo Qian's presence, but these mutated creatures did not hesitate to attack her. Distracted, Nangongchen cast a worried glance at Luo Qian, who was swinging the golf club at a mutated monkey. It was his fault for being too weak. A mutated monkey lunged at Luo Qian from behind, and Nangongchen pulled the little fairy aside just in time. Though he still suffered a shallow gash on his arm, the little fairy, seeing her companion injured, felt a surge of anger and struck the mutated monkey down with her club. Boss. Yiling and the others hurried over upon seeing the injury on Nangongchen's arm, driving back the surrounding mutated monkeys. Blood welled on the prominent veins of Nangongchen's hand as Luo Qian grasped his hand, her eyes glistening with tears. He gently stroked her soft hair to comfort her, but it was evidently not the right moment. He had been wounded, and more importantly, he was uncertain if he would become infected like the zombies. He needed to keep his distance from her. Just as he intended to step back, Luo Qian seized his arm, gesturing towards Nangongchen and Yiling. Your powers are nearly exhausted. It's fine, don't worry. Even if I die today, I will ensure you remain safe. Nangongchen caressed Luo Qian's cheek, his gaze tender yet tinged with a hint of regret. Then, he tore away the delicate fingers that were clutching his arm, realizing today might be his last stand. He would draw the fire, perhaps buying them some time to escape, hide, and find a chance to leave quickly. As Nangongchen urged Yiling and the others to take Luo Qian away, he suddenly heard the familiar voice of the little fairy. He thought he must have misheard and looked at Luo Qian in confusion, but before he could inquire, she had already stepped back a few paces. Before Nangongchen, Yiling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng could react, Luo Qian had exited their protective circle. In a moment of panic, his heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an unseen force. Just as he was about to call Luo Qian back, darkness enveloped him as 2 enormous leaves wrapped around him. He pounded against the leafy barrier, but it was extraordinarily sturdy, impervious even to a blade. The little fairy, seeing that her companions were shielded by the leaves she had conjured, swung her golf club to repel the approaching mutated monkeys. The earth began to crack, and several slender, yet towering vines emerged from the ground, swaying gracefully. These were not merely vines. They were branches, agile and resilient. The branches were adorned with white, bell-shaped flowers, a fragment of Luo Qian's true form. Her light brown eyes shimmered with a gentle green glow as the flower-laden branches danced under her command. Within mere seconds, the once tenacious horde of mutated monkeys, which had evaded their attacks with remarkable agility, plummeted from the air under Luo Qian's assault, lifeless upon impact. A few fortunate monkeys that managed to escape were swiftly ensnared by the rapidly growing offshoots of the branches, immobilized. All threats were eradicated in a matter of minutes by the lethal prowess of Luo Qian's true form. As the branches gradually receded before her, her pupils returned to their normal light brown hue. The poison within her branches required a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy each time she manifested them. Hence, it was her first time conjuring her true form since arriving in this world, which was nearly devoid of spiritual energy. She gazed at the lifeless bodies of the mutated monkeys, akin to the zombies, devoid of vitality. However, unlike the zombies, the viruses within these mutated creatures were not contagious. She had discovered this while attacking a portion of the monkeys with her branches. Moreover, she had found that these mutated monkeys possessed crystal nuclei within their brains. Remarkably, these nuclei were far purer than those found in the brains of the zombies. While attacking the monkeys, she had inadvertently absorbed some of the crystal nuclei. Although the crystals she had absorbed did not yet suffice to enhance her powers, they were substantially more beneficial than the inferior nuclei of the low-level zombies. After assimilating the crystal nuclei from the mutated monkeys, she felt a surge of rich and potent energy within her, even alleviating the discomfort caused by her earlier transformation. Since her arrival in this world, she had relied solely on absorbing stellar energy to maintain her spiritual force. This was the first time she felt so invigorated. In her excitement, she remembered that the two-legged creatures were still confined in the little black room. She carefully tucked away the white bell-shaped buds that had sprouted from her hair due to her exhilaration before unfolding the massive leaves. Chapter 39. No eating recklessly, Nan Gongchen emerged from the leafy enclosure, disregarding any lingering thoughts as he approached Luo Qian. He enveloped her tightly in his arms, towering over her by at least a head, his broad embrace securing her firmly. As he felt her safe presence, his previously racing heart gradually calmed. He seemed to grasp something profound. In his 20-plus years of existence, he had never encountered someone quite like her, who held more significance than life itself. As long as she stood before him, even in silence, she could make his once cold heart race fervently, igniting a fire within his veins. When he had confined them within those leaves to face danger alone, he felt as if his heart might cease to beat altogether. Luo Qian felt herself being squeezed tighter in Nan Gongchen's embrace, gasping for breath, her delicate fingers gently tapping his side. Chen, you're holding me too tightly. I can't breathe. Promise me you won't do this again. Hearing her plea, Nan Gongchen loosened his grip slightly, though he still held her close. His voice low and husky, laced with stubborn resolve as he gazed at her. Promise me, you must never do this again.
All right.
Luo Qian tilted her little head in confusion, struggling to comprehend the utterances of the bipedal creatures, yet she sensed their palpable unease. Moreover, she felt a lingering difficulty in her breathing, compelling her to acquiesce. She feared that should her response falter, the bipedal creature might indeed embrace her to the point of asphyxiation. Upon witnessing Luo Qian's compliance and her unscathed condition, Nan Gongchen gradually released his embrace, albeit still keeping the little sprite shielded in front of him, unwilling to let her out of his sight. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having regained his composure, hurriedly dashed to a nearby vehicle to retrieve a medical kit, returning in haste. Earlier, when they had been ensnared by the leaf barrier, their leader had behaved as if possessed. The three had never encountered such irrationality in Nan Gongchen, who had always been the epitome of wisdom and calmness, akin to a machine. It was astonishing to witness someone evoke such brutality and disarray in him. His hands were already a bloody mess from his attempts to breach the leaf barrier. Xiao Yu took the medical kit, eager to tend to his injuries. Yi Zifeng gazed at his leader's hand, which was indeed in a state that could only be described as ghastly, with hardly a patch of unblemished flesh. Little Luo Qian, your leaf is extraordinarily resilient. I have never encountered anything so formidable, he remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for Luo Qian. Despite their leader's dire state, one could not deny Luo Qian's remarkable strength. Earlier, even their combined efforts had failed to damage the leaf barrier, and most impressively, she had single-handedly dealt with the mutated monkeys. Upon noticing the medical kit that Xiaoyu had brought, Nangongchen suddenly retreated a few steps as if struck by a revelation. In his flustered state, he had completely forgotten about the scratch inflicted by the mutated monkeys. The others, observing Nangongchen's reaction, recalled the incident, and even the usually carefree Yi Zifeng adopted a rare seriousness. Luo Qian reassured them, it's all right. Injuries from mutated animals are not contagious. Indeed. Leader, it's been quite some time. If there were to be any mutation, it would have happened by now. Yi Zifeng concurred. Right, leader, just look at Zhang Baiao, who had half his face bitten off by a mutated monkey and is still unchanged, added Yiling leader. Even if something were to occur, we would never abandon you. You know we are sworn to follow you till death, Xiaoyu declared, his loyalty evident in his gaze. As did Yiling and Yi Zifeng. They understood that without Nangongchen, they would not be standing here today. They were resolute in their commitment to serve him for life. Whether or not they were to mutate, it mattered not. They would gladly follow him, even as zombies. Should it come to that? Nangongchen understood their sentiments all too well. They were his closest companions, and he wished for their safety above all. Even faced with the stark reality, he had to proceed with utmost caution. At the very least, he needed to isolate himself for a while to prevent any unforeseen events. Seeing the group hesitating, Luo Qian approached despite Nangongchen's attempts to retreat and resist. She grasped his arm firmly and bit down on it. If this bipedal creature doubted her assurances, she would demonstrate the truth. Nangongchen stared in astonishment at Luo Qian. He had almost forgotten how fiercely strong she could be. When she had gripped his arm, he had found it impossible to break free. A distinct handprint appeared on his arm from her grip. Yet, he could hardly blame her. It was his own struggle that had led to the bruising. A trace of blood from where she had bitten him lingered at the corner of her mouth. See? I told you I wouldn't mutate, she proclaimed confidently. Nangongchen seized her and pulled her closer. Yiling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng watched in shock, momentarily speechless. Their minds racing with disbelief, silently exclaiming, sister-in-law. Incredible. Their eyes widened in astonishment, unsure whether to commend Luo Qian's cleverness or chastise her boldness. Proving that mutated animals do not transmit the zombie virus was one thing, but her method was undeniably direct. Regardless, they were resolute in their acknowledgement of her as their sister-in-law. Nangongchen held the little sprite, one hand restraining her flailing arms while the other pried open her soft lips. You? He stammered, unable to articulate his frustration, his heart a tumult of emotions. Did this little creature truly understand what she was doing? Luo Qian bit down on his finger, which felt as hard as a stone against her bright white teeth, rendering her bite almost pitifully weak. After a moment of contemplation, Nangongchen finally released her, recognizing that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. He gazed at the unmoving body of Zhang Baiao in the distance, drawing reassurance from the fact that the mutated animal's virus did not appear to be contagious. Moreover, more than half an hour had passed. Typically, one bitten by a zombie would only last about 5 minutes at most before succumbing to mutation. With a sigh, he turned his gaze back to Luo Qian and solemnly instructed, no more indiscriminate eating or biting. Luo Qian, her eyes wandering, nodded nonchalantly, taking Nangongchen's hand and placing it before her. Observing her dismissive demeanor, Nangongchen felt a surge of frustration and pinched her delicate face. Earlier, when she had bitten near the wound inflicted by the mutated monkey, it had left him shaken. He covered her lips with his hand, diverting his gaze as if that would quell the turmoil in his heart. The roughness of his palm against her soft lips sent a tingling sensation through him. Luo Qian gazed at Nangongchen, her lips muffled beneath his hand as she protested. No, let go. At her words, Nangongchen hesitated before releasing his grip on her lips. Chapter 40. Level 1 Crystal Core. Luo Qian cradled Nengong Chen's hand with one hand while the other gently traced circles over his wound. The four of them witnessed a miraculous sight, a soft green glow emanating from her fingertips, gradually seeping into Nengong Chen's injury. His wound began to heal. While the injury he had inflicted upon himself was manageable, the one caused by the mutated monkey was somewhat more troublesome, yet not insurmountable. Though she could not purify the zombie virus, healing wounds was well within her capabilities. As long as there were no limbs severed, she could restore even those on the brink of death, albeit at the cost of some of her energy. Most importantly, she felt a surge of power within her, the most abundant since her arrival in this world. Yiling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng watched in awe as Nengong Chen's arm transformed back to its former state, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Is this healing? Just how many powers do you possess? Space manipulation, plant control, and now healing? You must be a bug. Yi Zifeng muttered, counting on his fingers. Yi Ling and Xiaoyu promptly smacked him on the head. In the apocalypse, strength was undoubtedly advantageous, but drawing too much attention could invite trouble. Except for the oblivious Yi Zifeng, the other three understood that Luo Qian was anything but ordinary. She had previously claimed to possess no special abilities, yet since she did not wish to elaborate, they chose to respect her silence. They naturally had no intention of probing further, yet Yi Zifeng, that foolish boy, truly had a knack for stirring the pot. Regardless of who Luo Qian was, they only knew that she bore them no malice, having aided and rescued them on several occasions. Moreover, she was connected to their leader, and it was rare for him to show any sign of affection. They certainly could not allow this chatterbox to frighten her away. Nengong Chen gazed at Luo Qian, pondering for a moment before releasing a sigh of relief. It was indeed a good thing that the little one was formidable. At least they need not worry about her ability to fend for herself. Furthermore, it seemed that her prowess extended to protecting them as well. He recognized that his own abilities were still woefully inadequate. He needed to grow stronger, to become someone upon whom Luo Qian could rely. With a grave expression, Nengong Chen addressed her. These abilities must remain a secret among us. Luo Qian met his gaze with her keen, hawk-like eyes. Nengong Chen's eyes spoke volumes, and she could discern a myriad of emotions within them. I understand. I won't expose myself or be taken for experimentation. Rest assured, Chen Chen. The plethora of dramas she had watched prior to the apocalypse had not been in vain. Given the current state of the world, it was not just research facilities that had succumbed, entire regions had fallen. Institutions like those had likely vanished long ago. And she was certainly not like those aliens from the shows, destined to be captured and dissected. After a brief moment of contemplation, Nengong Chen and the others grasped what Luo Qian meant. Nevertheless, her understanding did not seem to pose any detriment, so they offered their advice. Yes, precisely. We must remain discreet and vigilant, urged Yi Ling. Indeed, what Ling Gu said is correct, added Xiaoyu. You mustn't expose yourself. But his admonition was abruptly interrupted as two lumps appeared on his head. Yi Ling and Xiaoyu retracted their hands, realizing that while they intended to caution the young girl against revealing her abilities, their clumsy approach might indeed frighten her. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they now felt as though they were akin to uncles attempting to soothe a child. The group awkwardly scratched their cheeks, avoiding Luo Qian's inquisitive gaze. I get it. You all are exceptionally chatty today, akin to the old ladies at the village entrance, Luo Qian remarked. Nengong Chen nodded at the three of them. Indeed. Let's not resemble those old crones. First, let's change the tire. While the sun is still shining, we should depart early. With that, Nengong Chen consciously distanced himself from the role of the creepy uncle, leading the little sprite aside while urging the others to replace the punctured tire. Looks like it's just us single dogs who are suffering, grumbled Yi Ling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng in unison. Half an hour later, the spare tire was successfully installed. Yi Zifeng pointed to Xin Ziaoa, who was cowering in a nearby thicket, terrified and bearing various scars from the mutated monkeys. Had he not gone there to extract the cores from the mutated monkeys, he would have almost forgotten her existence. What shall we do with her, boss?
Should we?
Yi Zifeng gestured across his throat, and Nengong Chen turned to Xiaoyu. This person was knocked out cold when the monkey horde approached, and she hasn't regained consciousness since. She's barely clinging to life, Xiaoyu explained. Just leave her be. Why dirty our hands? Nangongchen replied. He was not one to show mercy. For every injury inflicted upon him, he would retaliate 1,000-fold. Observing her labored breathing, he surmised that her time was nearly up. To end her life swiftly would be too lenient. Instead, he preferred to leave her here to experience the slow passage of her own life, allowing her to truly comprehend the profound fear of death. Sometimes, living could be more agonizing than dying, especially in the apocalypse. As the off-road vehicle gradually departed the highway, a radiant sun began to ascend in the distance, casting a stark contrast to the devastation left behind. Nangongchen accepted the mutated monkey cores that Yiling handed him. There were a total of 21 cores, with some already absorbed by Luo Qian. As he scrutinized the translucent core in his palm, though it remained diminutive, its crystalline structure radiated a far more potent energy than before. A level 1 core? He mused, and Luo Qian nodded in affirmation. Their understanding aligned. The energy contained within this core was indeed akin to that of an ability user on the verge of a level 1 breakthrough. Through her observations, Luo Qian noted that the majority of zombies were still in a lowly state. Only a third exhibited signs of evolving into level 1 zombies. Yet their low-level cores held no value for her. Mutated plants had scarcely made an appearance, while mutated animals were beginning to show a faint trend. According to Nangongchen's classification, a level 1 core would merely provide Luo Qian with a fleeting sense of vitality, far from sufficient for genuine cultivation. Recalling the core from the old locust tree, it would equate to a level 3 core by Nangongchen's calculations. Plant cores were far purer than zombie cores, and their effects were likely to exceed those of the latter by more than a fold. If Luo Qian sought to cultivate, she would need at least a level 2 core, and it seemed she would have to wait for the zombies to reach that stage for some time. Thus, it appeared she would continue to absorb the power of the stars for now. Though the cores from mutated flora and fauna were indeed pure, they were also significantly more formidable than their zombie counterparts. It seemed that ability users of the same level were generally stronger than zombies. The group's endurance against the horde of mutated monkeys was not solely due to their superior abilities. Rather, it was thanks to the skills they had honed before the apocalypse. Chapter 41. Collecting Cores. Nangongchen handed the cores to Luo Qian. Are these cores of any use to you? Earlier, when Luo Qian had informed them that zombie brains also contained cores, they realized that some of the cores that should have existed within the mutated monkeys had vanished. Luo Qian explained that she had absorbed those cores, leaving them to excavate the remaining ones. Observing the remains of the mutated monkeys, Nangongchen concluded that since Luo Qian had absorbed their cores, these level 1 cores must indeed hold some value for her. Their time together had led Nangongchen to form a few speculations. The little sprite had claimed she possessed no abilities, yet she seemed capable of photosynthesis. Could it be that Luo Qian was, in fact, a tree? Perhaps he should refrain from calling her little one, for she was undeniably a little sprite. Nevertheless, regardless of what she was, be it a fairy or something else entirely, he did not care. He only knew that Luo Qian was the one he wished to protect for a lifetime. Their utility is minimal, but they might provide me with, Luo Qian shook her head, attempting to organize her thoughts. But they could allow me to have energy. Something like that, perhaps. She was uncertain if her phrasing was correct. Despite having watched numerous dramas, she was still not adept at articulating human speech. While her everyday expressions were fine, her manner of speaking tended to be rather blunt, exceedingly so. Nangongchen endeavored to comprehend the little sprite's expression, subsequently instructing Luo Qian to store the cores in her space for her to use gradually. While these cores were beneficial to her, their overall utility appeared limited. Nonetheless, Nangongchen believed that even if they could merely serve to replenish the little sprite's energy, it was worthwhile. Yiling, Qiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng naturally had no objections. The crystal cores were originally obtained by Luo Qian. Without her, they might not have survived at all. Previously, during their skirmish with the mutated monkeys, their abilities were nearly depleted, leaving them somewhat fatigued. Aside from Qiaoyu, who was driving, and Yiling, sitting in the passenger seat, the other three began to close their eyes and rest. Around 3 in the afternoon, the 5 of them exited the highway and drove off-road until they reached a point within 100 meters of the trap set in Lan City. Yiling, observing the road ahead, addressed Nangongchen, boss, just a kilometer ahead lies the trap we previously established. Understood. Nangongchen nodded, then turned to Qiaoyu, instructing him. Xiao Yu, please disable the loudspeaker we set up earlier. We'll proceed once the zombies surrounding it disperse. Got it, Xiao Yu replied, gradually steering the vehicle closer. The group swiftly dispatched nearby zombies, the tires of their off-road vehicle crunching over the fallen corpses. Fortunately, the vehicle had been significantly modified, or it would have likely broken down shortly after leaving the base. They parked by the roadside, and the little fairy jumped out of the car. Having been cooped up for hours, Luo Qian bounced around the vehicle, while Nan Gongchen, Yiling, and Xiao Yu huddled together, studying the map. Yi Zifeng sat atop the car, gazing at the thick smoke billowing from the trap in the distance. Luo Qian sniffed the air. It smells somewhat pleasant, like barbecued meat, but with a hint of foulness, quite acrid. The little fairy's sense of taste was markedly more acute than that of ordinary people. They were less than a kilometer from the trap, and although the other four were all ability users, only Nan Gongchen could detect the strong odor. Yi Ling and the others did not find it particularly overwhelming. Yi Zifeng, puzzled, leaned forward to sniff the air. Really? I think it's fine. It's probably just the scent of the zombies I burned to ashes. Xiao Yu turned to look at the nonchalant Yi Zifeng and the standing Luo Qian. As long as it's not the smell of blood, it should be manageable. Otherwise, the zombies might linger around, making it difficult to retrieve the crystal cores.
Huh.
It's not just talk. Anything that has been scorched by my flames turns to ash, Yi Zifeng boasted, as Yiling shot him a disapproving glance, exhaling in exasperation. Amused by the banter among the three, Yiling smiled at Luo Qian, saying, there should be disposable masks in the car. If the smell bothers you, feel free to wear one. It might help. Should I? Nan Gongchen handed the map to Xiao Yu and walked over to ruffle the soft hair of the little fairy, feeling a twinge of pity at her scrunched-up face. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qian shook her head. She rummaged through her space and produced several gas masks, handing them to Nan Gongchen. Let us use these. Otherwise, we might faint from the stench when we get closer. I refuse to die from the smell. If I'm to perish, it shall be from overeating. Nan Gongchen replied sternly. No more talk of death. Okay. Luo Qian chirped, and Nan Gongchen playfully pinched her pert nose, amused by her whimsical nature. The five of them took a brief respite to recover their abilities and consumed a light snack. After an exhausting day, they had barely eaten, their lunch consisting of merely a bit of bread. Perhaps due to her heightened sense of smell, Luo Qian felt unwell and only managed to eat a little. Nan Gongchen observed her delicate face, feeling a pang of concern. Eating so little will leave you famished. We should hasten to retrieve the crystal cores and depart. As dusk fell, apart from the zombies that had fallen into the pit, those that had gathered around the trap in response to the loudspeaker's call began to disperse, sensing the absence of sound. Nan Gongchen instructed Xiao Yu to stow the binoculars and maneuvered the vehicle closer to the pit. The closer they got, the more pungent the burnt odor became. They donned the gas masks Luo Qian had found, which provided considerable relief. Most of the gathered zombies had scattered, leaving only a few still wandering nearby. Armed with machetes and other handy weapons, they disembarked from the vehicle to engage in close combat, exercising their skills. Damn it, today I'm determined to smash your head. One zombie had its skull shattered under Yi Zifeng's powerful strike, but before he could react, another lunged at him from behind. Despite having decapitated one, he found himself caught off guard as the severed arm of the zombie fell onto him. This was the clean outfit I just changed into, Yi Zifeng grumbled while fighting off the creatures. Xiao Yu circled to his side, urging him to keep quiet, as his loud voice could attract more zombies. Some of the zombies appeared on the brink of advancing to a higher level, proving to be significantly tougher than their lower-tier counterparts. While the low-level zombies were slow and easily dispatched, those nearing an upgrade were much more agile, evading their attacks with increased strength. Chapter 42. The Initiative. Luo Qian wielded a golf club, methodically striking the zombie skulls. Not far from her, Nan Gongchen unleashed bolts of lightning, turning the surrounding low-level zombies to cinders. He occasionally delivered elegant and precise finishing blows to any stray zombies. Despite the grim task of slaying the undead, he exuded an air of natural authority. Once they had cleared the nearby zombies, Yi Zifeng gradually reduced the flames in the pit. The dozens of meters deep pit was filled with ashes that constituted more than half its height. Thanks to Xiao Yu's water ability, The pit remained slick and moist even after several days of burning from Yi Zifeng's flames. Among the ashes, glimmering points of light revealed the crystal cores left behind by the incinerated zombies. Wow, so many! Just how many zombies did we burn? Yi Zifeng exclaimed, amazed. And this is just what's visible on the surface. Who knows how many are buried beneath? Xiao Yu pondered. How do we retrieve them? We can't just jump into the pit, can we? Nan Gongchen frowned at the thought. Considering Xiao Yu's mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, even if they decided to enter, the sheer volume of ashes might bury them before they could extract the cores. Yiling, melt the scrap metal around here into fine wire and weave a soft net. Nan Gongchen commanded. Yiling nodded, using his abilities to transform the discarded iron and metal littered around into delicate strands of wire. Although the wire was fine, making it quite pliable, it did consume a bit of the energy he had just restored. Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng worked together to extract the crystal cores from the recently slain zombies. Luo Qian focused on slicing open the skulls, while Yi Zifeng, wearing rubber gloves, followed closely behind to collect the cores. After cleaning them, they handed them to Yi Ling for him to absorb and replenish his abilities. Nan Gongchen and Xiao Yu collaborated to weave the fine iron wire into a large, low-density sieve, gradually inserting the iron net into the bottom of the pit along its walls. The net was crafted using a special technique, a testament to their extensive training in the wilderness. They may not be experts in every field, but they possessed a diverse set of skills. Although the net was soft, being made of iron wire, it still maintained a degree of toughness. Nan Gongchen, Yiling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng were all robust individuals, effortlessly pulling the iron net from the other end. Yiling and Yi Zifeng secured the iron net, after which Nan Gongchen bound the rope attached to it to the bumper of their off-road vehicle. Once they dispersed, Xiao Yu drove forward slowly, drawing the iron net out. The net was woven with tiny holes, and as the off-road vehicle pulled it forward, the ashes of the burnt zombies spilled into the pit. Gleaming, pebble-like crystal nuclei were filtered out, enveloped by the iron net and extracted from the pit. Xiao Yu stepped forward to rinse the crystal nuclei with water before placing them into the bamboo basket that Luo Qian had brought over. The basket was large and filled to the brim with crystal nuclei. This time, their harvest was significant, estimated to be around 700 or 800 crystals. Although they were all low-level nuclei, they would greatly enhance their abilities. Observing their considerable gain, the group felt a surge of excitement. Even Nan Gongchen, usually stoic, wore a faint smile. Luo Qian danced around Nan Gongchen, jubilantly. Although these crystal nuclei were of no use to her, they would empower the bipedal beasts, preventing them from getting hurt. Yi Zifeng exclaimed, "This is an overwhelming amount. Are we about to explode with power?" Yi Ling replied, "Whether we explode with power remains to be seen, but with these crystal nuclei, we will have a significant advantage over other ability users. No one is aware that zombies and mutated plants and animals possess crystal nuclei in their brains, which gives us a tremendous edge. All thanks to little Luo Qian." Yi Zifeng chuckled. "Indeed, we owe it all to little Luo Qian." Xiao Yu added, "Otherwise, we wouldn't have known about the nuclei in the zombies' brains, let alone upgrade our abilities." Yi Zifeng laughed. "Are we about to become flying pigs standing at the forefront of this?" Xiao Yu retorted, "With that description, we certainly do not wish to join you as pigs." Xiao Yu and Yi Ling chuckled helplessly, while Luo Qian looked at Nan Gongchen, her hand rummaging through his pocket. Luo Qian asked, "Chen Chen, Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and even Flying Pig all say it's thanks to me. Do I not deserve a reward?" Nan Gongchen responded, "Yes, but no sweets. You've already had several today. Tonight, let Yi Ling prepare your favorite ribs." He caught Luo Qian's wandering hand, pinching her cheek when she pouted at the mention of no candy. He turned to Yi Ling and the others. "All right, enough laughing. Let us load the crystal nuclei onto the vehicle and find a safe place to rest." With that, Nan Gongchen led Luo Qian into the vehicle. Seeing the leader take little Luo Qian aboard, Xiao Yu slung his arm over Yi Ling's shoulder. Xiao Yu remarked, "Lingzi, today has been exhausting. Let us quickly pack up the iron net and head out." Yi Ling agreed. "Yes, it's time to wrap up." Yi Zifeng, watching Yi Ling and Xiao Yu prepare to leave, interjected, "Hold on, aren't you two lacking in sympathy? Won't you help me carry this?" Xiao Yu naturally replied that those who laughed the loudest earlier should assist. Yi Zifeng protested, When did this rule come into play? I wasn't informed. Yi Ling stated, just established. Yi Zifeng retorted, you two can't leave me hanging today. You must help me carry it. Xiao Yu complied, alright. Hurry up. Flying pig. As Yi Zifeng playfully teased Xiao Yu, they began loading the crystal nuclei onto the vehicle. Yi Ling sighed, resigned, realizing he had to clean up the aftermath. After securing the iron net for potential future use, he concealed any traces of their presence and finally felt at ease to board the vehicle. Exhausted from a day of toil, they opted for Yi Ling to take over the driving for the latter half of the journey. They found a safe spot to have dinner. After a long day, Luo Qian retrieved several prepackaged dishes from before the apocalypse from her space. The food emerged steaming hot, complemented by Yi Ling's delectable braised ribs and candied sweet potatoes. Tonight's dinner was simply perfect. Nan Gongchen and Xiao Yu climbed down from a small shop window, situated next to a gas station in the suburbs. The shop had its windows shattered due to the chaos at the onset of the apocalypse. Although Luo Qian had mentioned that extreme cold was approaching, the weather remained oppressively hot, so they found some old wooden boards to shield themselves from the sweltering air outside. Once Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng set the table with bowls and chopsticks, they sat at the makeshift dining area, where a few solar-powered fans stood nearby. Holding a piece of chilled watermelon that Yi Zifeng had cut, Luo Qian called out to Nan Gongchen, Chen, come over. It's time for dinner. Okay. Nan Gongchen replied, his expression tender as he sat beside her, accepting the chilled watermelon she offered, his tone deep and affectionate. After finishing the watermelon, the group felt utterly relaxed. The heat from a day of wandering dissipated, and after a brief rest, they began their dinner. They had been unable to eat earlier due to the stench of burnt zombies from the pit, and Luo Qian was already famished. She had never tasted candied sweet potatoes before, finding them absolutely delightful, ranking alongside the braised ribs. Brother Yi Ling, what is this? It's so sweet and delicious. Yi Ling looked at the dish and her chopsticks, surprised. It's candied sweet potatoes. Haven't you ever had them? It's a very common dish. As Yi Ling and the others observed Luo Qian relishing her meal, their hearts ached for her, realizing how unfortunate her past must have been. She had never even tasted candied sweet potatoes. However, they were not entirely shocked. After spending time together, they noted that Luo Qian often displayed curiosity about things that seemed ordinary, as if she had never experienced them before. Their leader had privately informed them that little Luo Qian's parents were no longer alive, and to avoid discussing it. Now it was evident that her childhood had been quite difficult, and the three brothers would ensure that Luo Qian was well taken care of. Moreover, with their leader around, she would never suffer. However, the term brother felt somewhat strange to them. Nan Gongchen, that's your sister-in-law. Nan Gongchen, watching the little imp, placed a piece of candied sweet potato into her bowl. If it's delicious, eat more. We'll make this dish often in the future, alright? Seeing Luo Qian's joyful expression filled Nan Gongchen with a sense of satisfaction. She enjoyed it so much. It seemed he would need to learn to cook as well, as he would not allow anyone, least of all his little darling, to feel wronged. After dinner, night had fully descended, the oppressive atmosphere thick and dark. After surveying their surroundings, they secured the doors and windows of the small shop. Nan Gongchen, Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng gathered together, a basket brimming with low-level crystal nuclei placed in the middle. Since Luo Qian did not absorb low-level nuclei, she stayed behind, vigilant for any disturbances. This was the perfect time for them to absorb the crystal nuclei and upgrade their abilities. Although zombies were more active at night, humans tended to hide during this hour. In the apocalypse, the true terror lay not in the monsters, but in the hearts of men. Luo Qian urged, Chen, you all should absorb the nuclei quickly. I'll keep watch here, and nothing will happen. Nan Gongchen replied, alright, then it's up to you, Luo. Luo Qian popped a nut into her mouth, nodding as Nan Gongchen smiled at her before closing his eyes. Nan Gongchen and Yi Ling, along with two others, each clutched irregularly shaped crystal nuclei resembling small stones. As they absorbed the last of the nuclei, reducing them to a powdered state, they would reach for a fresh handful. Luo Qian expanded her senses to encompass the surroundings, retrieving a cozy beanbag share from the spatial realm and busily snacking on nuts and tidbits. Typically, it was Nan Gongchen who monitored their environment, but with all four engaging in cultivation, it was imperative for her to safeguard them. having spent considerable time together. Luo Qian had long considered them her own. Moreover, Nangong Chun, a bipedal creature, was her destined soulmate. The elder sister of the lark had advised her to protect her beast, lest her immortal existence become exceedingly dull. Although the life of a demon was lengthy, the lifespan of humans was fleeting. Yet, Luo Qian noted that since the apocalypse had awakened supernatural abilities within humanity, their physical forms were undergoing transformation. By absorbing crystal nuclei and enhancing their power levels, human lifespans might extend, akin to the cultivators of the immortal realm. Truly, her beast was remarkable. Otherwise, it would be a pity to squander the bond as strong as steel that tethered their fates. Though the apocalypse was a catastrophic calamity, it might also herald a global evolutionary leap for living beings. As night deepened, the little fairy began to feel drowsy. Just before dawn, as the basket of crystal nuclei ran low, Nangong Chun was the first to open his eyes. Observing Luo Qian dozing off against the edge of the sofa, he rose and approached her. He gently supported her head as she began to topple, cradling her in his arms while softly coaxing her. "Rest well, my dear." Luo Qian, in a sleepy haze, squinted her doe-like eyes, shimmering with moisture, and succumbed to slumber at the sound of his familiar voice. Upon awakening, she was roused by the enticing aroma of food, lifting herself from Nangong Chen's embrace. The four had completely absorbed the crystal nuclei and upgraded their abilities, significantly enhancing their physical strength, perception, and supernatural prowess. Just as she stirred, Yi Ling and Xiao Yu finished preparing breakfast. "After all your hard work last night, Luo, let us have breakfast before you go back to sleep, shall we?" Nangong Chun, noticing her awakening, tenderly brushed her tousled long curls and secured them with a pink hair tie he retrieved from his wrist. The once clumsy gesture had transformed into a skillful act, now executed with a grace that surpassed their first attempts. Rubbing her eyes, Luo Qian sluggishly made her way to the dining table, with Nangong Chun trailing closely behind. After sipping some milk to shake off her drowsiness, she sensed a marked enhancement in their supernatural abilities compared to before. "Have you all leveled up?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Yi Zifeng's tail nearly shot skyward with pride. "Indeed, both Ling Ge and Yu Ge have reached level 3, while our leader is the mightiest at level 5. Those outside are still oblivious to the existence of crystal nuclei. Once we step out, we could conquer the world." Ha. Xiao Yu interjected. "All right, enough boasting. You've been gloating all morning." He watched Yi Zifeng strut around with an air of superiority, feeling a sudden urge to distance himself from such bravado. Ever since their upgrade from the crystal nuclei, Yi Zifeng had been insufferably cocky. However, they all knew that leveling up would only become increasingly challenging. In contrast to Yi Zifeng's exuberance, Yi Ling maintained a calm demeanor, his tone laced with subtle concern. He did not wish to dampen Yi Zifeng's enthusiasm. Yet the truth remained. The four had realized that the higher the level of supernatural abilities, the greater the quantity of crystal nuclei required for absorption. Nangong Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, the zombies are also evolving. Their internal crystal nuclei will upgrade in tandem, resulting in greater and purer energy. Moreover, we may soon encounter mutated flora and fauna. Did Luo not mention that the weather is about to change dramatically? At this, Nangong Chen's expression turned grave, and Yi Ling instinctively shared in his worry. "Leader, do you believe that the impending climatic upheaval will bring about a proliferation of mutated plants and animals?" Nangong Chen fell silent, but the others felt the likelihood was high. Yi Zifeng remained an optimist, brimming with confidence. "No worries. I could take down a city of zombies single-handedly now." Xiao Yu attempted to soothe the anxious duo. "Leader, we have already gained a significant advantage. There won't be any issues. Currently, very few outside have even broken through to level 1. While most zombies are of the lower tiers, we can simply eliminate more of them to grow stronger." Nangong Chen nodded, acknowledging that, given their current circumstances, there was indeed no need for excessive concern. Yet it remained prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. "You need not worry. I will protect you all," Luo Qian assured them. "Well then, it seems we will rely on you, Luo, Nangong Chen replied, affectionately ruffling her hair and pulling her closer, cherishing her adorable and obedient nature. However, he resolved to allow her to spend less time with Yi Zifeng, as his speech had begun to take on an indefinable quality. yet as she was his primary concern was her happiness. Yi Zifeng eagerly nodded in agreement with Luo Qian. Absolutely, we appreciate your efforts, Great One. Take good care of your little brothers. Yi Ling and Xiao Yu chimed in, we too, thus we shall count on you, little Luo Qian. No problem. Upon hearing her response, the trio felt a sense of pride akin to witnessing their daughter blossom. Previously, they had regarded Nangong Chen as a protective mother hen, yet they had failed to notice the burgeoning closeness among themselves. Having gone a night without sleep, Nangong Chen, Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng, energized by their crystal nuclei upgrades, felt invigorated rather than fatigued. The little fairy had also absorbed several mutated monkey nuclei stored in her spatial realm, feeling quite spry. However, Luo Qian, who cherished her slumber, remained nestled in the back seat of the vehicle, resting on Nangong Chen's lap. As dawn broke, Nangong Chen and his companions drove back to the base. They arrived before dusk fell, entering through the gates of the base. Even though it was relatively late, a long queue still stretched outside, with each individual appearing ragged and weary. The crowd, having waited for a considerable time, watched as a sturdy off-road vehicle maneuvered through them, heading straight for a designated passage. In places where idleness abounded, gossip inevitably arose. Many speculated about who might be in that vehicle, astonished that it could enter directly. What's the origin of that car? How could it just drive in? Perhaps, like the previous vehicles, it's part of a supply-gathering team or an ability squad. Yet before, several vehicles entered and exited together. This is the first time we've seen just one. Maybe it's an ability squad. If they're strong enough, they wouldn't require a large entourage. Could it be from the training grounds at the foot of the northern mountain behind the base? What training ground? Oh, you're so uninformed. I just heard from my relative who holds a position in the base. The Linuan base is, in truth, divided among 3 factions. The government forces and the upper echelons seemingly hold sway over the majority of the base's power, yet they are far from being the most formidable. Legend speaks of a training ground within the base, where the inhabitants, though fewer in number and uninvolved in administrative affairs, possess the greatest strength. These individuals from the training ground are enigmatic and discreet, never appearing unbidden, mere shadows in the background. Rumors suggest they hail from the Nangong clan, a venerable name familiar to all denizens of our star. Those gathered nodded in acknowledgement, for the Nangong clan is an ancient and mysterious lineage, universally recognized by every inhabitant of the planet. No resident would be ignorant of this singular, enduring family. Observing the agreement around him, the speaker lowered his voice and continued. It is said that a formidable psychic once ventured to the northern foothills behind the base, territory belonging to the training ground. That individual vanished without trace, never to be found again. My relative warned me to exercise caution, and prudence can never be misplaced. Neither the government forces nor the elite dare to challenge those from the training ground. Such prowess is undeniable, and none of us common folk, regardless of allegiance, dare provoke them. The training ground is a forbidden zone within the base, best left undisturbed. The crowd murmured in astonishment, their whispers rising and falling, a ceaseless tide of conversation. From matters of state to mundane daily concerns, the gathering indulged in endless gossip, a natural occurrence where many congregate. Nangong Chen disembarked, cradling the peacefully sleeping Luo Qian. Nangong Er and Nangong Yan awaited them at the villa entrance. After returning the little fairy to her bedroom on the 3rd floor, Nangong Chen led the others to the study for a meeting. Seated in the solitary armchair, he addressed the group assembled beside him. How is the collection of winter supplies progressing? He inquired. We have gradually brought back quite a lot over the past few days, Nangong Er responded promptly. He and Nangong Yan were the only 2 within the base privy to the existence of these supplies, as well as the true purpose behind Nangong Chen and Yi Ling's excursions beyond the base. Nangong Er, who had been overseeing the underground warehouse with his men, asked, Master, since you retrieve the supplies, should we clear some space in the warehouse beneath the training ground? It's currently cluttered with miscellaneous items. Nangong Chen dismissed the notion. No need. I have my own arrangements for those supplies. He had long contemplated this. Rather than store the materials externally, it was safer to place them within Luo Qian's personal spatial dimension. His reticence to disclose this to Nangong Er and Nangong Yan was not born out of mistrust but necessity. The principle of employing people without suspicion. and dismissing those who doubt was a cornerstone of the Nangong family's discipline. Furthermore, each member of the training ground managed their own domains scrupulously and refrained from prying into others' affairs, a strict code of silence. Nangong Heir's inquiry arose merely because the warehouse beneath the training ground had temporarily been assigned to his care by Qiaoyu, with his subordinates rotating guardianship. Aside from Nangong Heir and Nangong Yan, no one else knew the true purpose of Nangong Chun's recent outing. This exemplified the benefit of the Nangong family's regulations. Even if new items mysteriously appeared in the warehouse, no one would question it. It was common for individuals to vanish for a couple of days only to reappear without explanation, an occurrence so frequent that it was accepted as routine. Everyone had experienced sudden, secret assignments, and assumed such tasks were entrusted to specific squads. None of their concern. Moreover, those trained by the Nangong clan were resolute and incorruptible, unburdened by trivialities. Yiling, bring out the items, Nangong Chun commanded. Yiling produced a bag of crystal cores collected during their return journey, low-grade crystals extracted from the brains of zombies. Psychics could absorb these to enhance their abilities. Distribute these to the team members so they can familiarize themselves, Nangong Chun instructed. Nangong Heir and Nangong Yan exchanged a brief look of surprise before accepting the crystals. Both were psychics, Nangong Heir with earth elemental powers, Nangong Yan and Yiling awakened to metal elemental abilities. They could sense the latent energy within these irregular stones. Chapter 45. Reluctant to live, Nangong Yan suddenly recalled something and returned the crystals. Boss, we discovered a warehouse filled with canned goods to the east of Linuan base. There is plenty of food, but it is near the city, making transport back difficult. Nangong Chun considered this. No matter. The day after tomorrow, we will lead a large force there. We must have some visible supplies for the base to see, to maintain appearances. The weather will soon change. We must prepare in advance. Those who remained close to Nangong Chun were all brilliant elites. Nangong Heir and Nangong Yan immediately understood the implication. No wonder their master had previously instructed them to gather winter provisions without elaboration. It was a precaution against impending climatic shifts. Though unaware of how Nangong Chun had learned this, they obeyed without question, as matters beyond their remit were not theirs to ponder. Under the pretext of collecting supplies the day after tomorrow, we will also gather more crystal cores. Arrange for additional personnel, Nangong Chun commanded. Understood, master. We will organize it immediately, Nangong Yan replied. Keep the matter of the crystal cores confidential, Nangong Chun added. Rest assured, sir. Our people are tight-lipped. I will remind them, Nangong Heir assured. Nangong Chun nodded, and Nangong Heir and Nangong Yan departed the villa with the crystals. After giving final instructions to Yiling and the others, Nangong Chun dismissed them to rest and left the study himself. When Luo Qian awoke, she found herself back at Linuan base. Gentle warm breezes wafted through the bedroom, causing the pristine white curtains of the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows to flutter softly. The night lacked moonlight, and the sky was overcast. Rising, Luo Qian approached the balcony, gazing upon this unfamiliar world. She longed for her elder sister, Bailing Niao, wondering how she fared. The little fairy imagined her sister was happy, especially since she had once visited the valley with her celestial partner. Perhaps they now had a little Bailing Niao of their own. After a while, drowsiness returned. Stretching languidly, Luo Qian changed into a white lace nightgown and headed toward the bedroom door. Meanwhile, Nangong Chun, deeply asleep after a long day, sensed someone entering his room. Recognizing a familiar presence, he relaxed. Why was the little one wandering into his room at this hour? Luo Qian quietly closed the door behind her and, after some rustling, nestled beneath his covers. Initially feigning sleep, Nangong Chun was now tense with anticipation. Meanwhile, Luo Qian, blissfully unaware of being detected, nestled deeper into his embrace. The sensation of her arm wrapped around his waist sent an overwhelming wave of emotions through him, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. The little sprite snuggled closer, and before long, succumbed to slumber once more. It was only when he heard her gentle breaths beside him that he finally opened his eyes. Gazing at the inky curls cascading over his neck, he felt his throat tighten with an unbearable intensity. This little creature was deliberately tormenting him. Nangong Chun instinctively gathered her closer, leaning down to inhale the delicate floral scent of her hair, his ears flushed a deep crimson akin to the setting sun. The following day, Upon waking, Luo Qian peered up at the still sleeping Ningong Chen. Just as she plotted to stealthily escape, she found herself firmly ensnared in his embrace. "Where do you think you're going?" he murmured, his voice a husky melody, still laced with traces of sleep. "What a sly little thing you are. Knowing how to escape now after practically presenting yourself on a silver platter yesterday."
Be still,
he commanded softly. Yet, her discomfort was palpable. "What is this? It bothers me."
Chen.
Rubbing her sleepy eyes with one hand, she reached down to investigate the source of her unease. With swift reflexes, Ningong Chen captured her wandering hand, burying his face into the crook of her neck. As he nuzzled against her plump cheek, he playfully tugged at her ear. "Stay still, or I might just devour you." His warm breath tickled her ear, and she noticed the rasp in his voice seemed to deepen. Upon hearing the word devour, she instinctively recoiled into his embrace, desperately covering her ears.
No.
I'm toxic. You cannot eat me. You will be poisoned." Luo Qian, unbeknownst to her, was a valley lily, her entire being laced with potent toxins, particularly in her vividly red, round fruits that bore a strong venom. "Be good, stay still, and I won't eat you," he reassured her, observing her fearful yet endearing attempts to burrow closer into him. Taking a deep breath, Ningong Chen regained his composure and carefully wrapped the little sprite in the blanket before heading to the bathroom. Luo Qian squirmed free from the cocoon of blankets, her soft hair tousled adorably by her efforts. Slipping on her pink slippers, she knocked on the bathroom door, listening intently as she heard Ningong Chen take deep breaths within. "Be a good girl. Go wash up in your own room, and then come down for breakfast."
I'll join you shortly.
"All right," she replied, hearing the sound of the shower and his rhythmic breathing, bewildered yet compliant. Turning away, she exited Ningong Chen's room. Leaning against the bathroom wall, he felt the cold water cascade from the shoriat above. Gritting his teeth, he exhaled heavily. He would eventually consume this little sprite entirely, but for now, her innocence was something he cherished too much to tarnish. After breakfast, the little sprite lounged on the living room sofa, leisurely munching on snacks. Holding a tablet aloft, she suddenly leapt from the couch and dashed toward Ningong Chen, who was still at the bar enjoying his meal. She thrust the tablet in front of him, and as he took a sip of coffee, he glanced at the images displayed. "Do you want it?" he inquired, amused by her eager, sparkling eyes and her beaming smile revealing her tiny canines. "Absolutely." She nodded vigorously, excitement radiating from her. Ningong Chen affectionately tousled her hair. "Very well. Since Luo desires it, I shall make one for you." In the living room, Yiling, Xiaoyu, and Yi Zifeng observed the pair with curiosity, wondering what the two were murmuring about. They watched as their leader entered the storage room on the first floor, emerging moments later with several old wooden planks before making his way out to the garden. Yi Zifeng quickly hopped off the treadmill and approached the glass door leading to the backyard, peering outside. Following suit, Yiling set down his cocktail tools and leaned over beside Xiaoyu, who was nursing a half-finished drink. "What on earth is the boss doing?" they pondered, suspecting something was amiss with their eyesight, for it appeared that the illustrious leader was rolling up his sleeves and sawing wood. Chapter 46. Mother?
Sister?
Luo Qian turned to see the three of them pressed against the glass door. "Chen is making me a swing chair." Her radiant smile seemed to dazzle them momentarily. Yi Ling and his companions contemplated whether to assist their leader, but were promptly intimidated by Ningong Chen's piercing gaze, which regarded them as if they were mere light bulbs. Although he had never engaged in such activities before, constructing a swing chair was a trivial task for him. As Luo Qian beheld what could only be described as a luxurious, improved swing, she gleefully jumped into Ningong Chen's arms. He adeptly supported her, cradling her securely as she frolicked in his embrace. With the gentle morning breeze caressing their faces, Ningong Chen and his little sprite sat together on the swing chair, basking in the sunlight as he held her close, their silhouettes casting a serene shadow on the ground, a testament to their tranquil moments together. Ningong Chen intended to gather a team to head to the warehouse located east of the Linuan base, close to the city, to collect more crystal cores before the weather turned entirely warm. After lunch, the five of them ventured to the training grounds. Ningong Chen attempted to lead the little sprite to his office on the highest floor of the training center, but was halted by her tugging at his clothing. "What's the matter?" he asked, turning to face Luo Qian. "Don't want to go to the office," she replied, pointing toward the mountains behind the training ground. There's a little sapling growing by the iron fence over there. Is that what you want to see? Yes. I want to go, she exclaimed, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. Nangongchen watched as she waved toward the back, beckoning someone. A man clad in combat gear, bearing a prominent scar on his cheek, approached. This is Nan Yen, he will accompany you. If you need anything, just let him know, Nangongchen instructed, gesturing toward Nan Yen, addressing the little sprite still clinging to his clothing. Nan Yen had often been Nangongchen's right-hand man, quiet and reliable, ensuring that Luo Qian would not be led astray as she was with Yi Zifeng. Luo Qian eagerly nodded, as if fearing Nangongchen might change his mind. He affectionately patted her head, a soft smile gracing his lips, before adding a reminder. No fighting, or there will be no candy for you today. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Luo Qian glanced sideways, her voice barely above a whisper as she replied, I won to fight. Good girl, off you go. He encouraged, watching her retreating figure as she walked away with Nan Yen, a resigned sigh escaping him. She was truly a little ungrateful sprite, not even glancing back. Master. The personnel to be taken out tomorrow are already waiting in the conference hall, Nan Er spoke up, noticing his master's gaze lingering on the direction Luo Qian had departed. Nangongchen glanced at Nan Er but said nothing, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Just as Nan Er was pondering the implications, Nangongchen strode toward the conference hall. Someone patted Nan Er's shoulder from behind, offering him sympathy before following the rest of the group. Confused, Nan Er scratched his head, still trying to comprehend the situation as he watched Luo Qian disappear from view. The silhouette of the young sister-in-law had long since vanished, leaving the master utterly bewildered about what had captured his attention moments ago. Without further contemplation, he quickly followed the distant crowd. Luo Qian, accompanied by Nan Yen, who consistently lagged a few steps behind her, set out in search of the sapling. After a brisk walk of over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the edge of the training grounds. The sapling had grown remarkably, sprouting several centimeters in a short span of time, now reaching the height of her waist. Sensing a familiar presence, the sapling shook its newly expanded leaves. Thanks to Luo Qian's earlier treatment and the nourishment provided by her own leaves, the sapling had begun to awaken a semblance of sentience. Luo Qian gently caressed the 2 tender shoots that had just emerged at the center of its crown. The sapling playfully curled its tender leaves around her fingers, seemingly regarding Luo Qian as a maternal figure. She chuckled softly, I'm not your mother. Upon hearing this, the sapling's stem drooped in sorrow. Although Luo Qian had lived for over 1,700 years, she had never consoled a child before. Don't be disheartened. I don't have a mother either. But I can be your sister. Upon hearing her words, the sapling perked up, straightening its trunk and wrapping its leaves around her fingers once more. Having just begun to develop a modicum of intelligence, the sapling communicated much like an infant learning to speak, making it difficult for Luo Qian to fully grasp its intentions. Are you saying you want to hibernate too? After a prolonged moment, Luo Qian finally deciphered the sapling's query. The sapling eagerly nodded its small leaves in affirmation. Observing the delicate branches and leaves of the sapling, Luo Qian felt a sense of responsibility to protect it, especially since it had recognized her as an elder sister. Shall I set up a little tent for you? It will shield you from the wind and keep you warm. This winter is likely to be exceptionally cold, otherwise you may not survive. Luo Qian's innate connection to nature alerted her to the impending drastic changes in weather, foreseeing that this winter would be far colder than any experienced before. The sapling trembled in fear. Standing a short distance away, Nan Yen observed the young lady conversing with the sapling, seemingly in a soft murmur. When he heard Luo Qian call for him, he approached. Young lady, do you have any instructions for me? I'm not young lady. My name is Luo Qian. Nan Yen nodded, remembering that their master had mentioned that she was shy, advising them to refrain from calling her young lady in her presence and to gradually influence her. With this thought in mind, he swiftly amended his address. Very well. Do you have any requests? I would like to set up a tent here. Certainly. I will have someone bring it over. Please wait a moment.
All right.
After receiving her approval, Nan Yen took out his walkie-talkie and communicated a few instructions. Before long, a tent was delivered by a woman who appeared several years older than Luo Qian, sporting a short haircut. She cast curious glances at Luo Qian, visibly excited. Is this truly the legendary young lady? She is so beautiful and adorable. Just look at that tender little face. I want to pinch her cheeks. The short-haired woman gazed at Luo Qian, her maternal instincts surging forth, momentarily questioning the previous unwavering authority of their master, Nan Gongchen. As he seemed to be indulging in youthful affection. Sensing her infatuation, Nanyan cleared his throat to regain her attention. The woman, who was used to rolling in the mud, finally snapped back to reality and cast Luo Qian one last lingering glance before darting away in a flustered manner. Nan Yan internally lamented the lack of composure exhibited by his subordinate, then calmly turned to Luo Qian. Do you require assistance? Luo Qian glanced at him, noting the faint scar at the corner of his eye, and thought to herself, this person speaks very little. He and T uttered a word during their journey, leaving her feeling rather bored. Sure. The pair toiled beside the sapling for quite some time before finally erecting the tent. This particular tent was sourced from an outdoor supplies store during Nan Yan's recent scavenging trip, boasting excellent insulation. Though he was puzzled as to why the young lady wished to provide shelter for the sapling, he didn't mind. After all, they had plenty of supplies. And it pleased their young lady. Upon entering the newly erected tent, Luo Qian resumed her gentle chatter with the sapling, while Nan Yan stood nearby, awaiting her. Chapter 47. Sweet and Sour Ribs. Luo Qian buried the leaves that had naturally fallen from her body into the roots of the sapling. The leaves, detached from her essence, would not coexist with her like her flower buds. As long as she retained her buds, they would not wither. Those leaves would eventually dissolve after a period. And rather than let them linger, it was more prudent to utilize them as nourishment for the sapling before they vanished. The sapling's roots enveloped Luo Qian's leaves beneath the soil. In no time, the sapling radiated a faint ethereal glow and visibly grew taller. Observing the sapling, which had now reached her waist, Luo Qian opened the tent's window, replacing it with a transparent plastic layer. This would prevent the wind from entering, preserving the warmth inside while ensuring the sapling could bask in sunlight. Noticing the sapling swaying its leaves in acknowledgement, Luo Qian turned to leave. Nan Gongchen had not yet concluded his meeting, so Nan Yan escorted Luo Qian to their master's office. He settled her at a desk, arranged some snacks, and informed her he would be just outside, ready to assist whenever needed, before departing. Luo Qian examined the assortment of snacks on the desk and selected a packet of her favorite nuts to munch on. Although humans often claimed that consuming such treats would lead to weight gain, she was not human. Those were merely the rules of the bipedal creatures, which did not apply to her. Moreover, it was said that she possessed a constitution that prevented weight gain. As she cracked open the nut shells and savored the creamy, fragrant kernels within, Nan Gongchen returned, finding the little sprite nearly satiated. After concluding his meeting, he had arranged for a group to assist in transporting supplies the following day and took a quick tour of the training grounds, consuming a fair amount of his time. Setting down the documents he was holding, he caught the little sprite as she leapt towards him. Observing the pile of nutshells on the table, he gently patted her soft belly through her clothing, feigning concern. Have you left enough room for dinner after all those nuts? We have sweet and sour ribs today, which you adore. Of course. I can eat. I'll digest it all in no time. To reassure him, Luo Qian pressed his hand against her belly. Nan Gongchen gazed at the unaware little creature before him, his eyes darkening briefly before returning to their usual gentle demeanor. Ahem, Luo Qian. Would you come with me to a place, and then we can head home? Sure. Nan Gongchen cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Luo Qian, intrigued by his unusual behavior, nodded in agreement and allowed him to lead her out of the office. After greeting Nan Yan, who stood at the door, he instructed him to continue with his tasks. After descending, Nan Gongchen dismissed the personnel stationed at the warehouse entrance, placing his fingerprint on the heavy iron door. Although this door was not as intricate as the one that secured the previous supply warehouse, nor was its security as robust, it still stood as one of the safest options in this apocalyptic environment. Only Ning Ling, Qiao Yu, Yi Zifeng, and a few of Nan Gongchen's most trusted aides, such as Nan Er and Nan Yan, had the capability to unlock this door. Nan Gongchen proceeded to register Luo Qian's fingerprint into the iron door system before leading everyone inside. The warehouse was expansive, occupying roughly 1/3 of the entire training ground beneath it. Since the onset of the apocalypse, individuals from the training ground had consistently ventured out to gather supplies, resulting in a considerable stockpile within. The warehouse contained a plethora of food, necessities, and clothing, adequately stocked, with several refrigeration units displaying a collection of slightly wilted yet relatively fresh vegetables and meats. Chun-Chen, are we going to store everything we brought back from outside here? Luo Qian inquired, tugging at Nangong Chen's sleeve. Nangong Chen gently brushed her stray hair off her shoulder. No need. All supplies can be placed in Luo's space. We only need to retrieve a small portion of the firearms that were previously stored there. He was already well informed about the supply situation at the base from Qiao Yu's detailed account. After surveying the warehouse, he noted that the food stock was plentiful, entirely sufficient for those at the training ground. They could retrieve the supplies from the warehouse that Nanyan mentioned tomorrow. Even with the unpredictable weather, these provisions would suffice for the winter. While they were somewhat short on weapons, a small portion of the firearms from Luo Qian's space would be adequate. The vast amount of supplies in her space would serve as their ultimate safeguard, to be utilized only in dire circumstances. This way, even if they faced unforeseen challenges, they would not have to worry about food supplies. In the apocalypse, resources were their most crucial leverage. Luo Qian scanned the underground warehouse and found an empty area, glancing at Nangong Chen, who nodded in approval. She then retrieved a dozen boxes of firearms, ammunition, and explosives from her space. Chun-Chen, is this sufficient? Quite enough. Thank you for your hard work today, Luo. Let us return, Nangong Chen replied. Luo Qian nodded, following him out of the underground warehouse of the training ground. Sitting in the passenger seat, she glanced back at the rear seats and asked Nangong Chen, who was driving, Chen, aren't we waiting for brother Ningling and the others? They have other matters to attend to. We shall return first, he replied. Meanwhile, Ningling, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng, who had been unceremoniously abandoned by Nangong Chen, were still busy preparing for tomorrow's outing at the training ground, not returning to the villa until 7 in the evening. Luo Qian, Ningling, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng watched Nangong Chen, who was donning an apron, as well as the plates of sweet and sour ribs in front of each of them, particularly admiring the one before Luo Qian, which was the most successful of the lot. Chen, you're amazing. You learned it just by reading a few times. Luo Qian praised after swallowing a piece of rib and spitting out the bone. The dish made by the bipedal creature was quite tasty. Although it still paled in comparison to Ningling's culinary skills, yet it was still visually and aromatically appealing. However, it was indeed the first time this bipedal creature had cooked, so she felt it necessary to commend her. Nangong Chen, noticing the satisfaction on the little one's face as she ate, nodded approvingly. Practice makes perfect. With more attempts, he was confident that she would ultimately meet her expectations. Yi Zifeng hesitated, picking up a piece of the dark rib and scrutinizing it for an extended period, swallowing nervously. Wait, don't get me wrong. I'm not tempted. I'm just scared. This looks like charcoal. No, it's ribs. If I eat this, I might end up needing my stomach pumped. Ningling and Qiao Yu shared similarly complex sentiments, feeling as though they were mere guinea pigs, reduced to being the receptacles for failed culinary experiments. Hurry up and eat. Don't waste it, Nangong Chen remarked, his gaze shifting from the smiling Luo Qian to the three men, his expression reverting to its customary impassiveness. As if flipping a switch. Under Nangong Chen's piercing gaze, the three had no choice but to lift their chopsticks and place the ribs in their mouths. Why is this so bitter? Yi Zifeng complained. Naturally, it should be salty, right? Ningling added. This is clearly sweet enough to make someone choke. Qiao Yu chimed in. In unison, they lamented. How could something taste so horrendously bizarre? They exchanged glances, then turned to Nangong Chen, who looked at them with an air of indifference. Naturally, each dish was a different failure, and the flavors were bound to vary. Previously, they had consoled themselves with the notion that this was food prepared by their leader. Yet now they felt disheartened. It seemed they lacked even the dignity of being test subjects. They were merely trash cans. With tears in their hearts, they began shoving the unpalatable meat into their mouths. It was one thing to consume dog food regularly. But why were they now subjected to this abysmal fare that made them question their very existence? As the morning sun began to rise, Nangong Chen and his companions finished breakfast and prepared to depart for the base. They intended to retrieve the supplies from the warehouse near the urban area, all while using the guise of collecting resources to search for crystal cores. According to Luo Qian's timeline, there was still about a week and a half before the weather shifted. With 6 days already gone, they needed to return to the base within 3 days for their own safety. Luo Qian had mentioned it would become very cold. Nangong Chun believed they might be facing an ice age-like season. After all, the weather had not been normal since the onset of the apocalypse, with temperatures across the region soaring above 40 to 50 degrees, even in the historically cooler southern regions. The autumn that should have arrived was delayed, and it now appeared they might plunge directly into a winter harsher than any in memory. Nangong Chun pondered how Luo Qian had come to such insights. Could it be that this little one was truly a sprite? This might explain how she had foreseen the seawater surge at the beginning of the apocalypse and advised against taking the sea route. Holding the sleepy Luo Qian in his arms, Nangong Chun stepped into the modified off-road vehicle. After leaving the training ground, they joined the larger group waiting at the base entrance. A large contingent of individuals clad in dark green combat attire stood out amongst the crowd at the base gate, numbering around 30. While their primary objective was to gather supplies from the warehouse, their actual intent was to use the cover of this mission to collect crystal cores, which is why most of the individuals they brought along were ability users. To organize the team, Nan Er and Nan Yen also exited the training ground. To mitigate any unforeseen incidents, Nangong Chun left a few capable leaders with similar strength to Nan Er and Nan Yen to oversee security, alleviating concerns about the training ground's safety. After greeting Nangong Chun, Nan Er and Nan Yen followed his vehicle as they exited the base. The group, consisting of over 30 individuals, traveled in 3 trucks and 2 off-road vehicles, with Nangong Chun's vehicle leading the way and another off-road vehicle bringing up the rear. The impressive convoy proceeded through the base gates under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Instead of heading straight to the canned goods warehouse near the urban area, they drove directly into the city center. Previously, they had avoided entering the city due to their lack of strength. Although Linuan City was not as densely populated or economically significant as the capital, it still boasted a considerable number of inhabitants. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, due to its advantageous geographical location, it did not succumb to total ruin like Kyoto. Instead, it swiftly rallied and established a survivor base. Within Linuan City, the number of zombies was considerable. Even the armed forces within the base dared not recklessly venture forth, lest they be reduced to mere bones and ash. However, Nangong Chun and his companions harbored no such fears. With their current level of abilities, traversing the city would pose no challenge. The group remained unconcerned about attracting a horde of zombies, for they were utterly unafraid. Their primary objective was to extract cores. As the surrounding undead multiplied, it signified their proximity to the city center. Stay alert. We are about to enter the city, Nangong Chun instructed. Seated at the rear of the convoy, Nan Er awakened at his words, a hint of excitement flickering within him. Received, replied Nan Er and Nan Yen in unison, followed by the responses from the trucks. Received. Received, and also received. The zombies encircling the convoy began to converge upon the sound of the rolling wheels. Fortunately, their vehicles had been specially fortified. Otherwise, ordinary cars would have been overturned by the throngs of zombies outside. As the sheer number of undead obstructed their path, the convoy's speed gradually diminished, with the zombies appearing increasingly formidable as they approached the city center. To Nangong Chun's surprise, he even spotted several first-level zombies. It was noteworthy that they had not encountered any before, and in merely a few days, the zombies had evolved. The wandering undead were struck by arcs of electricity and nets, reducing them to ashes, with some leaving not even a trace. Multiple luminous blades of electricity coalesced in the air at an imperceptible speed, targeting the first-level zombies that sought refuge within the throng of zombies. Regardless of their evasive maneuvers, they were ultimately struck in the forehead. Due to the conductive nature of the attack, some zombies that had yet to be hit were not spared, their bodies twitching and rigid as they fell in unison. The onlookers were awestruck by Nangong Chun's formidable prowess, repeatedly praising their master's strength. Regaining their composure, they began to retaliate. Many lower-tier zombies met their demise as they approached the convoy, either having their heads blown off by silenced firearms or losing various body parts to different abilities. Adhering to a principle of efficiency, they fought, dug, and progressed simultaneously. Some, finding it inconvenient to unleash their powers from within the vehicles, leaped atop the roofs to clear a safe area for those extracting cores from the zombies' craniums. With a clear objective in sight, they headed towards the commercial building with the highest foot traffic in the city. having battled and extracted cores along the way. Many members of the team began to feel fatigue despite their iron resolve. It was only when the convoy finally came to a steady halt at the back entrance of the commercial building that they had a moment to catch their breath. Except for Yiling, the rest remained vigilant in the vehicles. Nangong Chen's voice resonated clearly through the intercom, prompting several vehicles to confirm receipt. A current generated by lightning-type abilities caused all zombies within the circular perimeter to collapse, instantaneously turning to dust. This newfound skill was a recent realization from Nangong Chen's breakthrough to level 5. He could now instantaneously control multiple electric fields, with a maximum radius of 10 meters and a minimum of mere millimeters, dictated solely by his whims and mood. With a flash of lightning, the densely packed zombies around the off-road vehicle fell lifeless, allowing Nangong Chen to calmly exit the vehicle. Chapter 49. The commercial building. Upon seeing the two-legged beast preparing to leave, Luo Qian tugged at the hem of his dark shirt. "I want to go too." "Let us go." Nangong Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clasped her hand tightly, feeling more secure with her by his side. As he held Luo Qian's hand, his attention remained on her while every zombie within a 3-meter radius was struck down with pinpoint accuracy by the descending currents, turning them to cinders. Nangong Chen noticed that the higher his level, the darker the hue of the electricity became. The once purple-gold currents deepened in color with the enhancement of his abilities, their destructive power growing stronger. Initially, it required a bolt of lightning to reduce zombies to ash. Now, he could achieve the same with a minuscule current, as effortless as taking a sip of water. Cradling Luo Qian in his arms as he descended from the vehicle, he led her and Yiling towards the ground floor of the commercial building. Luo Qian glanced back at the approaching zombies surrounding the convoy. Due to the previous skirmishes, much of their energy had been depleted, and it would be wise to rest for a spell. Under Luo Qian's control, plants erupted from the limestone ground, growing at an imperceptible pace as their branches intertwined to form a sturdy wall, enclosing the area around the convoy and the entrance at the back of the commercial building. A few stray zombies that ventured too close were ensnared and flung away by the foliage. Nangong Chen, sensing the commotion, looked at Luo Qian and pinched her cheek playfully. "You've worked hard, Luo." With a giggle, Luo Qian extended her hand towards Nangong Chen, who understandingly produced several candies to place in her palm. Although she had a stash of sweets in her space, the two-legged beast was quite strict, often confiscating them the moment she retrieved them. Moreover, she could not quite comprehend why the milk candies Nangong Chen offered seemed sweeter than those in her own possession. Could it be that the adage about food tasting better in someone else's hands held true? Or perhaps it was akin to the notion that good food appears more delectable in the eyes of a lover. The group in the vehicle marveled at the towering plant wall. They had heard tales of their young mistress's botanical abilities, but had never anticipated them to be so formidable. The contrast with the meager sprouts produced by the base cafeteria was stark. They could be effortlessly outclassed by their young mistress in an instant. Truly, she was impressive. Some individuals curiously leaned halfway out of the vehicle, playfully teasing the branches extending from the plant wall. Sensing the movement, the plants seemed to respond with intention, pushing their hands back. The plant's behavior only heightened curiosity, prompting repeated attempts to touch. Eventually, the plants grew impatient, striking him on the arm with a leaf. Surrounding onlookers burst into laughter at the sight of the individual clutching his arm in surprise. "Serves you right. That's what you get for being so reckless." The atmosphere in the vehicle lightened as chatter erupted, filled with lively banter. They were indeed fortunate to have their young mistress. Otherwise, they would still be battling zombies, rather than enjoying such ease in the bustling city center. Upon entering the ground floor of the commercial building, the trio faced a horde of zombies that surged forward at the sound of the opening door. Nangong Chen condensed the lightning in his palm, forming a circular electric shield that enveloped the three of them. Any zombie that made contact with the perimeter of the electric shield was instantly reduced to powdery ash. Not only did this electric shield provide defense, but it also served as an offensive mechanism. As the shield expanded, it radiated outward, ultimately vanishing from their sight. Every zombie that comes into contact with the electric shield is reduced to mere ashes. The immense shockwave generated by the shield propels nearby zombies several meters away. Observing the dense horde, it is evident that the first-tier zombies here outnumber those outside significantly. It appears that in areas teeming with individuals, zombies evolve at a faster pace. These first-tier zombies must have consumed quite a bit of flesh and blood from ordinary humans or awakened beings. Luo Qian produces a golf club and begins to strike the zombie's skulls. One first-tier zombie lunges at her with its gaping maw, only to have its head sent flying like a ball when Luo Qian swings the club, embedding it into a wall 3 meters away. 4 lower-tier awakened beings. It may require some effort to dispatch these zombies, but for Nangong Chen and his companions, it is exceedingly simple. Yiling deftly maneuvers flying blades through the throng of zombies. Nangong Chen instructs Yiling seal off the entrance from the first floor to the second. Following Nangong Chen's gaze, Yiling looks towards the central staircase of the first floor, where the commotion has attracted numerous zombies descending, either crawling or rolling down. Nangong Chen clears a path for Yiling while Luo Qian shield him from the incessantly lunging zombies. In mere moments, all metallic decorations in the hall levitate and drift towards the staircase. In the blink of an eye, an exceptionally sturdy metal door stands firm at the staircase entrance. The metal forged by awakened beings is exponentially stronger than any man-made metal in this world, and its strength increases with the tier. For Yiling, a third-tier awakened being, the metal he produces is nearly indestructible even by zombies, though Nangong Chen, being a 5th tier, is a different matter altogether. On the first floor of the commercial building, a sea of blood spreads. Various dismembered limbs of zombies are strewn about as the trio leaves no survivors in their wake. The team waiting outside grows anxious after half an hour of silence. Nan Er, being impulsive, can't help but ask over the intercom about Xiao Yu and the others. "Brother Yu, should we send someone in to check? It's been so long without any movement from the boss. Could something have gone awry?" Xiao Yu reassures him. "It's fine. The boss instructed us to wait outside. Trust him and don't worry." Nan Yan adds, "Yes." Yi Zifeng chimes in, "Exactly. What else there to worry about?" Xiao Yu commands, "Everyone remain on standby. No disobedience." For those who are aware of their leader's strength, like Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng, there is little concern, but for the others who are still unfamiliar with the situation, anxiety is inevitable. Nangong Chen is their pillar of strength, and they dare not contemplate the possibility of mishap. However, on another note, their trust in Nangong Chen is as unshakable as a fundamental belief. Since both the boss and Brother Yu have said so, they dare not question it. Though a tinge of worry still lingers, the occupants of the vehicles gaze longingly at the entrance of the building. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Nangong Chen and his companions finally emerge, their clothing stained with blood to varying degrees. Xiao Yu rushes to greet them as Nangong Chen nods at him, signaling that all is well, and takes the handkerchief being offered. "Have everyone disembark and head inside." "Understood." Xiao Yu nods, realizing that the zombies on the first floor have been dealt with by their leader and the others. Chapter 50. Eyes of Intrusion. Nangong Chen gives a few directives to his companions. Yiling, Xiao Yu, and the slightly lagging Yi Zifeng turn to leave, taking along the newly arrived Nan Er and Nan Yan. Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng each take an arm of Nan Er, preventing him from looking back, while Yiling cheerfully drapes an arm over Nan Yan's shoulder as they walk forward. Xiao Yu remarks, "What else with the unnecessary curiosity? Can't you see the boss is busy courting?" Nan Er spots Nangong Chen tenderly using a handkerchief to wipe Luo Qian's cheek. He and Nan Yan exchange knowing glances, realizing they are correct. It is best not to intrude at this moment. What if the boss gets displeased and punishes them by forbidding meals for a day? As dusk gradually falls, under the arrangements of Yiling and Nan Er, the convoy systematically transfers the necessary supplies into the first floor of the commercial building. They leave the vehicles outside, secured by Luo Qian's plant walls, erasing any worries about theft. Moreover, it is unlikely that any living souls remain in the city center apart from themselves. Nangong Chen has many individuals clearing away the zombie bodies. The entire floor of zombies is eradicated in just half an hour. And many of the subordinates who emerged here from Nan Er that there are still numerous first-tier zombies within the commercial building, marveling at how formidable their boss, the little lady, and Brother Ling truly are. For those who are still neophytes, even slaying a single first-tier zombie proves challenging, let alone a multitude. The group sets up tents, dismantling all wooden items in the commercial building to ignite a bonfire for cooking. Nan Er and 2 junior team members bring in a basket filled with low-tier zombie cores, placing it before Nangong Chen and his 5 companions by the fire. He hands over the bag filled with first-tier cores to Nangongchen, who then tosses it to Yiling, pointing at the basket of low-tier cores, instructing Nan Air. Distribute all these cores. Before returning to the base, everyone must at least reach first tier. Inform everyone that any cores they hunt will belong to them. No need to hand them over. Nan Air remains silent for a long moment. Most of these zombies were slain by their boss and his companions, and he feels unworthy of such treatment. However, Yiling, sitting beside Nangongchen, perceives his hesitation and thoughtfully suggests, if you wish to express gratitude, make yourself stronger. That way, you can better protect the boss. Hearing Yiling's reminder, Nan Air and the two junior team members look at Nangongchen and nod resolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, boss. We understand. With Nangongchen's nod of approval, they withdraw. Nan Air takes the two junior members to distribute the cores within the team, and many realize they can upgrade their abilities, excitement coursing through them. After all, who wouldn't he want to grow stronger? Due to the crowd. It is inconvenient to retrieve supplies from storage, so the group consumes only instant food during this outing. Luo Qian takes a few bites of her self-heating rice, feeling that she could easily devour 5 more bowls. Nangongchen wipes the grains of rice from the corner of Luo Qian's mouth, his expression tender as he smiles at her round, food-filled cheeks. Not far away, others appear to be eating, yet they are subtly glancing over at Nangongchen. Their boss seemingly wishes to tether their little lady to him, or perhaps shrink her down to carry her in his pocket, judging by the way he looks at her as if she might melt in his gaze. If it were anyone else, they certainly wouldn't withstand such a possessive desire, as if simply glancing at her would warrant having their eyes gouged out. Seeing their boss glance over, the group hurriedly averts their eyes, prioritizing their own safety. After satisfying their hunger, the previously lively chatter among the group gradually quiets, and everyone begins to absorb the cores. Nan Air and Nan Yen relish the surging energy coursing through them, feeling utterly at ease. Observing that Luo Qian appears somewhat drowsy, Nangongchen nods at Yiling and carries the little one back to the tent for a rest. In the stillness of the night, punctuated only by the occasional wails of the undead and strange noises from outside, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it both haunting and terrifying. All were ensconced in a shallow slumber, while an unseen presence quietly extended its prying eyes from the shadows. Nangongchen, cradling a crystal core, feigned sleep as he absorbed its energy, suddenly sensing something amiss. He narrowed his eyes and expanded his awareness throughout the entire building. Upon entering earlier in the day, he had noted nothing unusual, yet now he found himself on the brink of an unexpected discovery. A smile crept across his lips just as a soft whimper from his embrace captured his full attention. He gazed tenderly at the little fairy nestled against him, sleeping soundly. Gently patting Luo Qian's back, he encouraged her to drift back into a peaceful slumber. At the break of dawn, as the sun began to rise, the sound of water boiling and food being prepared filled the air. The sweet aroma wafted through the thin blanket, rousing Luo Qian from her sleep. Rubbing her eyes to shake off the remnants of slumber, she donned her coat and stealthily exited the tent while the two-legged beasts were otherwise occupied. A female team member snatched a freshly roasted sweet potato from a nearby male teammate, the golden flesh exuding a sweet, steamy fragrance as she broke it open. Luo Qian emerged from behind her. "Sister, what is this? I want to eat too. Can I trade something for it?" The female team member startled at the sudden appearance, slipping off the wooden stump with a thud. Her companions turned at the noise, their vigilance honed from rigorous training. Even the most seasoned professionals would find it hard to match their alertness. Yet, none had sensed Luo Qian's presence until now. Frozen in place, the female team member still held the sweet potato aloft. Luo Qian reached out to steady her, her gaze fixated on the roasted treat in her hand. "What is this?" The female team member, still dazed, lifted the sweet potato slightly, maintaining a facade of composure, while her heart raced in panic. This was their little lady, the one their master often kept close and hidden from view. Wait, she had just called her sister and wanted to eat the sweet potato. Had she perhaps conjured an illusion while on night watch? But such details mattered little. The important thing was that she appeared even more endearing up close than from a distance. With her delicate features, one could hardly resist the urge to pinch her cheeks, though she feared their master might sever her hand for such an impulse. A throng gathered around, yearning to draw nearer, yet restrained by their instincts. maintaining a respectful distance of a meter. How adorable! They mused, comprehending why their master would wish to keep her tethered securely. Such a charming creature. One could only shudder at the thought of her being led astray by ill-intentioned individuals. They resolved to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she remained safe from those with ulterior motives. Luo Qian was nearly salivating at the enticing aroma. She gazed at the food in the female team member's hand, reminiscent of a candied sweet potato but with a different appearance, its exterior darkened. "Can I have this, big sister? It smells so good." The female team member, still caught off guard, only regained her composure when someone gently nudged her from behind. Just as she was about to offer the sweet potato, she thought better of it and wrapped it in paper before handing it to Luo Qian. "No need to trade. We have plenty here. If you like it, little lady, you can eat with us." The others quickly gathered around the fire pit, revealing an abundance of roasted sweet potatoes. "Yes, yes, there are so many. Little lady, come sit and eat with us. Is this enough? If not, there are more over there. How could we eat just this? We have other snacks too. Would you like to try some? You must be hungry after just waking up." "Indeed, little lady, eat your fill." Luo Qian settled onto a wooden stump, encircled by a jubilant crowd, each bearing a generous assortment of food. Their little lady was undeniably more approachable than their icy master, and her sheer cuteness was overwhelming. Early in the day, Nangongchun had set out with Yiling and others to survey the surroundings. Upon returning, he spotted a throng gathered around his precious heart. Striding forward, the crowd parted at the sound of his approach. Luo Qian looked up, her face smeared with dirt, holding a half-eaten sweet potato aloft. "Chun, would you like some? It's really delicious." Hearing this, Nangongchun grasped her hand and leaned down to take a small bite. His gaze was locked onto hers, his intensity unwavering. Delicious. Truly delightful. Observing the oblivious little one, he sighed and gently ruffled her hair. "Go ahead, Luo, eat." With that, he tidied her long curls and secured them with a small hair tie, guiding her away from the crowd. As they departed, he cast a glance over his shoulder, the expression on his face akin to that of a man whose spouse had been stolen. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, they had stolen her. But what of it? They would dare again, for their little lady was simply too adorable to resist. As they watched the two figures retreat, Yi Zifeng yawned and scratched his head, leaning against Nan Yan. "Is there more? Let me have a couple. I'm starving after being dragged away so early." Unfazed, Nan Yan subtly shifted aside and accepted a sweet potato from a subordinate, passing it to Yi Zifeng, who devoured it with fervor, as though he had not eaten in ages. Nangongchun brought Luo Qian back to the tent and retrieved a wet tissue to clean her face. Once satisfied with her now pristine complexion, he discarded the tissue. Luo Qian regarded the discarded tissue, pondering his obsessive cleanliness, while Nangongchun presented her with a prepared cup of warm milk. "Here, drink up, sweetheart." "But Chun, I don't want to drink it. Can I skip it?" Luo Qian pouted, shaking his hand in silent protest. Nangongchun felt his ears redden at her charming demeanor, his voice husky as he coaxed her. "Be a good girl. It's nutritious. Drink it, and I'll give you some milk candy afterward, all right?" Gently squeezing her chubby cheeks, he spoke in a soft tone that melted her resolve. "Fine then." Luo Qian nestled into Nangongchun's embrace, sipping the milk while he tenderly stroked her hair, her eyes fluttering shut in comfort. Once the group had tidied up, they awaited at the entrance to the second floor. Nangongchun stood at the forefront, shielding his little fairy from harm. The metal door blocking the stairway gradually melted away under Yi Ling's abilities. The zombies on the second floor, sensing human presence, descended in a frenzy. Nangongchun cleared the entrance, prompting his companions to surge forward one by one. Yi Zifeng dashed eagerly through the center, with Yi Ling leading the charge and Xiao Yu bringing up the rear. Meanwhile, Nangongchun leisurely strolled behind, accompanied by the little sprite. Over 30 psychics, alongside Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng, all ranked at level 3, and with Nangongchun occasionally intervening, spent the entire afternoon methodically clearing 6 floors. They had now reached the 7th level. Nangongchun commanded, "Yi Ling, seal the entrance." Upon hearing his order, Yi Ling swiftly melted metal to barricade the passage leading to the 8th floor, effectively isolating the zombies crawling up from the stairwell. After a full day of battling the undead, bloodstains adorned every face. Small groups of 2 or 3 huddled together, backs pressed against one another, seated around campfires, absorbing crystal cores to restore their vitality. Each person clutched numerous crystal cores they had hunted themselves. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Yet their expressions radiated an indescribable exhilaration. Nan Er inquired, "Master, shall we continue ascending to the 8th floor tomorrow?" Nangongchen replied, "No. Tomorrow, you and the main force shall remain here. The threats above are beyond your current capacity." He glanced thoughtfully at Nan Er and Nan Yen. Both on the cusp of breaking through to level 2, their absorption of crystal cores evidently fruitful. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Yi Ling. "You shall stay as well. Assist Nan Er and Nan Yen in organizing the retreat. Move swiftly. Tomorrow, we must proceed to the warehouse to gather supplies." Yi Ling nodded, understanding Nangongchen's intentions. Since no one in the main force had yet surpassed level 2, his presence would enhance their safety, particularly given their location in a bustling district where rapid response to unforeseen events was crucial. Moreover, Qiao Yu and Yi Zifeng accompanied their leader. "Master, what are the supplies here?" Yi Ling asked. "Merely external possessions, unnecessary to carry. Tomorrow, send others to scour the supermarket on the 2nd floor. Take all edible items that remain unspoiled," Nangongchen instructed. Yi Ling concurred silently. Prior to the apocalypse, this place primarily retailed luxury apparel. Only the 2nd floor housed a small supermarket specializing in imported foods. Crucially, there was no warehouse here. All goods were exorbitantly priced, limited in quantity, and replenished via air freight for immediate consumption. Aside from the imported supermarket offerings, these so-called luxury items were utterly futile in the post-apocalyptic world. At dawn, Nan Er and Nan Yen led their group to the 2nd floor supermarket to collect provisions. Nangongchen instructed Yi Ling to lead the remaining members away from the 7th floor to prepare their departure equipment. They would await his return with Luo Qian, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng from the floors above 8, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. Once Yi Ling's group had departed, Nangongchen, accompanied by Luo Qian, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng, packed their gear and ascended. Each bore a backpack laden with weapons, ammunition, and firearms. The metallic barrier sealing the passage from the 7th to the 8th floor, fortified by Yi Ling's psychic abilities, gradually dissolved under Nangongchen's thunderous assault. Instantly, a horde of zombies surged forward. Nangongchen ordered a brief retreat. Manipulating his electrical powers, he expanded an electric shield that forcefully repelled the zombies several meters away. Toppling a vast number, distant zombies succumbed within the electric current ring he conjured. An unfathomable multitude of undead vanished under his relentless assault, leaving only a handful of survivors. Thunderclaps resonated as the last remnants of the undead were utterly annihilated. Chapter 52. Too ugly to bear. Luo Qian retrieved 2 mutant monkey crystal cores from her spatial storage and placed them into Nangongchen's hands. "Chun Chun, absorb these." "Very well." Observing Luo Qian's concerned gaze, Nangongchen smiled faintly, clutching the translucent, diamond-shaped crystals. He harnessed his psychic energy to draw the potent essence from the crystals, gradually assimilating it into his being. Upon completion, he gently brushed a lock of her raven hair, soothing her. "It's all right. Don't worry." Luo Qian nodded in reassurance. Qiao Yu and Yi Zifeng gawked in astonishment as Nangongchen eradicated an entire floor of zombies within mere minutes. Their leader seemed to have grown even stronger. Ascending further, Nangongchen glanced back at the entrance and quietly asked Luo Qian, "Lolo, can you use Yi's powers to seal the entrance?" Obediently, Luo Qian nodded silently, signaling her agreement. In the blink of an eye, verdant leaves, summoned by Luo Qian's command, unfurled and expanded, once again sealing the stairwell between the 7th and 8th floors with an impenetrable barrier. Remaining ever vigilant, the group suddenly noticed a stark difference. The floor above was eerily silent, devoid of crawling or lunging zombies, exuding a deathly stillness. "Stay alert," Nangongchen cautioned, leading them toward the 9th floor. Luo Qian clung to Nangongchen's shoulder, his hand firmly grasping hers. Peering into the corridor from the stairwell, they observed bloodstains scattered everywhere, but not a single zombie in sight. Various decorations and crates lay toppled and askew on the floor. perhaps due to the passage of time. The blood had darkened and clung to the walls in sticky, putrid patches. Where are the zombies here? Yi Zifeng wondered aloud. Above, Nangongchen replied, scanning the surroundings and looking upward. The four raised their eyes toward the ceiling, observing a viscous black fluid dripping, leaving long strands trailing behind. Before Yi Zifeng could finish his exclamation, Xiaoyu swiftly covered his mouth. In the darkness, a monstrous mass began to tremble, sharing the same instincts as zombies. It hunted prey through scent and sound. This abomination resembled a grotesque amalgamation of decomposed zombie limbs fused together, countless eyeless white orbs embedded on its surface. This level 3 creature surpassed all the zombies they had encountered and was subtly on the verge of breaking through to level 4. Employing keen perception, Nangongchen rapidly assessed the situation and issued commands. Xiaoyu, Yi Zifeng, block the 10th floor entrance. Do not allow any zombies to descend. Leave this monster to me. Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from the creature, chills ran down their spines. Aside from their leader and the enigmatic Luo Qian, whose true strength remained a mystery, they were no match for this beast. Luo Qian gripped her golf club tightly, staring at the abomination above. Chen, it's just too ugly. She whispered this in his ear. Nangongchen gently patted her head, enveloping her within his electric shield. You stay here and wait for me. Do not leave this place. Luo Qian nodded, unwilling to approach such a hideous creature. The little sprite lightly touched the electric shield, a barrier of thunderous energy tinged with a ghostly blue sheen. As Luo Qian prodded a small protrusion on it, the shield flexed and retracted in response. Though charged, the shield did not harm those designated by Nangongchen. Given their constant proximity, his powers felt naturally familiar and comforting to her. Clad in a layer of static electricity, Nangongchen leapt toward the ceiling. Hearing the commotion, the zombies on the 10th floor began to crawl downward, their numbers significantly fewer than those on previous floors. Nangongchen surmised that the majority of zombies must have been devoured by the monstrous creature looming above them, serving as a source of sustenance. It appeared that the undead not only feasted upon humans and all living beings, but also resorted to cannibalism. A brief contemplation led Nangongchen to conclude that this commercial building had succumbed shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, leaving no survivors within. Deprived of fresh flesh for an extended period, the zombies were left with no choice but to consume their own kind. Fortunately, they had discovered this creature. Otherwise, once it had devoured all the zombies across several floors, it would mark the building's ultimate downfall. One could only imagine the creature's formidable strength by that time. Xiaoyu and Yi Zifeng, observing Nangongchen's movements, swiftly joined him in the fray, diligently covering his back against the zombies descending from the 10th floor. Thanks to the layer of static electricity enveloping the creature, the repugnant liquid falling from it slid harmlessly away before reaching Nangongchen. With a sword of lightning, he pierced the creature's eye, eliciting a horrific, ear-splitting shriek. Countless hands extended from its surface, attempting to ambush the attackers, yet Nangongchen deftly evaded every assault. Xiaoyu and Yi Zifeng dispatched the incoming zombies and glanced back at Nangongchen. He signaled them to remain at ease, assuring them he could handle the situation, prompting them to continue their charge toward the 10th floor. Rather than complicating matters for their leader, they deemed it more prudent to eradicate the zombies on the 10th floor, thus alleviating some burden from Nangongchen. Luo Qian watched in disgust as the zombie, covered in innumerable hands and eyes, loomed before her. Chun, the mouth in the upper left corner, she urged. Nangongchen severed the continuously sprouting appendages of the creature and turned his gaze toward the left corner upon hearing Luo Qian's voice. This creature, having consumed countless zombies, possessed an overwhelming number of hands and eyes, yet remarkably only a single mouth, clearly its Achilles heel. As he dodged the various attacks from the long limbs, Nangongchen charged toward the creature's mouth. Its maw was several times larger than that of an ordinary creature, lurking in the shadows and stained with a foul, viscous blood. A barrage of arrows, crackling with black and purple static, coalesced into a single projectile, aimed directly at the creature's weakness. Following a powerful impact, the creature disintegrated into thick, black-red liquid that cascaded from the rooftop. As the static electricity dissipated from his body, Nangongchen reached for 2 third-tier crystal nuclei. To his astonishment, The creature possessed 2 nuclei. However, given its gluttonous consumption of zombies, this was hardly surprising. He retracted the protective electric shield around Luo Qian just as she bolted toward him like a small cannonball. Having eliminated the zombies on the top floor, Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng descended the staircase. Upon witnessing the amalgamation of zombies obliterated by their leader, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Once they reached the ground floor, Yi Ling, Nan Er, and Nan Yan had already gathered supplies and assembled their team. Nangong Chen took Luo Qian's hand and boarded the off-road vehicle. Under her control, the wall of vegetation vanished from sight. The convoy slowly departed from the central building, heading toward the warehouse on the eastern side of the base to procure canned goods. Nangong Chen placed the 2 crystal nuclei into Luo Qian's palm. Give it a try. Are they useful? Luo Qian held the 3rd-tier crystal nuclei tightly. They had reached a level suitable for cultivation. Observing her small gestures, Nangong Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he affectionately ruffled her long, curly hair. Good, then they are all yours. That won't do, Luo Qian replied, staring intently at Nangong Chen's face. It appeared that this bipedal creature was on the verge of an upgrade, just one breakthrough away. Chen, your abilities are about to upgrade. She returned the crystal nuclei back to Nangong Chen. You must protect me. Nangong Chen met Luo Qian's earnest gaze, and the word protect echoed in his ears, stirring his heart with excitement. He looked at her, his tone calm, yet earnest. All right, I will ensure Luo's safety. We shall each take one. I only need one for myself. He handed one of the nuclei back to her. The 2 gazed into each other's eyes, each reflecting the other's image. In the passenger seat, Yi Zifeng felt as if he were about to be suffocated by the dog food of their affections. His consumption of such dog food had increased exponentially of late. Had he known this would occur, he would have followed Yi Ling to the rear of the convoy. Chapter 53. 3rd-tier crystal nuclei. Each held a 3rd-tier crystal nucleus in their palms. The 3rd-tier nuclei were significantly larger than the 1st-tier ones, requiring a longer absorption time. Nangong Chen leaned back in his seat, squinting his eyes and relaxing, as if in a light slumber. In contrast, Luo Qian sat cross-legged, appearing much more serious. After a span of over 10 minutes, the 3rd-tier nuclei in their hands transformed into powder, and they opened their eyes in succession. Nangong Chen had leveled up, breaking through from a 5th tier to a 6th tier ability user. In this world, he was practically a non-human entity. It was undeniable that the energy contained within a 3rd-tier nucleus was several times more potent than that of a 1st-tier nucleus. Typically, the higher the level, the greater the number of nuclei required to advance abilities. Previously, within the commercial building, they had all absorbed a considerable number of nuclei. Yilink, Yaoyu, and Yi Zifeng had all surpassed the 4th tier before their departure. Although Nangong Chen had absorbed more than anyone else, he had remained on the threshold of the 5th tier, unable to breach that barrier. However, now a single 3rd-tier nucleus had propelled him to a higher level. This outing had yielded substantial gains, having procured numerous nuclei from the commercial building. Most of the team members who had come along had already surpassed the 1st tier, with Nan Er and Nan Yan both breaking through to the 2nd tier. Moreover, they still possessed several lower-tier and 1st-tier nuclei, intending to distribute them among their subordinates once they returned to the base. After all, the stronger their team, the safer their training grounds would be. Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng, sensing the immense pressure Nangong Chen had emitted at the moment of his breakthrough, turned to look at him. In that instant, they had felt a shiver, despite already being 4th-tier ability users. Boss, you've leveled up again, Yi Zifeng remarked. Nangong Chen responded. Noticing Yi Zifeng's peculiar behavior of turning his head back and forth, he asked, What's wrong? Boss, just how strong are you now?
Yi Zifeng inuited.
His tone laced with curiosity. If I teamed up with Ling Ge and Yu Ge, could we defeat you? From the overwhelming pressure that had radiated from Nangong Chen during his breakthrough, Yi Zifeng felt that even as a 4th-tier user, he seemed insignificant in the presence of a 6th-tier Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen shook his head slightly, signaling that it was not possible. Driving. Xiaoyu caught sight of Nangong Chen's gesture in the rearview mirror and curiously interjected, the disparity between ability levels is indeed vast. They had sensed it before. With each level they ascended, the gap between tiers widened. The moment Nangong Chen had broken through allowed them to more vividly and clearly perceive this difference. Of course. It wasn't just the two of them. In that instant, the entire convoy likely felt the same. Luo Qian had just opened her eyes when she overheard their conversation. Yi Zifeng reclined against the backrest, observing Luo Qian's awakening with an even greater curiosity than before. So how is it, little Luo Qian? Have you grown stronger? Not too bad, just a little, Luo Qian replied with a faint smile, her gaze sweeping over Yi Zifeng's inquisitive demeanor. It should be noted that their cultivation as fairies was considerably more arduous than the enhancement of their abilities. Upon hearing Luo Qian's words, both Yi Zifeng and Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel, acknowledging the truth in the saying that like attracts like. Indeed, she was related to their leader, possessing an almost abnormal strength. Oh, wait. It seems our sister-in-law might even surpass our leader in prowess. The convoy led by Nangong Chen advanced relentlessly, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Where they passed, not a trace of the undead remained, only the remnants of their shattered corpses and the grisly sight of excavated skulls. Despite the time-consuming task of extracting brains, the group managed to reach the canned goods warehouse before dusk. Situated still within the city limits, the area was nearly devoid of survivors or passing crowds. Neither the base's supernatural teams nor supply collection squads ventured this way. Their journey was devoid of any living souls, sparing them considerable trouble. The convoy halted before the warehouse. After Night Ling and Xiao Yu disembarked with over 30 subordinates, they swiftly vanquished the surrounding zombies. Yi Zifeng and his team pried open the warehouse's chains. As the heavy iron doors swung open, an array of canned goods was revealed before them. Nangong Chen instructed his men to position the vehicles at the warehouse entrance while Luo Qian conjured a towering wall of plants around them. Gazing at the unusually setting sun, its crimson hue stirred a sense of eerie unease within her. Luo Qian and the others looked skyward, and after a brief moment, she addressed Nangong Chen. Chen. They are coming. A severe chill is in the air. Indeed. Nangong Chen gently tugged at Luo Qian's soft hair cascading over her shoulder, pulling her closer, his embrace tightening ever so slightly. Listening to her gentle voice, he nestled his chin against her shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed the bustling subordinates around them, moving various items. We will work through the night. At first light, we shall depart for the base. He first assigned Yi Zifeng and Nan Yan to gather gasoline from a nearby gas station to ensure their vehicles were fully fueled. After dinner, he commanded the team to commence the nocturnal transfer of supplies. The fire element wielders illuminated the warehouse's interior and the sides of the doors with torches. Apart from 4 or 5 vigilant guards keeping watch for any disturbances, the rest began transferring goods onto the trucks one after another. The group toiled for a full 3 hours to clear the cans from the warehouse. All 3 trucks were filled to the brim. Even the rooftops bore a considerable load. The 2 off-road vehicles were similarly packed to capacity, just managing to complete the loading of the warehouse's provisions. It was only in the latter half of the night that the crowd gradually succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, they hastily boarded their vehicles and set off according to plan. Due to the presence of zombies along the roadside and the heavy cargo, their pace was significantly slower than on their journey in. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the convoy finally appeared before the base's gates. The sight of the cargo-laden trucks drew gasps of awe from the waiting crowd. Although the guards at the side gate were envious, they dared not voice their thoughts, merely watching as the food-laden trucks slowly entered the base, subsequently vanishing from sight. The newly assigned guards, witnessing the brazen departure of the trucks, nudged the shoulder of the nearby guard. "Brother, did they just let them through? Don't they need to surrender a portion of their supplies?" The guard replied in a hushed tone, "You must be new here, huh? You have no idea. Those people are not to be trifled with. Even the higher-ups must show them respect. And even then, it depends on whether they are willing to extend any courtesy." "What kind of people are they?" "Are they from the higher-ups?" The guard lowered his voice and whispered to the new recruit. "The training ground." Upon hearing those simple 3 words, the new guard understood immediately. Fortunately, he had refrained from rashly intervening earlier. During his initial days, he had heard some whispers regarding the base. It was said that the most formidable individuals within the base were those associated with the elusive training ground. Seeing the new guard's expression of relief, the seasoned guard advised, "Enough chatter. Focus on your duties and refrain from prying into matters that don't concern you." All right. Thank you for the guidance, brother. I appreciate your future assistance." The new guard produced a cigarette, cautiously offering it to the seasoned guard. The guard accepted the rare post-apocalyptic cigarette, inhaling its scent before ultimately deciding against smoking it, placing it into his pocket for safekeeping. Pleased with the new guard's tact, he reassured him that he would keep an eye on him in the future. Chapter 54. Tension mounts. As the convoy entered the base and traveled halfway, a luxurious silver-gray sedan suddenly obstructed their path. Nangong Chen, seated in the off-road vehicle, gazed at the car blocking their way, fully aware of the situation. "Boss, it's someone from the upper echelons, Qin Hengji's associate. Should we send someone to drive them off?" Xiao Yu inquired. Nangong Chen toyed with Luo Qian's hair, his eyes glinting with mystery. "No need, let us wait a moment. There are others yet to arrive." As he spoke, a figure emerged from the silver-gray sedan. The individual, advanced in years with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, approached the convoy, intending to knock on the door in response to the prolonged silence. Before he could reach them, another black sedan arrived, and from it stepped a man in his 40s, exuding an air of integrity. However, upon seeing the individual from the silver car, his expression darkened. "Humph. It seems Qin Hengji has quite the nose for news. Has housekeeper Zhao already arrived?" Zhang Junzhen remarked. "Not at all. How could I compare to Commander Zhang? I just happened to arrive quickly," housekeeper Zhao replied, their exchange laced with veiled barbs, the tension palpable as if they were on the verge of a physical altercation. Xiao Yu observed the leaders from the upper echelons, Qin Hengji as housekeeper and the government military commander, Zhang Junzhen. "Boss, the government military has sent Zhang Junzhen himself," Xiao Yu noted. Both sides have previously sent numerous invitations, all of which were declined. "Indeed," Nangong Chen responded, his demeanor indifferent, voice languid and deep. Currently, both factions were vying for control of the base's second warehouse. Realizing this, Xiao Yu quickly grasped the implications. The two forces were nearly equal in strength, and it appeared they intended to court their favor. "It seems they won easily back down this time," Xiao Yu remarked. Nangong Chen opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze revealing a profound intensity. He emanated an aura of strategic command, as if all were under his control, and pressed the intercom button. "Nightling, accompany me." "Understood, boss." Reluctantly, Nangong Chen released the strands of hair he had been toying with and addressed Luo Qian. "Lo Luo, return with them for now. I have some matters to attend to." Though Luo Qian was unsure of his intentions, she nodded in agreement.
All right.
As he prepared to disembark, Nangong Chen turned to Xiao Yu and instructed, "Xiao Yu, first transport the supplies back to the training ground. Send a vehicle for us in an hour." "Understood, boss." After he had finished his instructions, Yiling knocked on the door beside Nangong Chen and welcomed him down. He then took a step back to follow Nangong Chen as he advanced. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Junzhen and butler Zhang momentarily restrained their tense demeanor. Zhang Junzhen, observing the young man before him who exuded an aura of authority, could not help but silently marvel. Although Nangong Chen was considerably younger than both of them, the commanding presence he emanated demanded respect. Having traversed the treacherous gray area for years, he carried with him an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Zhang Junzhen, who commanded the base's government military, found himself at a disadvantage under Nangong Chen's formidable pressure. Zhang Junzhen stepped forward to approach Butler Zhao, extending his hand first. Nangong Chen glanced back at Yiling, who understood, and stepped forward to shake hands. He realized that their leader's infamous fastidiousness had reared its head again. Upon retracting his hand, Zhang Junzhen turned his gaze to the man beside Yiling, instantly regretting his earlier intention to court favor. Having navigated the treacherous waters of political power struggles for years, he had gained considerable insight and discernment. The man before him exuded an aura of authority that surpassed any official or noble he had encountered. Such a person, even in the pre-apocalyptic world, would have been beyond his reach. In the post-apocalyptic era, it was even more unthinkable. It would be a miracle if this man did not engulf his power. And the notion of leveraging his influence to gain access to the second warehouse seemed utterly delusional. Initially, he had assumed that the Nangong family had long since faded into obscurity, but it was apparent that he had underestimated both Nangong Chen and the Nangong family. Nevertheless, standing in front of them, he steeled himself to address Yiling, who appeared to be more amicable in demeanor. "I presume this is the head of the family?" It is an honor to finally meet you. Yiling nodded and introduced Zhang Junzhen, at which point Nangong Chen offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Zhang Junzhen, unfazed, recognized that the other party possessed the necessary leverage. I have prepared some food and drink in the private dining room of the base's cafeteria. If the head of the Nangong family does not mind, would you honor us with your presence? As the prospect of losing the opportunity loomed, Butler Zhao interjected with a fawning tone, stepping forward awkwardly. Greetings, head of the Nangong family. I am Qin Hengji, the steward of the Qin residence. Our President Qin has also reserved a private room for you. What do you think? Before Butler Zhao could finish, Zhang Junzhen swiftly interjected with a mocking remark. I didn't expect President Qin to send merely a steward to extend an invitation. Is that not somewhat lacking in sincerity? Although he had already given up on attempting to win over Nangong Chen, he could not allow his bitter rival to meet with the Nangong family alone. Butler Zhao's expression shifted, yet he could not afford to openly quarrel in front of Nangong Chen. Commander Zhang, that is not the case at all. Our President Qin is already waiting in the private room and has sincerely invited the head of the family to attend. Nangong Chen, unfazed by the rising tension between the two, simply curled his lips into a disingenuous smile as he surveyed the two men before him. Since both Commander Zhang and President Qin have expressed such earnestness, it would be remiss of me to refuse. Shall we go together? Without waiting for response, Nangong Chen took a step forward. Yiling squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though he was uncertain of his leader's intentions, he was well aware that when Nangong Chen smiled, someone was bound to face misfortune. While it was said that he was a snake cloaked in a smile, compared to Nangong Chen, he had merely scratched the surface of the latter's prowess. As Yiling observed the stunned Zhang Junzhen and Butler Zhao, who were still processing Nangong Chen's implication, he remarked, I would appreciate it if you could lead the way. Hearing this, Butler Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to open the car door for Nangong Chen but was a moment too late, as Zhang Junzhen had already ushered him into his vehicle. Watching Nangong Chen enter Zhang Junzhen's car, Butler Zhao seethed with frustration, begrudgingly following behind. Inside the private room, a man of similar age to Zhang Junzhen leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window. He appeared shorter than the robust Zhang Junzhen, with narrow, single-lidded eyes that radiated a shrewd, calculating aura. Qin Hengji, glancing outside, spotted two cars parked at the back door of the cafeteria. Upon recognizing Butler Zhao and the following Zhang Junzhen, his expression darkened. He only concealed his displeasure when he heard commotion at the door of the private room. With a forced smile, he set down his glass and stepped out to greet the newcomers. Although they had never met, he instantly recognized the head of the Nangong family standing at the forefront. He intended to exchange pleasantries at the door, but to his surprise, the guests bypassed him, entering the private room first. Yiling, with narrowed eyes and a smile, nodded at Qin Hengji. Under the pressure of the other's imposing presence, Qin Hengji retreated a step, allowing Yiling, who was a step behind Nangong Chen, to enter the room. As he prepared to welcome Zhang Junzhen, he quickly positioned himself in front of the newcomer. Commander Zhang has arrived? Why was I not informed in advance? His tone was laden with dissatisfaction over the unexpected intrusion. Chapter 55, Divergent Thoughts. Zhang Junzhen feigned ignorance to Qin Hengji's discontent, sidestepping into the private room. What a coincidence, President Qin. I happened to book a private room next door. And I didn't expect to encounter the head of the Nangong family on my way. Isn't this fortuitous? A meal together should be quite enjoyable. And I trust President Qin wouldn't mind? Qin Hengji shot a glare at Butler Zhao, who trailed behind the group before hastily entering the private room. Left standing alone, Butler Zhao, despite his advanced age, found himself sweating in the cold wind. Within the private room, Nangong Chen, Yiling, Zhang Junzhen, and Qin Hengji sat together. Externally, the atmosphere appeared serene, yet internally, each harbored their own thoughts. Yiling observed the two cunning old foxes seated across from Nangong Chen, silently chuckling to himself. Regardless of their numerous schemes, they were no match for their leader. Breaking the eerie silence, Qin Hengji spoke first. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of the head of the Nangong family. It is truly an honor to meet you today. I understand that you have brought back a significant amount of supplies during your recent expedition. Congratulations. As Qin Hengji showered compliments, he noticed that his words were met with silence, prompting him to awkwardly fall quiet. He had never experienced such disregard before. But the prospect of the second warehouse's ownership kept him in check. With the room once again enveloped in silence, Nangong Chen leisurely spoke. I have heard that the teams dispatched by Commander Zhang to gather supplies have been suffering high casualty rates lately. It seems that President Qin has also lost quite a few personnel. Both Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji's pupils constricted at his words. On the surface, Nangong Chen had not involved himself in any of the base's affairs, apart from the training grounds and the villa within his domain. He had not extended his influence elsewhere. However, in just a few sentences, he had left both Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji feeling a chill run down their spines. It was important to note that Nangong Chen had been outside the base for several days and had only just returned less than half an hour ago. How had he come by this information? Zhang Junzhen swallowed hard, acutely aware of the implications. He was a clever man. Despite their brief encounter, he sensed that Nangong Chen was not one to speak idly. In fact, it was already a rarity for him to even utter a word. Zhang Junzhen recalled the several trucks of supplies that Nangong Chen had returned with, and he noted that those who had left with him had all returned unharmed. In stark contrast, since the discovery of the zombies' evolution, their own task forces had been returning with nearly a third of their members lost each time. With this in mind, he steeled himself and stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, of late, the zombies outside the base have inexplicably grown considerably stronger, making them increasingly difficult to contend with. Commander Zhang, there is no need for concern. I happen to possess a piece of information that may prove beneficial to you. In stark contrast to Zhang Junzhen's palpable anxiety, Nangong Chen's tone exuded a certain nonchalance. He subtly reigned in the formidable aura emanating from him, his expression inscrutable, adorned with a faint, artificial smile that concealed his true thoughts. Responding to Nangong Chen's subtle hint, Yiling casually retrieved several low-grade crystal cores from his pocket and cast them before the two men. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji, neither of whom possessed supernatural abilities, picked up the transparent stones with a perplexed expression. What is this? As you can see, these are crystal cores. The energy within can be absorbed by those with abilities, enhancing their powers, Yiling elucidated, his voice resonating in their ears, causing both men to start in disbelief. They gazed incredulously at the transparent stones in their palms, their pupils dilating with a mix of shock and delight. Yiling then picked up a low-grade crystal core from the table. Due to his elevated level of ability and extensive experience with crystal cores, it took him but a mere 10 seconds for the small, transparent stone in his palm to disintegrate into powder before Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji. You may conduct your own experiments afterward, he said, displaying the fine powder to them with a cheerful demeanor. Both Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji were acutely aware of Nangong Chen's identity, given his capabilities. He would not stoop to deceiving them. They gazed intently at the stones in their hands, excitement bubbling within them. We are unaware of the origins of this. We beseech the head of the Nangong family for guidance, they exclaimed in unison, only to realize their simultaneous eagerness and cast each other reproachful glances. They looked eagerly at Nangong Chen, awaiting his words, but he remained silent. Qin Hengji, sensing the delay, spoke up urgently. Is there a condition or requirement from the head of the Nangong family? Supplies or equipment? We can certainly accommodate. Indeed, please share your requests. And we shall do our utmost to fulfill them, Zhang Junzhen added, both men holding their breath in anticipation of Nangong Chen's response. Yet, their propositions seemed insufficient to entice him. After all, he lacked neither resources nor equipment. As the two men contemplated their predicament, realizing that the zombies outside were evolving and that this newfound hope was fragile, Nangong Chen finally spoke. His voice resonated with authority, each word striking their hearts like a drumbeat, instilling a sense of trepidation. From now on, 20% of all crystal cores acquired by the base shall belong to the training ground. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji exchanged glances. Although the base was under their joint control, if they were unaware of the source of the crystal cores, they might not even see a fraction of the spoils. A fleeting moment of silent communication passed between the two, and ultimately, they acquiesced. Nangong Chen nodded with satisfaction, and Yiling produced a pre-prepared agreement, placing it before the three men. After Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji inscribed their names, Nangong Chen symbolically signed the document. Once he set down his pen and observed the eager expressions of the two men, he spoke slowly, savoring the tension that had them fidgeting like ants on a hot pan. This substance is extracted from the brains of zombies, but not all zombies possess it at present. The current zombies are undergoing evolution. Only those that have evolved may contain crystal cores. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji nodded slowly, astonished to find their hope linked to a source of calamity. With their negotiations concluded, as they prepared to depart, Nangongqin turned to regard the two men, who remained seated in silence. His overwhelming presence sent chills down their spines, even causing Yiling to struggle for breath. I have little patience for those who breach agreements. Remember your commitments, for I cannot predict what I might do otherwise. It is prudent to avoid decisions you may come to regret. The agreements they had just signed were merely superficial. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. As Nangongqin's figure gradually faded from view, they finally dared to exhale deeply, the relief washing over them akin to gasping for air after prolonged suffocation. Under the weight of Nangongqin's aura, they had felt an imminent threat of death, experiencing, for the first time, the sheer magnitude of his power, a strength beyond their comprehension. Any lingering doubts they had harbored had dissipated entirely. Chapter 56. The arrival of extreme cold. Nangongqin boarded the vehicle designated for picking him up. Having seen much of human nature, he harbored little faith in verbal commitments or paper agreements. Only the power and authority he wielded could secure what he desired, especially in this apocalyptic era. Upon witnessing Nangongqin's departure, Zhang Junzhen feigned cordiality with Qin Hengji before hastily leaving. Steward Zhao entered the private room, observing the pensive expression on Qin Hengji's face. He seemed lost in thought, and as he contemplated whether to intrude, he was interrupted by Qin Hengji's voice. Inform Qin Kura to maintain a low profile and avoid provoking those at the training ground. Steward Zhao hesitated briefly before succumbing to curiosity. Is there an issue, Mr. Qin? Qin Hengji remained silent for a long while. His earlier suspicions had solidified into certainty. That is not someone we can afford to provoke. What he had initially considered coincidence now appeared to be undeniable truth. I had thought Nangongqin merely a person of influence and power, erroneously leveraging the legendary name of the Nangong family. After all, I had only heard tales of that clan, but it seems I was gravely mistaken. Those individuals are indeed members of the Nangong lineage. Nangong clan? Steward Zhao responded, incredulity etched on his face, almost questioning his own hearing. Could the rumors regarding the Nangong family within the base truly hold weight? As Steward Zhao grappled with his disbelief, Qin Hengji affirmed his suspicions. Among the 4 ancient clans, the only one that has survived to this day is the Nangong clan. Zhao's body trembled at this revelation. Every person on this planet had heard of the Nangong family, a lineage steeped in history. The tales spoke of a family more esteemed than some royal households. However, the Nangong clan had always remained shrouded in mystery. Everyone had heard of them, yet they had never made a public appearance. Previously, he had maintained skepticism regarding the rumors of the training ground and the Nangong clan, but now he realized the truth was undeniable. One can only imagine, if they were not indeed members of the Nangong family, who would dare to appropriate their name. Moreover, Nangongqin bears the unique insignia of the clan's head. From the very first moment Qin Hengji laid eyes on Nangongqin, he had confirmed his identity. The diamond-shaped earring adorning Nangongqin's ear was said to be crafted from a rare material, known to be recognized by few outside the Nangong family. Yet, many claimed it was an object that would be unmistakable at first glance. Qin Hengji happened to be familiar with the appearance of the family headis token earring, a knowledge he owed to his previous amicable engagements and collaborations with foreign royal families. Reflecting on Zhang Junzhen's obsequious demeanor, that cunning old fox, who had once spent considerable time in the Planetary Intelligence Bureau, undoubtedly had prior knowledge of the matter. As night descended, a sleek black luxury vehicle glided slowly through the base. Yiling inquired, "Boss, why are we divulging the news about the crystal core to those 2 old foxes?" Nangongqin replied, "The news about the zombie evolution is already widespread. It's only a matter of time before the crystal core's existence is known. Why not turn this to our advantage?" Yiling suddenly understood. Rather than letting the information they possessed become obsolete, it was better to exploit it fully. This way, not only would they benefit, but the dissemination of the crystal core's secret might even enhance their reputation. Indeed, their leader's strategy was superior. Those 2 old foxes were no match for him. After leaving the base cafeteria, Nangongqin and Yiling hurried to the training ground. They instructed the personnel there to prepare for the cold, conducted thorough inspections, and arranged supplies before returning to the villa accompanied by Qiaoyu. As for Yi Zifeng and Luo Qian, Qiaoyu had already arranged for their return to the villa to rest. The training ground and the villa lay within Nan Gongchen's sphere of influence, encircled by towering walls that separated the training area from the base. Patrol squads frequently roamed the perimeter, ensuring no one dared approach, a sanctuary of security. Upon returning to the villa, Nan Gongchen found Luo Qian already asleep, curled into a tight ball. A gentle, tender smile graced his lips as he softly kissed her forehead before quietly retreating to his own chamber. In the dead of night, an eerie moonlight gradually seeped from behind the ominous clouds. At midnight, the apocalyptic cold struck with sudden ferocity. While all lay peacefully in slumber, the nighttime temperature plummeted from over 40 degrees to below -10, with a downward trend. Many who had fallen asleep never awoke again. Having finished his bath and intending to rest, Nan Gongchen caught sight of the strange sky through his bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly left the room and encountered Yi Ling and Qiaoyu in the corridor. He gestured for them to check on Yi Zifeng, who was likely still blissfully asleep, then hurried upstairs to check on Luo Qian. With the temperature dropping so rapidly, he could not bear the thought of his beloved freezing. He gently opened the bedroom door on the 3rd floor and, seeing Luo Qian still peacefully asleep, felt reassured. Retrieving a thick quilt from the wardrobe, he covered her and lingered for a moment before leaving the room. In the study, Nan Gongchen, Yi Ling, and Qiaoyu wore solemn expressions, while a groggy Yi Zifeng lay sprawled on the sofa. Nan Gongchen had just instructed Qiaoyu to activate the villa's air conditioning system, powered by the generator. The indoor temperature quickly rose. He also urged Yi Ling to contact the training ground and have them immediately activate their cold defense measures. Only after ensuring all was in order did he finally relax. Outside, the weather was unnervingly strange. The usual pure white moonlight had turned a blood-red hue. Snowflakes fell in thick, relentless sheets, their descent increasingly urgent. Under the crimson moonlight, the white snow appeared as patches of scarlet bloodstains upon the ground. All life seemed withered, buffeted by howling winds that echoed like the mournful cries of a dying world. Despite their preparations, none had anticipated the arrival of such an extreme cold. The sudden temperature plunge, coupled with the blood-red moonlight, felt like the end of the world, the termination of all life. The four remained in the study until the early hours before retiring to their rooms. Nan Gongchen's worries drove him to visit the 3rd-floor bedroom once more. Though he had already checked earlier, he needed to ensure Luo Qian was well, unchilled, and that the central air conditioning was functioning properly. Without her presence before his eyes, he could never find true peace. Perhaps Yi Ling and the others were right. He invariably transformed into a fretful patriarch in her presence. Chapter 57. Identity Revealed, Little Sprite. As he opened the door, before even peering inside, Nan Gongchen heard Luo Qian's sobs. The little sprite lay curled upon the grand bed, tears streaming down, each droplet leaving large damp patches on the warmly hued quilt. Between sobs, she gathered the white, bell-shaped flower buds that had fallen onto the sheets. Due to the sudden drop in temperature outside, despite the central heating maintaining a comfortable indoor climate, Luo Qian's natural botanical instincts caused her flower buds to fall, a self-preservation mechanism akin to deciduous plants shedding leaves before winter. Having grown in the warm, humid mountains, this was the first time the spirit-turned sprite had encountered such conditions. She carefully collected each fallen bud and stored them in her personal space. Tears cascaded like broken pearls down her thick lashes, which fluttered with shimmering drops clinging to them. Witnessing this scene shattered Nan Gongchen's heart. Since meeting Luo Qian, he had never seen her cry so sorrowfully. He hurried forward, neglecting to close the door firmly, and enveloped the tearful Luo Qian, her hands full of flower buds, in a tender embrace. The surrounding floral fragrance was unmistakably hers, previously faint and only detectable up close. Now it permeated the entire room. The scent was not overwhelming but enchanting, akin to the beguiling charm of a captivating fairy. "What's wrong, Lulu? Why are you crying?" Nan Gongchen's voice trembled with concern as he gently stroked the sprite resting against his chest. Luo Qian's voice was choked with emotion, tinged with confusion and helplessness. She had been sleeping soundly when, upon awakening drowsily, she found her beautiful flower buds scattered across the bed. They've all fallen, my flower buds, sob sob. Her soft, plaintive voice seemed to break Nan Gongchen's heart further. Surveying the fallen buds, he composed himself. He had long suspected, but now it was confirmed. His little one was indeed a sprite, a flower spirit. He recalled their first meeting, when Luo Qian had gifted him a necklace adorned with white flower buds. To this day, he still wore it hidden beneath his clothes, a token of their bond. He should have realized earlier that his beloved was a beautiful flower fairy. Concern crept back into his heart as he examined the buds in her hands. Was she unwell? Was something wrong? Luo Qian shook her head through tears. Glancing out at the snow drifting past the window, Nan Gongchen surmised that if she wasn't ill, then the sudden weather change must be the cause. After all, his little one, or rather the little sprite, was in essence a plant. Regarding the matter of Luo Qian being a flower, Nan Gongchen accepted it rather swiftly, not particularly astonished. After all, he had harbored suspicions prior to this, and was, in a way, mentally prepared. What concerned him more at this moment was Luo Qian's weeping. Luo, be good, don't cry, it's all right. It will grow back. Perhaps it's just the cold weather that caused it to fall. Be good, don't cry, Nan Gongchen's deep voice resonated softly, soothing his little fairy until her sobs gradually subsided and she drifted into slumber in his embrace. As he heard the cries in his arms fade away, he looked down at the little fairy. She had cried herself to exhaustion, her eyes red and puffy, occasionally interrupted by shaky, unsteady breaths, evoking a sense of pity. Due to her wearing a bathrobe, a significant portion of his chest was exposed where she had rubbed against him. The warm tears fell onto his skin, as if intending to sear a scar into his flesh. He reached for a tissue from the bedside table to dry the tears from his chest and gently placed Luo Qian onto the pillow. Yet, she clung tightly to the robe, and as he tugged at her fingers, she stirred uneasily. With no other choice, Nan Gongchen softly patted her back, pulling her closer to ensure she remained soundly asleep in his arms. As dawn approached, Luo Qian finally awoke. Nan Gongchen's body radiated warmth, and she comfortably curled up in the crook of his arm. Once her mind cleared, she recalled the events of the previous night and stealthily contemplated an escape. This two-legged creature had realized she was a fairy. Clutching the corner of Nan Gongchen's garment in her palm, she half escaped from his embrace. Staring blankly at his face, wondering if the creature was truly not frightened away, confusion settled in as she remembered the words of Sister Lark, who had told her that humans who knew their fairy identity would flee in terror. If someone hadn't been frightened away, it must mean that this two-legged creature genuinely liked her. The thought that Nan Gongchen liked her made her cheeks flush crimson. The two-legged creature had mentioned that only those who liked each other could share kisses, and he frequently kissed her. Therefore, this creature must indeed have feelings for her. Should she still flee? If he liked her, then perhaps she needn't escape. He wouldn't be frightened off by her. Nan Gongchen, ever vigilant, had woken the moment Luo Qian stirred, though he kept his eyes closed, curious to see what this little fairy would do. After a prolonged silence, aside from her initial rustling, he could wait no longer and opened his eyes, pulling the dazed little fairy back into his embrace, wrapping her snugly in the blanket. Where do you think you're running off to, Little fairy. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qian realized her cover was blown. Nan Gongchen truly knew she was a fairy. Cuddling deeper into his arms, she felt a mix of fear and a desire for comfort, her voice wavering as if she might cry again. Seeing her on the brink of tears once more, Nan Gongchen felt a wave of regret. He wished he had feigned ignorance. Luo, please don't cry, I was wrong. I won't speak of it again, all right? Do you find me distasteful? Is it because I know you are a fairy that you think I might not like you anymore? A few soft whimpers from her left him feeling helpless. It was his fault. She had just cried the night before, and now he had provoked her tears again. If this continued, her eyes would surely become uncomfortable. He lifted her chin, making her gaze into his eyes, gently caressing her cheek with his palm, his thumb tenderly wiping away her unshed tears. That won't happen. I cherish you, Luo. How could I ever wish you away? No matter what you are, I will never turn my back on you. Please stop crying. Your eyes will hurt if you continue. Be good, and don't cry, all right? Hearing Nan Gongchen's soothing voice, Luo Qian gradually calmed from her sobs. You must not deceive me. Upon finally receiving a response, Nangongchen earnestly assured her, "I will never lie to you. Luo Luo. My dear, I love you." Their eyes locked, and the sincerity of his emotions surged like a tidal wave, reaching deep into her heart. Upon hearing those 3 words, Luo Qian shyly buried her face into his chest, unwilling to meet his gaze. Nangongchen chuckled softly, rubbing his chin against the top of her head, cradling his most treasured possession within his embrace. Chapter 58. That is mine. Nangongchen meticulously retrieved the small flower bud that Luo Qian had dropped, cradling it in his palm. When she emerged from the wardrobe dressed, she found him rummaging through the bed. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her fallen flower bud. Somehow, she had fallen asleep the previous night, forgetting to pick it up and store it in her space. So, she reached out to reclaim her flower bud from Nangongchen's hand, intending to place it in her own space. However, before her fingers could graze it, he deftly evaded her grasp, tucking it into his pocket. Luo Qian puffed her cheeks, her large, shimmering eyes seeming to convey, "That's mine." Nangongchen, unabashed, ignored her, tooling her neatly arranged hair and pulling her into his embrace. He held her securely in his arms, allowing her to wrap her arms around his neck. Noticing the lingering redness in her eyes, his heart ached, and he gently brushed his fingers against her eyelids, his touch extraordinarily delicate, as if she were a fragile object that might shatter with the slightest pressure. "Are your eyes uncomfortable? Let us go downstairs and find some ice to soothe them." Nangongchen smiled softly as he carried her out. Ever since encountering the little fairy, he had smiled more in this brief period than in the entirety of his previous 20 years. He was already unable to imagine life without Luo Qian, or rather, he had been ensnared by her charm long before he had fully recognized his feelings. Yilink, Yaoyu, and Yi Zifeng had all risen and were having breakfast at the kitchen counter. Outside, the sky was overcast, with snow falling incessantly. The heavy flakes piled up to a depth of nearly 2 meters, blocking the doors and rendering the base eerily quiet, with everyone confined indoors. Nangongchen retrieved ice from the refrigerator, wrapping it in a thick towel to apply to the little fairy's eyes. As the trio consumed their breakfast, they caught sight of Luo Qian's reddened eyes, causing them to drop their bread in shock. Could it be that their leader had finally lost his composure last night, judging by those eyes? Nangongchen carefully attended to the little fairy, casting a wary glance at the 3. They simultaneously lowered their heads, pretending to focus intently on their meal, avoiding his gaze. Since the indoor temperature remained constant, Luo Qian, although aware of the changing weather outside, was oblivious to the snowfall. It was only when Nangongchen removed the ice pack from her eyes that she caught sight of the villa's backyard through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This was her first encounter with snow. The place where she had grown up had never experienced such a phenomenon. She had only heard her sister, the lark, speak of the enchanting scenes when snow blanketed the earth, and now, witnessing it firsthand, her curiosity was piqued to the utmost. Nangongchen approached with warm milk in hand, gently prying Luo Qian away from the glass door where she longed to dash outside. "First, let us partake in breakfast, and then we shall venture out, my dear." He affectionately ruffled the hair of the little sprite, placing the milk into her palm. Observing the gleam of wonder in Luo Qian's eyes, he speculated. Could it be that this is the little sprite's inaugural encounter with snow? I must ensure she enjoys herself thoroughly outside. However, as she is a delicate flower, I wonder if the cold will be too harsh for her. Surely, she must have some resistance to the chill, given her ethereal nature. Nonetheless, a thicker layer of clothing is in order. As he contemplated, he busied himself coaxing the little sprite to drink her milk. Outside, the blizzard showed no signs of abating, and the base remained eerily quiet. The current weather rendered it nearly impossible to assess casualties or damages, let alone clear the accumulating snow. The training grounds and the villa were under Nangongchen's jurisdiction, and aside from their own personnel, no one dared approach. Thanks to prior preparations, both the training grounds and the villa suffered minimal damage or casualties. Nangongchen instructed the training grounds to clear the primary pathways once the snow ceased, and then he took the little sprite outdoors. The temperature outside plummeted to a frigid -10 degrees. Nangongchen enveloped Luo Qian in a thick, plush coat. With a white scarf wrapped around her neck, she tugged at it uncomfortably, only to be snugly rewrapped by Nangongchen. "Be good, it's quite cold outside. Bundle up tightly, and we shall return shortly." He pinched her soft cheek affectionately. Fearing he might reconsider and leave her behind, Luo Qian eagerly nodded, tugging at his hand to hasten their departure. At the entrance, Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng awaited them. Yi Zifeng impatiently grasped the doorknob, eager to fling the door open. Just as Yi Ling intended to offer a warning, it was too late. He could only step back hastily to mitigate the impending chaos. Oblivious to the retreating figures behind him, Yi Zifeng exuberantly swung the door wide, only to be met with a miniature avalanche of snow. Nangongqin shielded Luo Qian behind him, while Yi Ling and Xiao Yu took refuge at a safe distance. Yi Zifeng, still bewildered by the sudden onslaught, found himself buried beneath the snow cascading in from outside. It took the combined efforts of Yi Ling and Xiao Yu to extricate him. Curious, Luo Qian plucked a few snowflakes from his form, only to watch them dissolve upon contact. With a tone of mock reproach, Yi Zifeng exclaimed, "Why didn't you all warn me? I was wondering why no one was opening the door." He felt like an unwitting victim of circumstance. Xiao Yu, shaking off the snow from Yi Zifeng's head, stifled a laugh. "This time, you cannot blame us. We intended to warn you. But who could have guessed you would be so impatient?" Yi Zifeng, exasperated, brushed off the snow from his clothes and stepped back, allowing Yi Ling and Xiao Yu, armed with tools, to begin shoveling the snow. The five worked together to clear a significant portion of snow from the courtyard, creating a sizable clearing. Flurries continued to fall, soon blanketing the area again. Fortunately, Nangongqin, Yi Ling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng, all possessing abilities, felt no chill. Although Luo Qian, being a plant, exhibited natural responses to the weather, her millennia of cultivation had rendered her impervious to the extremes of heat and cold. Yi Zifeng and Luo Qian engaged in building a snowman, while Nangongqin and the others continued to remove the accumulation from the courtyard. Despite the relentless snowfall, it was prudent to clear the snow to prevent it from deepening. The little sprite, reveling in her first encounter with snow, soon engaged in a playful snowball fight with Yi Zifeng. In the midst of shoveling, Xiao Yu accidentally became a target of Yi Zifeng's playful antics. Ashamed, Yi Zifeng dropped the snowball he was holding and cast a sheepish glance at Xiao Yu. Luo Qian, reveling in the mischief, pointed out the culprit to Xiao Yu. Abandoning his tool, Xiao Yu wiped the snow from his face, compacted it in his hands, and retaliated by launching a snowball at Yi Zifeng. With nimble agility, Yi Zifeng dodged, shooting a cheeky glance back at Xiao Yu. In response, Xiao Yu smiled mischievously and bent down to scoop up a snowball the size of a soccer ball, chasing after Yi Zifeng. Chapter 59. Martial Law. Luo Qian's shoes were caked with snow. Concerned that the melting snow would soak her feet, Nangongqin set aside his tool and lifted her into his arms, carrying her back to the villa.
Yao Yu poursuit Yi Zifeng.
Determined to bury him in snow before the day ended. Yi Ling stood aside, amused by the spectacle, until Yi Zifeng playfully tossed a handful of snow at him. With an exasperated smile, Yi Ling calmly brushed the snow from his clothing and took a few leisurely steps forward, retrieving the abandoned shovel to hand it to Xiao Yu. This mischievous child. It's high time to teach him a lesson. Nangongqin gently placed Luo Qian on the bed, kneeling to remove her shoes and socks. He tenderly warmed her feet in his hands, showing no disdain as he tucked them into his clothing for warmth. Simultaneously, he released her long, curly hair from its confines, carefully arranging it anew. The little sprite nestled against Nangongqin, resembling a contented kitten being stroked. Outside, the heavy snow fell for a day and a night before finally relenting. The moment the snowfall ceased, the personnel at the base began to assess casualties and damages, while simultaneously clearing the accumulated snow. The individuals at the training grounds were no exception. Their efficiency coupled with prior clearance efforts allowed them to swiftly clear all pathways. However, the sheer volume of snow had caused some structures, such as the small parking lot's roof, to collapse under the weight. As the pathways were finally cleared, Nan Er hurried to the villa. Upon hearing the news, Nangongqin, along with Yi Ling and Xiao Yu, made their way to the training grounds. With the snow just having stopped, there were pressing matters to address, including an inspection of the small parking lot. With Nangongqin, Yi Ling, and Xiao Yu absent from the villa, Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng sat across from each other on the sofa in the first-floor lobby, boredom nearly overwhelming them. Luo Qian inquired, "Might we venture outside?" Yi Zifeng replied, "No, we must untea." The leader has expressly instructed us not to go out. Our informants reported disturbances at the base last night. Moreover, the heavy snowfall makes the roads treacherous. Luo Qian huffed in displeasure at Yi Zifeng's words, though he too felt the weight of boredom and yearned for a stroll. The leader's warning stayed his hand. Reports from their informants indicated a fierce contention between Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji over the second warehouse. Miraculously, a significant portion of the supplies had vanished overnight, leaving behind gnaw marks that suggested the involvement of rodents. From the bite marks, it appeared the creatures were rather sizable. With both factions vying for ownership of the second warehouse, tensions ran high. Given the recent heavy snowfall and the freezing temperatures, it seemed unlikely that any animals would be particularly active. Thus, both sides suspected the other of pilfering the supplies and fabricating evidence. As soon as the snow ceased, the base was placed under martial law. With temperatures plummeting drastically within days and snow blocking roads, nearly everyone at the base found themselves trapped, leading to a critical shortage of supplies. Luo Qian, unwilling to relent, inquired once more, "Are you truly not going out?" Seeing Yi Zifeng hesitate, Luo Qian hastened to press further, "We will return before Qin comes back. No one will notice." But the boss said it's best not to go out. Yi Zifeng replied, folding his arms and turning his face away to avoid looking at Luo Qian, though his tone softened noticeably. Luo Qian responded, "Even if it's best, it's not impossible, right?" Yi Zifeng murmured, "Well, I suppose there is some truth to that." 3 minutes later, Yi Zifeng watched Luo Qian sprint several meters ahead. Feeling a twinge of regret, the boss had repeatedly emphasized that it was best to stay home and avoid wandering around the base.
Now,
Why hadn't he insisted more firmly? Ultimately, it was his restless heart yearning for freedom. But since they were already outside, he decided to enjoy it and deal with the consequences later. "Little Luo Qian, slow down and wait for me," he called out. Yi Zifeng glanced at the 2 guards stationed by the villa's door and subtly signaled them not to report their escapade. The guards, long accustomed to such antics, were unfazed. Their young master had done this countless times. Each time he was caught and disciplined, yet the next day he was lively as ever. The only difference this time was that he had taken their young lady along. Watching Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng's retreating figures, the guards felt torn and lamented their hard lot. Though Luo Qian was noticeably shorter than Yi Zifeng, her nimble legs moved faster than his. They ventured beyond their jurisdiction, and as they walked further, they began to see scattered base staff clearing snow. The deeper they went into the base, the more people appeared. Along the streets, on newly constructed roofs, many were busy removing snow, bundled in heavy cotton coats, hats, and scarves. Yi Zifeng caught up, panting, "Little ancestor, slow down and wait for me." Luo Qian paused and surveyed their surroundings. Where exactly is this place?" Yi Zifeng also looked around thoughtfully, pondering for a long moment. Just as Luo Qian expected him to provide an answer, he finally said, "I don't know, but there must be a way back." Luo Qian eyed him suspiciously. He seemed utterly unreliable. Yet, after being cooped up in the villa for days due to snow, she was glad to get some fresh air and decided to explore first. They headed toward the more crowded areas. Luo Qian's cheeks puffed as she nibbled on milk candies. Seeing her enjoy the sweets, Yi Zifeng reached out to ask for some. Luo Qian glanced at the candies in her hand, then at the dubious Yi Zifeng, and finally popped the last piece into her mouth. Embarrassed, Yi Zifeng scratched his head, about to withdraw his hand. Then, Luo Qian pulled out a handful of nuts and chestnuts from her pocket and offered them to him. Though reluctant to share her candies, she was willing to part with other snacks. Yi Zifeng looked at the full handful of nuts, thinking the little sister-in-law resembled a hamster storing winter provisions. They walked and ate, aimlessly heading toward the crowd. Without gloves, their hands would have long since frozen. At the center of a gathered crowd, 2 girls were fighting. They were about Luo Qian's age, but appeared slightly older. Initially, their dispute was verbal, but it soon escalated into a physical and verbal brawl. Luo Qian hadn't witnessed such a scene in a long time but was obstructed by many people and couldn't see well. She reluctantly sought Yi Zifeng's help. Seeing some wooden stools nearby, Yi Zifeng intended to fetch one for her. Before he could turn, the petite Luo Qian leveraged her small frame to squeeze into the crowd's center. Yi Zifeng followed, shielding her and glaring away any burly onlookers. Luo Qian tidied her disheveled hair. The 2 women's bodyguards blocked the crowd from approaching further. In the fray, Qin Kura and Xia Sisi grasped each other's hair fiercely, uttering continuous insults. Qin Kura spat, "You shameless little bitch, let go at once. I'll tell Dad. And then the Xia family will regret this."
CSCC scoffet, ha and beha.
You're just Qinzong's adopted daughter. Why so arrogant? And boasting about your connection to the training ground, everyone knows the one in charge there is that person. Why would he look at you? Qin Kura, provoked by Xia Sisi's words, lost all reason, forgetting Zhao's earlier warnings. You're just jealous. Dad said he'd propose soon. And then the training ground will belong to the Qin family. What's the Xia family compared to us? Xia Sisi retorted, "You're delusional. Everyone knows the master of our family always takes a girl when he leaves the base. What do you have to do with that?" Qin Kura snapped. "You're talking nonsense. You've never even seen him, so why spread rumors?" Xia Sisi shot back, "You're the one talking nonsense. The patrol team near the base gate has been spreading it around. It must be true. And it's not like you've seen him either." Qin Kura growled, "Let go. Don't think I don't know you've been snooping around the training ground's movements. Who knows what you're scheming?" Xia Sisi, feeling guilty, winced as Qin Kura's grip tugged painfully at her scalp. Instead of loosening, she pulled harder, biting Qin Kura's arm fiercely, eliciting screams. Yi Zifeng, quietly observing, whispered to Lo Qian, "Don't listen to their nonsense. Our boss hasn't even met them." Lo Qian softly acknowledged, though despite knowing Yi Zifeng spoke the truth. A strange discomfort churned within her, a sour, tingling sensation she couldn't explain. Hearing her response, Yi Zifeng grew more puzzled. What did that mean? Did she believe him or not? Their boss had finally found a bride. She couldn't just run away now. "I'm telling the truth. Those two women said they haven't met the boss either. You have to believe in him," Yi Zifeng urged. Lo Qian nodded. "I believe." Relieved, Yi Zifeng wiped a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead. Day by day, he was truly consumed by worries over the boss's matrimonial affairs. Lo Qian's expression remained impassive as she watched the two women struggle. Though usually soft and gentle in appearance, now she emanated a subtle chill that sent a shiver down one's spine. Qin Kura and Xia Sisi continued their tussle, their bodyguards forming a circle to keep spectators at bay. Both possessed supernatural abilities, albeit weak ones, and having expended much physical effort, they began displaying their powers. Small water spheres flicked from Qin Kura's fingertips, splashing onto Xia Sisi. Due to poor aim, few struck their target, but many bystanders were inadvertently drenched. Though the water spheres were tiny, the cold weather caused any wet spots on clothing to freeze quickly. Those hit dared not provoke the daughters of prominent families and muttered their misfortune as they left to change clothes. Xia Sisi, soaked and disheveled, glared fiercely at the arrogant Qin Kura, sparks of anger dancing in her eyes. That fool only dared act so boldly because of her powers, after all. She was merely Qin Hengji's adopted daughter. Qin Hengji had adopted a multitude of sons and daughters, so many that it was impossible to count them all. What he possessed in abundance were sons and daughters. Just a few days prior, he had taken a particularly capable man with extraordinary abilities under his wing as a godson. Had it not been for Qin Kura awakening her own powers, she would have long been cast aside by Qin Hengji. After all, who in this world lacked abilities? She had them too. Xia Sisi brooded in indignation, and as her frustration mounted, the earth beneath her began to tremble. Several small clumps of soil levitated into the air, raining down upon Qin Kura. Qin Kura, a delicate young lady, had always been the most beautiful among Qin Hengji's adopted daughters before the apocalypse, which had garnered her his favor. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, having awakened her own powers, she had endured little hardship. Thus, when struck by the clods of dirt, not only did her clothes become soiled, but her skin beneath her cotton garments swelled red almost instantly. The two exchanged blows with imprecise aim. Had it not been for Yi Zifeng occasionally intercepting some water spheres and dirt clumps, the onlookers would have suffered considerable collateral damage. Neither of the two was willing to yield, and as their powers and stamina dwindled, they finally diverted their attention. Upon noticing Yi Zifeng, who was obstructing their abilities, they immediately redirected their ire towards him. Qin Kura pointed accusingly at Yi Zifeng and unleashed a torrent of insults.
Hey,
what do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are, daring to interfere with my water spheres? Xia Sisi, utterly exhausted, realized that their already limited powers had been nearly depleted. Seeing Qin Kura shift her focus, she followed her gaze to the strikingly handsome man in the crowd who had been intercepting their abilities. She had noticed him earlier. He stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a charming yet roguish demeanor. The girl beside him was even more beautiful. Xia Sisi had never encountered anyone so exquisite, and their attire was impeccably clean. In this desolate world, such cleanliness indicated a person of considerable strength. Xia Sisi's mind worked far more swiftly than Qin Kura's, and in mere moments, she had spun her thoughts into a whirlwind. When she looked back at Yi Zifeng, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. What are you two doing? Why are you stirring up trouble? Yi Zifeng and Luo Qian exchanged bewildered glances at the pair. The crowd was equally astonished, their eyes wide as they contemplated the girl's apparent madness. If they did not intervene, would they simply allow the girl's erratic projectiles to strike them? Many in the crowd gawked at the two, their jaws agape in disbelief. They clearly could not best one another, yet neither was willing to concede. It seemed they were searching for an escape route for themselves. As Qin Kura noticed the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, her concern for her image surged. She was utterly humiliated. Suddenly, a water sphere came hurling towards Yi Zifeng and Luo Qian, but fortunately, Yi Zifeng reacted swiftly, intercepting it just in time, allowing it to harmlessly splash down at their feet. Chapter 61. The fight. Luo Qian adhered to a philosophy of non-aggression, but if provoked, she would retaliate fiercely. Having spent considerable time with Nangong Chen, she had inadvertently absorbed some of his commanding presence, and now she glowered at the two girls with icy fury. These two brats were not only hurling insults, but also attempting to seize her companions. Luo Qian seethed internally, her face gradually betraying a hint of anger. Yi Zifeng had been closely observing her demeanor and, seeing her poised to charge, quickly restrained her. Little ancestor, what are you planning to do? What else can I do? I'm going to teach them a lesson. Calm down, little ancestor. Let me handle this. Although he refrained from striking women in this post-apocalyptic world, there was no need to uphold gentlemanly decorum against unreasonable foes. These girls not only slandered their leader, but also attacked them. While he could tolerate personal affronts, he was acutely aware that he was responsible for protecting their leader's beloved ones. If something happened to them, he would surely face dire consequences. When Luo Qian glanced up at Yi Zifeng, he released her arm, and as she realized what had transpired, she felt a chill run down her spine. Had she spent too much time with their leader? She was starting to resemble him. Whenever their leader fixed him with a silent gaze, he felt a similar shiver, a testament to their shared bond. Initially intending to restrain Luo Qian himself, Yi Zifeng found himself hastily following her as she charged forward, dispatching the bodyguards surrounding the two women with powerful kicks. What a joke. If anything happens to this ancestor, my own backside will be in serious trouble. Before Qin Kura and Xia Sisi could react, they found themselves flat on the ground, having been overpowered by Luo Qian. Despite both being endowed with abilities, they were no match for her prowess. Qin Kura let out a piercing scream as she scrambled to her feet, launching several small jets of water towards Luo Qian's head. However, the frigid air transformed the water jets into ice as they descended, and Luo Qian deftly sidestepped, causing the ice to shatter upon impact with the ground. Fuming with indignation, Qin Kura lunged at Luo Qian, hand raised to slap the seemingly deranged interloper. But Luo Qian simply lifted her foot, and Luo Qian discreetly exchanged a glance with Yi Zifeng, silently inquiring if he wished to escape at that very moment. The crowd around them was formidable. The little sprite was no stranger to the art of self-preservation, especially since they had ventured out covertly. Should the bipedal beasts become aware of their escapade, future attempts at stealth would surely be thwarted. Yi Zifeng comprehended Luo Qian's unspoken message, the corner of his mouth twitching as he shook his head. This little ancestor was even more adept at this game than he was, exhibiting a mastery of cunning that surpassed his own. However, the throng of people made their retreat perilous. Not only were they in unfamiliar territory, but the main thoroughfare had only recently been cleared of snow, and with the base under lockdown, patrolling squads were ubiquitous. If they failed to escape smoothly, it would be an even greater embarrassment. Given the circumstances, it seemed wiser to follow the crowd for now. At worst, They would be escorted back to face their leader's wrath, which was preferable to being publicly humiliated. For the time being, they were merely two anonymous figures who had rendered justice by punishing wrongdoers, completely unnoticed in the eyes of the onlookers. Luo Qian trailed behind Yi Zifeng, her earlier bravado subdued as they were encircled by the patrol team and escorted to the security building of the administrative district. Qin Kura and Xia Sisi remained bound together, their bodies bearing the marks of being struck by clods of earth and water balloons. They appeared utterly disheveled, and the biting cold wind left them shivering. Upon their arrival outside the main security building, the squad dispersed. Qin Kura and Xia Sisi were led directly to a confinement room. With tensions high between the two factions, and having finally seized leverage against the opposition, Song Jinghao was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He ordered the apprehension of Qin Kura and Xia Sisi, ensuring they were securely detained. With two staff members accompanying him, Song Jinghao directed Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng to the main hall of the building. The hall was bustling with activity, individuals walking briskly with documents in hand, while a few others lounged about, sleeping or engaging in playful banter. Upon spotting Song Jinghao, they greeted him with a chorus of "Captain, welcome back." He acknowledged them with a nod. Upon reaching a suitable location, he gestured for the two accompanying team members to take Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng to an empty spot to wait. Yi Zifeng entered the space as though he owned the place, immediately claiming an empty chair for himself and Luo Qian. Chapter 62. A Call to Parents. Both possessed remarkable poise, and Song Jinghao, no fool, recognized this instantly. Despite being significantly older than the two, he could not shake the feeling of observing a pair of mischievous children, even if Yi Zifeng's demeanor was equally commanding. Removing his military cap, Song Jinghao approached the casually seated Yi Zifeng. "Where are you two from? If you wish to leave, you ought to inform your guardians to come fetch you." Just as Yi Zifeng was about to respond, a rumble from Luo Qian's stomach interrupted the moment. Since entering the main hall, she had attracted the attention of everyone present. The reason was simple. The little sprite was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an aura of innocence that made one want to reach out and ruffle her hair. Song Jinghao, already a married man with a newborn daughter, felt an immediate softening of his heart upon seeing Luo Qian, akin to gazing at his own child. This girl appeared so innocent. It was clear she had been led astray by this boisterous, young rascal. Yi Zifeng felt a twinge of innocence himself. At that moment, a staff member wearing a military cap hurriedly entered, whispering something in Song Jinghao's ear before hastily departing. Song Jinghao beckoned, and a young woman with a low ponytail approached him. "Please find something for the young lady to eat, and also summon their parents." After issuing the instructions, he swiftly exited before Yi Zifeng and Luo Qian could utter a word. The ponytailed woman turned to leave, but soon returned after retrieving something from a nearby desk. Now holding 2 packets of compressed biscuits, she offered them to Luo Qian with a warm, gentle smile. "Here, little sister, we don't have much in the way of food, but please use these to tide you over." Observing Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng's attire, she deduced that they had not endured hardship. Their confrontation with Qin Kura and Xia Sisi indicated they were likely not from the upper echelons, where the most brazen individuals were precisely those two. Qin Kura was the favored adopted daughter of Qin Hengji, while Xia Sisi was the biological daughter of his trusted confidant. The upper class were typically shrewd, and few dared to openly provoke those two. It stood to reason that this young girl and boy belonged to their faction, which often disdained the upper class's behavior. With tensions rising between the two sides, even the younger generations found themselves embroiled in disputes. It was uncertain whether these two were from the household of their commanding officer. Zhang Junzhen, the commander, had dedicated his life to the planet and remained unmarried, let alone having children. Yet among other officials, he had not heard of any with a son and daughter. Upon hearing Luo Qian's expression of gratitude, the woman snapped back to reality. She reassured Luo Qian that there was no need for thanks, leaving the 2 team members who had accompanied Song Jinghao to guard them before departing. Luo Qian poked Yi Zifeng's arm, and he looked at her dramatically. The little sprite leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "Zifeng, what are we going to do now? If Chunchen finds out, will he be angry? Will we be punished?" "Not at all. The leader won't punish you. It's my own rear that might be in trouble." Yi Zifeng replied, his expression one of tragic resignation. Luo Qian realized that this predicament was indeed a result of her insistence on venturing out, and as a sprite, she felt a sense of responsibility to look after the younger generation, especially since she was older than Yi Zifeng. Don't worry. I'll stand up for you when the time comes. I won T let him hit you. Yi Zifeng was nearly moved to tears by her words, grateful for his dear sister-in-law's loyalty. Before they could embrace and weep together, one of the guards pointed toward a nearby telephone, reminding them, "That's a phone. You can contact anyone in the base. Captain Song instructed that you should reach out to your guardians and have them come retrieve you." Yi Zifeng glanced at the desk phone nearby. Although they typically did not engage with outside affairs at the training ground, they had installed a phone for communication purposes. He picked up the receiver, pondering the number to dial when Luo Qian, nibbling on her compressed biscuit, leaned in again. What if we drug all these people? Then we could leave without a care. Yi Zifeng had no doubt that Luo Qian could pull that off, having witnessed her prowess before. He quickly intervened. If everyone here were to faint, we'd likely become infamous throughout the base by tomorrow. Reassuring Luo Qian, he contemplated the number and dialed. The phone rang for a moment before connecting. Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's voice, the person on the other end quickly acknowledged him. Yi Zifeng inquired about Nangong Chen's whereabouts. Learning that he and Yi Ling had gone to the small parking lot, leaving only Xiaoyu behind. After giving some brief instructions, he ended the call. Luo Qian indeed felt a bit hungry, and the two of them consumed 5 packets of compressed biscuits before they were satisfied. After eating, the little sprite began to feel drowsy, her eyes growing heavy as she leaned against the table, just as Xiaoyu rushed in. Behind him followed Nangong Chen, while Yi Ling was left at the training ground to attend to matters. As Yi Zifeng spotted Xiaoyu, his eyes lit up momentarily. But upon seeing the approaching Nangong Chen, he instinctively ducked his head like an ostrich, realizing he could not escape the clutches of his superior. Nangong Chen, noticing the little sprite sprawled uncomfortably on the table, who had initially been trailing behind Xiaoyu, hastily stepped forward to bypass Xiaoyu. The drowsy little sprite nodded sluggishly, and Nangong Chen gently cradled her drooping head in his calloused yet steady hand before pulling her into his embrace. Casting a glance at Yi Zifeng, who feigned innocence, Nangong Chen felt a surge of anger. His delicate little sprite seemed so vulnerable. These people must have perceived her as easy prey and dared to bully her in his absence. As for Yi Zifeng, he was notoriously straightforward, and it was likely that he had been taken advantage of while he, Yi Ling, and Xiaoyu were not around. Nangong Chen, to be precise, was someone who always defended his own. The rambunctious child, who appeared so brazen to others, became a fragile being in the presence of the Nangong family. Though Nangong Chen had a fierce demeanor, especially towards the troublemaking Yi Zifeng, he would still protect his own when it came to outsiders. Chapter 63. Reflecting on one's mistakes. 2 staff members who had been monitoring Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng noticed Nangong Chen's approach and intended to block him from taking them away so brazenly. However, before they could act, Xiaoyu intervened. Upon raising their heads, the 2 staff members were immediately intimidated by the aura emanating from both parties. The bustling personnel in the hall turned their gazes towards the newcomers, yet, overwhelmed by the imposing presence, they dared not intervene. Just as the staff pondered their next course of action, Song Jinghao, who had been dealing with urgent matters, hurried back after receiving a message from his direct superior, Zhang Junzhen. Upon seeing the towering figure before him, cold sweat broke out on Song Jinghao's forehead. He could hardly believe that the 2 troublemakers he had seen fighting on the roadside were actually from the training ground, and now even the head of the family had come to retrieve them. Upon seeing his support arrive, Yi Zifeng adopted a swaggering demeanor typical of a school bully. Song Jinghao straightened his collar, maintaining a stoic expression, his posture rigid as if carved from stone. "I apologize, Commander Zhang has informed me. I must trouble you to come in person." Luo Qian, awakened by the commotion, found herself nestled in Nangong Chen's embrace. Feeling embarrassed with so many people around, she struggled slightly and tapped Yi Zifeng's shoulder, requesting to be placed down. Nangong Chen released Luo Qian and, hearing Song Jinghao's words, responded with a curt acknowledgement. Luo Qian, noticing Song Jinghao's serious demeanor as he brought her and Yi Zifeng back, quietly stepped behind Nangong Chen, peeking out to observe him. This uncle seemed nice and had even given her food, though his serious expression mirrored that of a stoic beast. Nangong Chen remarked, I've heard that someone has been bullying members of the Nangong family, so I came to investigate. Surely Commander Zhang would not mind. Of course, our commander wouldn't mind. After all, it was the upper-class individuals who had been beaten. However, it was the two ladies from the upper echelon who had suffered at the hands of Yi Zifeng and his companion. Initially, Song Jinghao had assumed that Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng were merely children from their superior S household, thinking of taking them back for proper discipline. But now he felt it unwise to speak up in the presence of this gentleman. After all, Commander Zhang had repeatedly instructed him over the phone that whatever this gentleman said was final, and they should not provoke him. Nangongchen spoke in a calm tone.
Betraying no emotion.
Is that so? That's good to hear. Captain Song, rest assured, we will not cause Commander Zhang any trouble. Since someone has bullied our people, it is only fitting that we reciprocate. Just as Song Jinghao pondered what the gentleman intended to do, Nangongchen called out to Xiaoyu. Ignoring the many curious gazes around them, he took the little Sprite's hand, shielding her in his embrace as he slowly exited the hall. Upon reaching the doorway, he noticed that Yi Zifeng had lagged behind, and in exasperation, he turned to remind him, "Aren't you coming?" Xiaoyu patted Yi Zifeng on the shoulder, encouraging him to follow, while he remained behind to discuss matters with Song Jinghao. Nangongchen led Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng to a luxurious business vehicle parked outside the main building to wait. Before long, Xiaoyu returned, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. After cleaning up, he discarded the white cloth and drove away. In the frigid temperatures below 10 degrees, snowflakes began to drift quietly through the night, with the temperature seemingly plummeting further each day. The dark, cloudy night of the apocalypse brought no moonlight or starlight. The heavy snowfall blocked the roads, and it took over half an hour for them to return to the villa. Hearing the commotion, Yi Ling went to open the door, where freshly prepared dishes still sat on the kitchen counter. Yi Zifeng, Luo Qian, and Xiaoyu followed Nangongchen into the villa. Yi Ling stepped aside to let them in and stopped Xiaoyu, who was the last in line, to inquire about the situation. Nangongchen sat silently on the sofa in the hall. Luo Qian observed Yi Zifeng raising his hand to the glass door, facing the wall in reflection. Although she was unsure of why, she followed suit, mimicking Yi Zifeng by raising her hand above her head. Nangongchen watched them with a frown, his expression darkening. Humph. He hadn't even said anything yet, and here this little sprite was imitating him, looking all pitiful, clearly trying to tug at his heartstrings. His own wife had been bullied, and he was expected not to be angry? After all, it was merely a matter of having beaten a couple of people. He hadn't even said anything about them. "All right, come over here." Upon hearing Nangongchen's voice, Yi Zifeng immediately trembled, lowering his raised hand and walking over with Luo Qian. Nangongchen gazed at the two huddled together, feeling an overwhelming headache. Had he unwittingly found a partner in crime for them? Had he known, he would have kept them apart. Now they had become a pair. "Do you know what you did wrong?" Upon hearing Nangongchen's question, Yi Zifeng pondered deeply before finally offering a tentative reply. "I shouldn't have hit people?" When Nangongchen remained silent, Yi Zifeng nervously added, "Is it embarrassing to have been caught by them?" Nangongchen shook his head, realizing this fool at least knew how to write the words embarrassment, but his anger wasn't simply about this minor issue. Yi Zifeng truly couldn't think of anything else and mustered the courage to ask, "Then what was the mistake, boss?" Nangongchen, noticing the stains on Luo Qian's clothes, furrowed his brow and picked her up into his arms, helplessly responding to the thick-headed Yi Zifeng. "I never said you were wrong, just don't let yourself get taken advantage of in the future. Now, let us go eat." Nangongchen carried the bewildered little sprite upstairs. As he prepared to ascend, Yi Ling called out to him, "Boss, shall I bring dinner up?" Nangongchen paused momentarily on the staircase. "No need, you all eat first, I will be down shortly." After saying this, she embraced the little imp and left without looking back. Nightling and Xiaoyu hoisted the bewildered Yi Zifeng onto the dining table, ensuring he had a pair of chopsticks placed in his hands, noticing he remained speechless. Xiaoyu swallowed the morsel he had just placed in his mouth. "What are you thinking about if you're not eating?" Yi Zifeng replied, "Is the boss not going to beat me? He even said I was innocent." Nightling sighed and spoke earnestly to Yi Zifeng. "When has the boss ever struck you without cause? His intentions are always well-meaning. In the past, it was for your poor exam results. And let's not forget, every time you lost a fight, you would return, wounded and weeping. Was that truly a beating? He merely wishes for you to learn a lesson and avoid suffering. In this apocalyptic world, it's crucial to protect yourself from outsiders. The formerly mischievous youth began to choke up at these words. Abandoned as a child on the roadside, he had been rescued and raised by Nengongchen, without whom he might not have survived. He was determined to grow stronger to ease the boss's worries and protect him in return. Enough, no more tears. A man should not cry like a child, Qiao Yu admonished. Don't fret, even if you do get into trouble, you have both me and Lingzi by your side. If we can't handle it, the boss will be there too. Why cry? Upon hearing this, Yizi Foam's sobs intensified, prompting Qiao Yu to push him away. Unwilling to let the snotty mess touch him. Why are you regressing? You've turned back into the weepy child you once were. Unfazed by Qiao Yu's dismissal, Yizi Foam turned to embrace Nightling, who was caught off guard and ended up with a large smear of snot on him. With a commanding tone, Nightling ordered him to sit properly and eat. Chapter 64. The Attack of the Mutant Rats. Nengongchen carried Luo Qian into the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The little imp climbed down from Nengongchen and dashed to the bathroom to change. The room was adorned in a warm white hue, with all amenities of the highest quality, for he possessed the means to ensure that everything matched the exquisite nature of his unique flower bud. Nengongchen waited on the balcony, as their territory was situated at the foot of the back mountain. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor offered the best view, overlooking the forested mountains, though now it was shrouded in a blanket of white. The warm yellow light from the crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow throughout the room. Nengongchen's gaze was tranquil as he watched the bathroom, where the sound of water could be heard. Despite the world having plunged into chaos, he had never felt such inner peace before. In stark contrast, at the isolation room near the security area of the base, Qin Kura and Xia Sisi huddled together for warmth. Though they were at odds with each other, the biting cold of the night forced them to seek solace. They were in a disheveled state, with unsightly and gruesome wounds adorning their bodies. Their once smooth faces bore dry dark blood, and although their appearances were ghastly, the injuries were merely superficial, with no internal damage. They cursed under their breaths, having previously inquired with the guards about when they might be released. The response they received was that someone would come to take them back, and their families would be notified. Yet, with no news after all this time, they suspected the government soldiers were deliberately prolonging their suffering. A handsome man had visited them earlier, and shortly after his departure, they had been beaten. The physical injuries were not severe, but the fright they endured was considerable. Now, as they recalled the perfect smile of that handsome man, they trembled in fear. Those guards showed no mercy. Their brutality was unforgiving. Once they were free, they vowed to make those soldiers pay for their transgressions. The isolation room was dimly lit by a candle that had burned down to its wick, and both women were oblivious to the 2 glowing red eyes lurking in the dark corner. Just as Qin Kura felt a sharp pain, her little toe was suddenly bitten off, blood gushing forth. Xia Sisi screamed in terror upon seeing several rats gnawing on Qin Kura's severed toe. These rats were as large as basketballs, their crimson eyes radiating an ominous glow. The patrolling guards, hearing the screams, rushed over only to be ambushed by something climbing up their backs, while others were tugged by the rats at their feet. A few guards lost their balance and fell to the ground. As the remaining guards reacted, they quickly stepped back, drawing their guns to aim at their fallen comrades. Gunfire erupted amidst the shrill screams, and chaos ensued in the area. By the time Nengongchen and the others received news, it was already the following morning. The security building and warehouse of the base had been attacked by a horde of giant mutant rats, resulting in numerous casualties. To make matters worse, the supplies in the warehouse had also been compromised. Fortunately, the situation was contained quickly, and not too much food was lost. However, as rats are social creatures, no one could predict if more would come drawn by the scent. With the onset of extreme cold and heavy snowfall, the roads were blocked, with temperatures plummeting below freezing. Survival in this resource-scarce, apocalyptic environment was already challenging enough. Now, even foraging for supplies had become exceedingly difficult, akin to inflicting another wound on an already festering injury. Nengongchen sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying his breakfast, as Nan Er arrived early with documents to report. "How is the training ground situation?" Nengongchen inquired. "Rest assured, my lord, the mutant rats have not spread to our side. Only a small number have appeared near the warehouse at the base, Nan Er replied. Upon hearing this, Nangongchun, Nightling, and Xiao Yu exchanged grave expressions. They recalled the massive rat swarm they had encountered on the outskirts of Linuan City.
Boss.
Could this be the same group of rats we encountered before? Nightling asked. That seems highly likely. It appears that the cold weather and heavy snowfall have forced the rats, initially migrating south, to turn back, Nangongchun deduced. With the entire area blanketed in ice and snow and the scarcity of food in the wild, these mutant rats have no choice but to seek sustenance in populated bases. These mutant rats had not only grown in size, but appeared even larger than those encountered previously, showing no signs of being affected by the bitter cold. They recalled the sheer number of rats they had seen back then, and the small group that assaulted the base last night was likely just a scouting party. Nan Er. Increase the alertness at the training ground, and send more personnel to patrol the underground warehouse, Nangongchun ordered. Understood, my lord, Nan Er replied, slightly perplexed, but not daring to inquire further. Eventually, he succumbed to the allure of the food and, amidst Nightling's suggestion of having more to eat, lost himself in another hearty breakfast. Nangongchun glanced at his wristwatch, noting the time was nearing, and set down his coffee to head up to the third floor. It was already past 8:30 in the morning, and the little imp was still nestled in bed, sound asleep. For Luo Qian, sleeping was an exquisite pleasure, requiring no thought, and she relished the blissful feeling of drifting into a dreamlike state. Nangongchun gently coaxed the warm little fairy from the soft pink quilt, aware that if she lingered in slumber any longer, she would miss breakfast. Pressing his cheek to her ear, he spoke in a sultry, deep voice, urging the little flower bud to rise. Since Nangongchun had discovered that Luo Qian was a fairy, she had ceased to conceal her true self, her long, flowing hair adorned with several delicate white flower buds. The air around Nangongchun was infused with a faint floral fragrance, which he found intoxicating. What kind of flower could this little bud be? He reached out to touch the white blossoms atop Luo Qian's head, leaning in closer to inhale their scent. Though his knowledge of flora was limited, he understood that his little fairy was indeed a flower spirit. However, due to her distress on that fateful day, he had not had the chance to inquire further. Unable to guess the flower's species on his own, he felt rather at a loss. As Luo Qian felt the gentle caress on her flower buds, a ticklish sensation prompted her to snuggle closer into Nangongchun's embrace. With her long eyelashes partially shielding her eyes, she spoke in a soft, husky voice, still tinged with the remnants of sleep. It's a valley lily. A hint of pride colored her tone at the end of her statement. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, Nangongchun, wholly focused on the little fairy, discerned her words clearly. So, his little flower bud was a beautiful valley lily. He recalled having seen this plant in a book, an ancient species thought to exist only in legends from the mythical blue star. However, as humanity advanced, that species had long since vanished from history. In Chapter 65, the meeting, Luo Qian stirred from her slumber, and upon seeing her awake, Nangongchun assisted her in donning her plush slippers. After she freshened up, he led her downstairs for breakfast. Nan Er had already finished and departed, while Yiling, Xiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng lounged on the sofa, satiated. Nangongchun retrieved the warmed food he had prepared for Luo Qian from the kitchen and placed it on the bar counter, his expression one of adoration and contentment as he watched her eat. Occasionally, he exchanged words with Yiling, the sounds of Yi Zifeng playing video games occasionally drifting into his ears.
Yiling.
Send someone to relay a message to Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji about the mouse horde we encountered previously. After all, any trouble at the base would not bode well for their training grounds, Nangongchun instructed. Understood, boss. I'll arrange for that shortly, Yiling replied. Having gleaned some insight into Nangongchun's intentions without hesitation, he then recalled something and added, by the way, boss, the small parking lot that collapsed under the snow has been taken care of. What were the losses? Nangongchun inquired, recalling his visit with Yiling when they had gone to inspect the site, only to be interrupted by Xiao Yu's urgent arrival, informing them that Luo Qian and Yi Zifeng had been taken to the security building, prompting him to leave the matter to Yiling and Xiao Yu as he rushed to the base. There wasn't much damage. Just a few cars had their windshields crushed. I've already had the vehicles from the small parking lot moved indoors. Given the frequent snowfall, there's a chance of further collapses, Yiling reported. Nangongchun nodded, wiping the corner of Luo Qian's mouth before taking her empty bowl and utensils to wash them, while sneakily slipping a piece of milk candy into her mouth. Once satiated, Luo Qian joyfully sought out Yi Zifeng and Xiaoyu to play games and build with blocks. Over the past few days, small groups of mutated mice had been invading the base, their origins shrouded in mystery, with no leads to trace their entry. On this day, the staff stationed at the lookout tower on the base walls observed through binoculars a massive swarm of dark shapes advancing through the snow, surging forth like waves of the ocean. As the news reached Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji, their brows furrowed, and a palpable sense of crisis enveloped them. The speed of the mouse horde was alarming, and they had little time left to prepare. Previously embroiled in conflict and discord, Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji now shared a mutual understanding of the dire threat facing the entire base, a rare moment of unity devoid of argument. Recalling the message from Nan Gongchen a few days prior, they quickly instructed their men to drive straight to the training grounds. As the silver-gray sedan approached the periphery of the training grounds, Nan Gongchen's people intercepted them. At the entrance to the training grounds, a group of individuals brandishing the most advanced weaponry stood guard, among them a team member clad in black combat gear, who stepped forward. The occupants of the sedan rolled down their window to explain their purpose. The team member instructed them to wait momentarily before hastily reporting back to the training grounds. Before long, a military jeep emerged from within the training grounds and came to a halt before the sedan. Nan Yan exited the vehicle and briefed Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji, stating that their master had decreed that apart from the two of them, no one else was permitted to enter their territory. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with discomfort, but after a brief discussion, they conceded, realizing they were at the mercy of others. They climbed into the jeep driven by Nan Yan and headed toward the villa. Since the establishment of the base and its designation as Nan Gongchen's domain, neither Zhang Junzhen nor Qin Hengji, nor anyone else in the base, had ever set foot in the training grounds area. The roadside leading to the villa was blanketed with snow, though it had been cleared. All facilities were meticulously arranged, and after a brief drive, they arrived at a villa. Upon exiting the vehicle, they were escorted to the study on the first floor. Typically, Nan Gongchen and his associates would convene in the study on the second floor, as that was reserved for familiar faces. The lower-level study was seldom used. Nan Gongchen stood before the bookshelf waiting for their arrival, turning to regard them as he heard their approach. Dressed in a black turtleneck sweater paired with casual trousers, he appeared relaxed, his demeanor less intimidating than when Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji had first met him. Although he still exuded an air of authority, it was evident that he was in good spirits. A flicker of relief crossed Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji's faces. Perhaps matters would unfold more favorably than they had anticipated. With a sardonic smile, Nan Gongchen settled onto a single sofa, while Yi Ling and Xiaoyu occupied the opposite one. Meanwhile, Yi Zifeng and Luo Qian were outside in the garden building a snowman. After ensuring the door was closed behind them, Nan Yan departed the room. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? It is quite the trouble for you both to come in person," Nan Gongchen remarked. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji exchanged glances, considering their next words. It seemed clear that Nan Gongchen was fully aware of their intentions, having been the one to send the previous message. With the rampant mouse crisis consuming the base, he could not possibly be oblivious to the situation. He was merely waiting for them to speak. Qin Hengji took the initiative to break the silence, offering a few courteous remarks. "I must apologize for the incident a few days ago when my daughter inadvertently bumped into you. I assure you she will come by to apologize in person at her earliest convenience." However, Nan Gongchen's retort was sharp and unyielding. "Mr. Qin, while you may refer to it as an incident, I see no need for an apology. It seems rather superstitious." Feeling the sting of defeat, Qin Hengji, a seasoned strategist, fell silent before Nan Gongchen. Zhang Junzhen, finding amusement in Qin Hengji's predicament, seized the opportunity to speak up. "We have come to trouble you due to an urgent situation at the base. I am aware that you typically refrain from involving yourself in matters concerning the base. Yet we find ourselves in a predicament that compels me to speak candidly and beseech your assistance, esteemed leader. Just mere hours ago, we received alarming news from the gates of the base. A horde of mutated rodents is advancing towards us. We are immensely grateful for your prior dispatch of scouts, as it has afforded us the opportunity to prepare in advance. However, the sheer magnitude of this rodent swarm is overwhelming, even when combined. The personnel under myself and Director Chin are insufficient, and those who have evolved into superhumans among us are but a handful. The fall of the base would surely spell disaster for the training grounds as well, thus I implore you to collaborate with us to navigate this dire situation. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Junzhen awaited Nangong Chen's response, both men perspiring profusely, acutely aware of their lack of leverage to secure agreement from Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen replied, "Very well, I shall send personnel." Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji's faces illuminated with relief at his words. Although the training grounds personnel are notoriously elusive, their prowess is undeniably formidable. With their aid, the base would stand a fighting chance against the mutated rodents. Nangong Chen continued, however. Just as they began to feel a glimmer of hope at his affirmative response, his subsequent words sent their hearts plummeting. Each utterance from Nangong Chen felt like a prolonged agony as they awaited his next statement. Chapter 66. Is this still human? Qin Hengji urged, if you have any reservations, please express them openly. A faint smile graced Nangong Chen's lips, devoid of warmth, his tone steady yet imbued with a hint of warning. However, the personnel under leaders Zhang and Qin must take the front line. I have no desire to expend effort only to find it in vain. Zhang Junzhen responded earnestly, rest assured. We shall do our utmost. Both men were drenched in sweat, acutely aware of Nangong Chen's shrewdness, as he seemed wary of their personnel hiding behind his own to reap the benefits. After exchanging further pleasantries, Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji were escorted from the study, and South Yen awaited outside to see them off from the villa. As they departed, they cast a glance back, catching sight through the grand windows of the hall of a young girl in the garden, crafting a snowman with another. Even in that fleeting moment, she struck them as ethereal. Right this way, gentlemen, South Yen prompted, and they hurriedly followed him outside. Beyond the base's walls, the snowfall had lessened, gently dusting the ground beneath their feet. 1,000 meters away, countless rodents surged towards the gates, their movements swift and chaotic across the snowy expanse. Nangong Chen, accompanied by 5 others, arrived at the battlements with more than half of the base's personnel. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji positioned themselves nearby, vigilantly monitoring the rodents' advance. The walls of the base formed a circular structure, enclosing it entirely. As the population grew, each expansion necessitated the construction of an additional layer of walls. By now, the ordinary citizens both within and outside the walls had been urgently evacuated. Everyone was armed and prepared for combat. Zhang Junzhen's team was busy setting explosives to deliver a decisive blow as the swarm approached. Nangong Chen stood at the side with the young girl and 3 others, Yiling, Qiao Yu, and Yi Zifeng. Although he had instructed Qin Hengji and Zhang Junzhen's personnel to take the forefront, he would not stand idly by while the base's defenders faced needless sacrifice. After briefing his subordinates, he began strategizing with Zhang Junzhen, while Qin Hengji and his team hurried to secure ammunition for the rear. Zhang Junzhen stated, "My team and Director Qin's personnel are fully deployed. Do you have any observations or directives, Leader Nangong? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us." Nangong Chen surveyed the arrangements atop the battlements, noting their meticulousness. It was evident that Zhang Junzhen's years spent in the military had not been in vain. Zhang Junzhen, observing the superior equipment of Nangong Chen's forces, felt a twinge of envy, reflecting that indeed, comparisons could be disheartening. Should we not escort this young lady to a safer location? After all, a battle is imminent, Zhang Junzhen suggested. The girl, Luo Qian, peered curiously at the older man from her perch on Nangong Chen's shoulder, appearing far more benign than the stern individual who had previously abducted her. Nangong Chen subtly shielded her from Zhang Junzhen's scrutinizing gaze, his voice deepening slightly as he replied, "No need." Zhang Junzhen stole a few more glances at the girl, momentarily astonished, before refraining from further observation, his imagination conjecturing that she was indeed the same girl he had glimpsed in the villa's garden. Yet, with Nangong Chen, who resembled a wild beast capable of tearing into his adversary at any moment, standing beside her, he dared not linger his gaze. "Commander, over here. The mutated rodents are approaching." An anxious staff member rushed towards them, his voice quaking with urgency. "Calm yourself. Alert Director Qin's personnel to prepare for battle." Have those outside the gates return and secure them within. Zhang Junzhen seized the binoculars from the staff member and gazed into the distance. His brow furrowed, his posture stiffening as he beheld the dark mass of mutated rodents drawing ever closer, a chill of dread coursing through him. Nangongchen adjusted the white plush scarf around Luo Qian's neck and cautioned her, "Stay close to me. I must be able to see you. Do not take unnecessary risks, nor allow yourself to be harmed." Although the little sprite was largely invisible to the zombies, her ability to remain undiscovered was of no use against these mutated creatures. Seeing the sprite obediently agree, Nangongchen nodded at Yiling, Qiaoyu, Yi Zhaifeng, and his other subordinates. The team instinctively dispersed to their designated positions. As the mutated rodents neared the gates, the ground beneath them began to tremble ominously. With a thunderous roar, the explosives previously placed 100 meters from the gates detonated. Flames erupted skyward, snowflakes scattering into the air, igniting with sparkling embers. The shockwave hurled the nearby rodents back several dozen meters. Even the most formidable of mutated rats were torn asunder by the blast. As the swarm approached the corner of the walls, Earth-based superhumans united to erect towering barriers, the earthen walls rising several meters from the ground. Flames roared around the outer edge, effectively shielding the foremost rodents from entry. While this tactic delayed the onslaught, it rendered long-range attacks from those atop the walls increasingly difficult. Worse yet, the earthen walls could not contain the dense horde. The bulk of the swarm began to trample over the corpses of their fallen kin, surmounting the inferno and scaling the earthen barricades. The walls, unable to withstand the weight, collapsed with a resounding crash. If the rodents could surmount the earthen walls, it was merely a matter of time before they would breach the towering walls as well. The soldiers and superhumans atop the walls felt their resolve waver, their morale plummeting drastically. As the sight of the rodents accumulating atop the walls filled them with despair, an electric shield emanated from Nangongchen, incinerating all mutated rodents that approached the fortifications. Meanwhile, a series of electric circles, each approximately 5 meters in diameter, materialized at the heart of the horde. A brilliant black and purple radiance coursed through the air, leaving behind charred remnants of the mutated rodents. Yet these traces were swiftly obscured by the throng surrounding them. Luo Qian summoned her true form, the exotic vines, from the spatial realm. Towering tendrils heavy with blooming buds erupted from the earth beyond the city walls. They danced with graceful elegance, their massive yet supple forms sweeping through the air, effortlessly toppling mutated rats within a radius of several dozen meters. The vines' trunks spread in all directions, piercing through the bodies of the aberrant rodents and felling them en masse in an instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Nangongchen's contingent launched a ferocious assault. The supernatural abilities of the gifted dazzled as they unleashed a flurry of attacks against the mutated rat horde beyond the city's defenses. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers manned their assault rifles, sweeping the battlements with relentless gunfire. Such overwhelming power, especially the master of the Nangong family. Could this even be a mere mortal? And the girl at his side was equally formidable. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Chapter 67. Intoxicated rumors had circulated from the training grounds that the head of the Nangong family was a rare base-level psychic who had ascended to the coveted rank 2. Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji, who had been directing operations from behind their respective factions, observed the colossal electric shield beyond the city walls. A rank 2? Even the gods wouldn't believe it, they muttered incredulously. Neither could fathom what level of power one must possess to reach such a formidable state. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they failed to realize that Nangongchen had yet to unleash even half of his true strength. The dazed crowd only sprang into action after Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji's urgent reminders. Witnessing the swift decimation of the rat horde, morale surged dramatically. Flames roared skyward beyond the base walls, and smoke thickened the air. The cacophony of battle echoed throughout the compound, sowing unease among its inhabitants. After 3 grueling hours, the combined might of the base-S forces crushed the mutated rat menace. Luo Qian's vines, having feasted on an abundance of crystal cores, were retracted. Nangongchen ordered his trainees to scour the fields outside the walls for crystal cores among the countless carcasses. He himself retreated with the little sprite to the sunshade and heater originally intended for the wall patrol as respite. Xiao Yu and Yi Zhaifeng leapt from the battlements. while Yiling led a team to assess casualties and weaponry losses. The blood-soaked scent emanating from the rat corpses, combined with the absence of the damaged barricades, drew the scattered zombies in the vicinity closer to the city walls. Although most of the surrounding zombies had been previously purged, many had evolved, and the biting cold no longer hindered their movements. Yi Zifeng extracted a crystal core from the brain of a rank 1 mutated rat. As he stood, a zombie crept behind their group. He hurled a fireball, engulfing the creature in flames. The team, alerted by the commotion, turned to thank Yi Zifeng sheepishly. He cautioned them to remain vigilant before resuming his excavation of the rodent's skull. Many mutated rats had been charred by Nangong Chen's lightning, making the retrieval of crystal cores considerably easier. By sifting through the ashes of evolved rats, they uncovered transparent, gem-like stones protruding from the remains, far more convenient than painstakingly extracting cores from intact skulls. Though rat corpses littered the ground like basketballs, evolved mutants were exceedingly rare within the swarm. Rank 1 mutants were 1 in 100, making the search for crystals a more time-consuming endeavor than eradicating the entire rat population. On the walls, Zhang Junzhen, Qin Hengji, and their psychic operatives remained hesitant. The braver ones leapt down to scavenge among the bodies, while the timid cowered within the city's embrace. Zombies encroached in increasing numbers, but were swiftly dispatched by Nangong Chen's team below. By the time the watchers on the walls mustered courage to join the search, Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng had already amassed nearly half a basket of crystal cores, preparing to withdraw. Returning to the battlements with their bounty, Xiao Yu and Yi Zifeng found Nangong Chen dismissing Zhang Junzhen and Qin Hengji with an air of detached indifference, ordering a return to the training grounds. Though the latter envied the half-basket of crystals carried by Xiao Yu, they dared not contest it. After all, their forces merely paved the way, contributing little, and the crystals were personally collected by Nangong Chen's men. No matter how brazen, they could not claim a share. The snow, which had abated hours earlier, resumed its hurried descent. Icy pellets stung exposed skin, and the temperature plummeted further. Seizing the moment before the roads were sealed by snow, Nangong Chen and his party hastened back to the training grounds by vehicle. Nan Er and Nan Yan awaited at the entrance, greeted the returning warriors with eager anticipation. The triumphant group alighted with joyful spirits. Observing his exuberant subordinates, Nangong Chen's eyes gleamed with amusement as he instructed Yiling to arrange a celebration for the evening. Outside, snowflakes danced upon the howling, devilish wind, yet inside, laughter and merriment filled the air, a rare oasis of peace amidst turmoil. The training ground's mess hall, spacious and bustling, transformed even the faintest murmur into an exuberant chorus. Luo Qian, delicate and endearing as a living talisman, found herself surrounded by a motley crew of rough-hewn youths and tomboyish girls. Fate had united these kindred spirits, wild hearts drawn to the gentle yet formidable mountain rose that was Luo Qian. Though she was still a naive sprite recently arrived in the human realm, Luo Qian's joy led her to absent-mindedly reach for a cup of fruit wine and sip it. The sweet flavor spread warmly across her palate, prompting her to request more from those around her. Despite her innocent demeanor, her status was unmistakable. All present regarded her and their master with profound reverence, unwilling to defy their young lady. Yet, witnessing Luo Qian's cheeks flush crimson after a single cup, they found themselves at a loss, their eyes pleading silently toward Nangong Chen and Yiling, who were drinking nearby. Nangong Chen, conversing casually with his subordinates, but keeping a watchful eye on Luo Qian, soon noticed the commotion. He set down his glass and approached. Unaware of her intoxication, the little sprite glanced curiously at those holding her wine, puzzled by their reluctance to offer more. Just as she reached out to snatch another cup, a two-legged beast arrived at her side. Sensing a familiar scent, Luo Qian relaxed completely and nestled into Nangong Chen's embrace. He studied the unsteady sprite, silently inquiring of his men. One pointed to the fruit wine. "Master, the young lady drank the fruit wine and has become intoxicated." Nangong Chen had not anticipated such a feeble tolerance. A single cup of mild fruit wine had already rendered her tipsy. Cradling the drowsy sprite, he gestured to Yiling and Xiaoyu before heading toward the main building's top-floor office. With the snow intensifying and night deepening, returning to the villa proved impractical. So they resolved to spend the night in the office's lounge. Though less luxurious than the villa, the lounge was adequately furnished. Nangong Chen activated the heater, helped Luo Qian remove her coat, and tucked her into the blanket. The intoxicated Sprite lay obedient and serene, resting her slightly parted, pale pink lips, faintly redolent of the fruit wine's sweet aroma. Nan Gongchen felt an insatiable yearning, unable to resist leaning in for a gentle kiss, his tongue playfully entwining with hers. Luo Qian let out a soft murmur as she pushed away the intruder disturbing her slumber, burrowing deeper into the blankets to resume her sleep. The dark silk bedding accentuated the flushed complexion of the tipsy little Sprite, rendering her even more exquisite. Nan Gongchen swallowed hard, taking several deep breaths to quell the restlessness within him, and glanced helplessly at the extraordinary talent nestled in the sheets before making his way to the bathroom. The sound of cascading water echoed in the tranquil night, infusing the stillness with an undercurrent of intimacy.